your TikTok. That's all. He just woke up. I just woke up from nap time. I almost like missed picking my kids up from school today. I had one of those like, I can pick them up in about half an hour, so I can take a quick little seat on the couch and look at my phone. And I woke up and it was like time to go get them. And I was like, I thought I already had, like in my dream they were here. So I started looking around the house for them and I was like, where are they? Like looking outside and looking in the room. And I was like, what the hell? Where are my kids? Like I just couldn't find them. And I started to get really nervous. Then I was like, where are my kids? Oh, I didn't get them yet. That's right. All right. Looks like I'm up on the YouTube. Excuse me while I burp. I'm drinking an energy drink because I just woke up from nap time. The request button is gone. What are you talking about? Marduk got here.
Sorry. I'm not super tech savvy. So it's usually like some TikToks will have the request tab and then you click on it and then you have to decide to accept it.
Oh.
Anyways, I was told by someone in the chat to click on a thing next to the...
Yeah, it's a little like the. I don't know where to point because it's different, but it's a little like there's a pink and a blue person.
Yeah, that's what I ended up clicking. I know now, so that's cool.
Yeah. Sometimes if it's like a panel, then there's all the things you can push into. But
yeah,
I don't like to talk to too many people at once.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was used to.
How old are you and what's your religion?
29, and I don't identify with any religion. What does the prompt mean to you?
Just like for people who believe, like for people who are religious, it's kind of talking to people who believe, in God and stuff.
Suffering exists, so God doesn't. Yeah, what does that mean though? Does it mean like suffering exists and God doesn't have to, or
he doesn't exist?
Oh, suffering exists. So you think God doesn't exist because there is suffering?
Exactly.
Okay, cool. What makes you think that?
Well, if God is described as all powerful and all good, then he would cure little sick kids of their various diseases.
That's true. I think according to like Bible stories and everything, I mean, everybody, pretty much suffers even in the beginning when the Israelites are going through the wilderness and everything. So I think that the fact that suffering exists doesn't exactly say that there isn't a God. They've suffered even with him in their presence.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That doesn't make sense.
How so?
Because if you could do anything, literally like more than Superman, like literally you could do anything, and some people that you really, really love are having a hard time, what would you do?
Yeah, no, I totally get that logic. But I think the prompt doesn't really make too much sense that because of suffering, there is no God. I think more so that kind of should be asking a question about the nature of God.
Well, so the way that it works is like there's like different ways to do logical syllogisms, as they're called. And sometimes you say like, if this, then that, this, so therefore that. The other way is if this, then that, not this, therefore not that. And what I mean by that is if God is all good and able to do anything, then suffering wouldn't exist. Suffering does exist, therefore God is not all good and not all powerful. Now it's possible that there's a God under this claim. Like, I don't think there's another God, but like it's possible there's another God that's not all good and not all powerful. But yeah, that's just the claim.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Have you heard the? Well, I mean, there's no one definitive way to interpret the Bible, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like any fiction work. You can read it however you want and like glean whatever you want out of it.
Yeah, exactly. I think the prevailing narrative is that God is an all good type of God. But there are other narratives. I think for me personally, what I have kind of saw evidence of is that, especially in the first 5 books of the Bible, the Pentateuch, where God is trying to lead the Israelites into the land and whatnot, he almost doesn't know how to deal with humans in a way where, he is supposed to be an all-powerful, all-knowing being, but his actions prove otherwise. I mean, specifically the story of where Abraham is able to change his mind about destroying Sodom and Gomorrah, or at least
just real quick, do you think that God is real, though?
Do I think he's real? I don't think. No. Well, I personally believe it's literature. It's fiction.
Yeah. This is so sorry, not to be rude, but this is for people who do believe. That's what the conversation.
Oh no, yeah, I get that, but I was wondering. I kind of wanted to challenge your prompt a little bit. Playing devil's advocate, if I.
Oh no, that's okay.
If that's still permissible.
No, no thanks.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Appreciate it, but yeah, we're good. That's okay. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, of course.
Yep. You see, seems like a very, very, very cool guy. I just rather talk to some people who genuinely believe. We have some other guests in here. Let's see what Kyle has to say.
How's it going?
Kyle Hurd.
Kyler.
Oh, Kyler. I thought it was like Kyle Robert Hurd. Like maybe it was a middle initial.
Yeah, it's not a name.
Kyler. Like Skylar, but without this. Yeah. All right. Well, what's your age and what's your religion?
I am 19, and I guess I don't really have a denomination. I follow Christ.
Oh, like a Sadak Mac Bivtaj?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Are you writing a paper or something?
I'm just finishing up a few things here.
All right. Let me know when you're done.
I'm ready.
Are you back?
Yeah, that was great. I like the music.
Thanks. I'm making this beat. I was making that before we started here.
Yeah, you're a musician?
Yeah, I got a whole. What the hell is that? It's like a horn section.
Oh.
That sounds dumb.
That sounds good. What do you mean?
Piano's better.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the kind of. I should get a piano. Dun dun dun. Is it in G sharp? Hold on. Yeah.
Oh. Yes.
All right, that's cool. Sorry, I realized what key that was in. So you believe in like a God of the Bible, Jesus.
Yes.
You think he's all good?
Yes, I do believe he's all good, but also he's all just, all holy, and all powerful.
Yeah. And you think he's all down to like let children suffer of disease?
So I'm not going to answer that as a yes or no question. I'd like to kind of get into the whole suffering exists. Is that your first claim? Is that since children suffer in the Bible, therefore God doesn't exist?
And not even necessarily in the Bible, but just like right now.
Sure. So I got a question for you. Like, let's say that you're building a new house, right? Mm-hmm. And you hire this house builder, and he builds the house for you. You know, it's not exactly perfect to your liking. Does that mean that the house builder doesn't exist?
No, it just means he's not perfect.
Okay, so it's not that suffering exists, it's more that it's not perfect. Because what is perfect?
In the house or in the world? Oh, I think you got a phone call. All right,
Wait,
Tris
hello?
is here. We can start. Yeah, I don't know if you got a phone call or something there.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Yeah, it would just so like, are you asking what's perfect in the case of the house,
Mainly just define
or in the
perfect.
case of the world? Yeah,
Sure.
flawless, like without any errors or flaws.
Okay.
So, like, if the house builder built a house, and he said, "Hey, this house is perfect," and then I walked in and the roof was leaking, I would be like, "That guy's full of shit." Right? You know, I wouldn't say he doesn't exist. I'd be like, the story that this was a perfect house isn't true.
Okay.
Right? Just like with the story of the Bible is like, oh yeah, look, there's an all good God watching after us, and he can do anything. And I would walk into the world and go, well, that kid's sick with leukemia, so the story's not true.
It kind of depends on what perfection you're talking about, because if by perfect you mean, absolutely flawless, then no, the house isn't perfect. But if you mean it fulfills a purpose as a home, then it could still be called perfect.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good way out of this. If you're like, God has flaws, he's unable to heal sick kids, or he just doesn't like them enough to do it. Like he's not all loving. Like those are ways out of this. Just like the house builder has flaws. Like if you're comparing that to God, or like the house itself, maybe is the God, like has like flaws in it, then you would be like, oh yeah, that's your excuse for God. He's not all good, or he's not all loving, or something like that. That's a way out for sure.
Sure, and I guess I'm not saying that I'm not going against what the Bible claims, because that would be my own understanding, and I still do think that God is. I believe it claims all just in the Bible. It talks about his love, but it doesn't specifically say all loving, which I think is a common claim. But I'm not committing to anything. I want to make that.
Well, it says, "For God so loved the world," and it also says that the Lord is good to all.
Sure. And
so, do you think it would be good to heal someone with leukemia?
I'm not committing to anything at this time. And
I'm sorry, but that's an easy question. Like you can commit to that. Yeah, it'd be good. Like if someone had leukemia, healing them would be a good thing to do.
If
you don't want to commit to that?
If I myself had the power to heal someone with leukemia, actually, I'm not committed to anything at this point in time. So I just want to make sure that this has no.
I'm sorry, I'm not able to move past that. I'm sorry. You have to like make a choice on that one. That's a pretty like. I feel like that's like not too hard of a question. Is healing a toddler with leukemia a good act or an evil act?
It is definitely
or is
a good
it
act.
amoral, like it's a neutral act? It's a good act.
Yeah, it's a good act.
If you were a doctor and you knew the cure, you knew how to cure this kid, but you chose not to, would that be a good act or an evil act?
So I see where you're going with this, and people are telling me, make your yes be yes and your no be no, but you have to realize how apologetics goes is you commit to something, you get backed into a corner. So I'm not exactly all about getting backed into a corner.
That's fine with me. Honestly, and sorry to interrupt, but I'm going to have to say hi to this other guest here.
No problem.
But just real quick, like the vagaries that you're using, I think that is even more of a corner. This thing where you're like, I can't say one way or the other just makes Christianity look like so pathetic. Like it. So like from my point of view, for someone who wants to like help the viewers deconstruct, that's great. Like please keep being vague and not taking a stance on like really obvious, easy questions. I think that helps out the whole argument. But real quick, Joel.
That's right. Joel's here in the sidecar. It is 10:28. We just got started. It's the top of the hour, and it's BBD's Mezzo. What's going on, my good friend?
How are you?
Pretty good, my star-crossed buddy.
This is Kyler. Kyler, this is Joel. He's my best friend.
Hey, nice to meet you, man.
That's right, and I will commit to that.
That is amazing.
I should have asked. Yes or no, are you my best friend? Stop
I'll
dodging the
commit to
question.
that.
Stop
I'll commit to
dodging
that.
the. Okay.
All right. So I guess just where I'm coming from is, calling suffering a flaw assumes the world was meant to be pain-free. And obviously the original design, yes.
That's not what I'm saying.
So if the world's purpose is to produce free beings who can love and grow, then suffering isn't a flaw. Because how would you know what love, hope, peace is without evil?
Can I suggest something for the metaphor and see if you like it, Mezzo? You might disagree with this. Okay. But imagine the home builder made a house that had like 3 flights of stairs because they knew that you're going to be getting your heart beating a little bit. It's going to be good exercise. We don't want you, go up the stairs. You got to go up and down a bunch of stairs. That's not going to be super fun for everyone. And maybe you could argue that's not perfect because you have to do some work to get up some stairs. But he doesn't have airborne asbestos in the house. It's not something that you're just going to breathe in cancer. It's just some exercise.
But Joel, what Kyler's saying is he would put the like a spiral staircase, but no handrails. That way,
fly off
some people are going to die, so that you can learn from that and grow from that as a homeowner.
Just walk on the inside of the stairs, on the narrow part of the stairs. When you have they're triangular.
That's what you mean, kind of, right, Kyler? Some people have to die off and be sick of leukemia so that the rest of us can grow and learn from it.
Suffering isn't automatically proof of a flaw.
So you're saying that in order to truly experience love and the world, we had to have suffering?
So let's paint it this way, okay? Let's say the world was all good, there's no suffering. How would we know what good is?
Do you believe in Adam and Eve and that stuff?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Like the story of the Garden of Eden, do you believe in that or not?
I think there's kind of 2 interpretations of it. One interpretation of literally as, yes, everyone came from 2 people and there's a snake in the garden. This all literally happened, which it very well could have happened. I also kind of look at it from a metaphorical lens of that Garden of Eden is actually within our minds and there's a snake roaming around our minds.
Sure. Okay. That's what I was saying. If some people think that that's a true story, then Adam and Eve would exist, in a perfect world, right? And they would still know that God was good. So that was going to be my example. But if you don't believe that to be true, then that doesn't really. If you think that it's just some sort of mind snake, then that doesn't really apply to you. But there is also, by the way, a third interpretation of the Garden of Eden. But I don't want to give it away just yet. Okay, so you're saying that if the world was too good, we wouldn't like it? Is that kind of your point?
Well, we wouldn't know what to like mainly because, real love can't exist without freedom, and freedom means the possibility of suffering. So if God removed all suffering, he'd have to remove free choice, then love wouldn't be real.
Well, let me ask it this way. When a baby is born to a wealthy family, perfectly healthy, right? And the baby, for the first whole year of its life, just gets warm snuggles from mama and papa, and a nice a whole tit in their mouth full of milk, and also grandma and grandpa are there, and some cute kittens that cuddle them, and they spend a year just doing that, and they're in just loving life. Does that baby they just don't know that they actually are enjoying it?
Well, I feel like that falls apart when babies don't really have consciousness until they're yes, the baby experiences love, but notice it's completely dependent and can't choose love yet.
Yeah, and so, but isn't it, does the baby not have a good life? What's wrong with that? Are you saying that in order for that baby to really know that they're having a good experience, that baby needs to see another baby that's really sick or something? That's
a strong follow-up. That's a sharp argument. I'd say, of course, the baby has a good life, but it's a good life in a limited way. It's safe, it's comfortable and dependent. It's not yet a fulfilled life.
In order for you to feel fulfilled, you have to know that some babies die of leukemia.
So I'm not going to say, like, yeah, that's the only way to be fulfilled, but
That's because that seems psychotic. Maybe I was was that like a straw man? That's not really what you believe? Because that would be psycho.
yeah, definitely some fallacies. But my fulfillment, doesn't require, like, if I was a baby, to watch others suffer. What I'm saying is that the possibility of suffering is part of a world that allows freedom, love, and moral growth.
Okay, but what about like look, there's humans making each other suffer, and that's like one thing, but the like sick humans in particular, like just that's from God. Like who gives babies leukemia?
So without like pointing out the fall of man, because I know that you probably don't believe that the Bible is true, I'd say that
Well, neither do you. You think that the snake was in your mind. That's not like a real story.
I said that's a potential interpretation. I'm not making up my own version of the Bible.
Not taking a hard stance on it, right? Sorry.
Right. No problem. So I'd say that natural evils are definitely the hardest to face, but even they create the space for compassion and justice to develop. It's not an easy.
So it would be. You're saying it would be bad to cure kids of leukemia because other people would suffer because they wouldn't get to know real like full fulfillment or something along those lines.
Can you reframe that?
Yeah, so I mean, like I'm saying, it would be good to cure all the children who have leukemia because they're sick and we love them and we don't want them to suffer. But you're saying that even though we love them and don't want them to suffer, it's good to let them suffer. It would be bad to cure them since we all need to, like, the rest of us need to know that we might suffer.
So that's going to be a false dilemma fallacy, a false attribution fallacy, begging the question fallacy, an appeal to emotion fallacy, and category error. So,
can you explain what was the first one?
Well, also a straw man, but
yeah, just to start from the first one. What was
sure.
the first one?
False dilemma.
Okay, what's the dilemma that I falsified?
So you frame it as either God stops every sickness instantly, or he's not loving / powerful.
I didn't say that.
Well, that's what you're implying, is it not? I guess that's a straw man by itself.
I'm just talking about leukemia right now.
So I'm not saying that it's good that kids suffer or bad to cure them. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the fact that suffering exists shows that we live in a world where risk is real.
Let's just go through all the, because you just called me out on a whole bunch of things. I don't know what those all mean. I want to learn this from you. So like, what was the first one was a false dilemma, but I don't think it is a false dilemma.
Sure.
I think if God knows the cure and isn't giving it, then it's like he either could give it or not. Right?
That ignores the other possibilities, though. That's where the fallacy comes in, is because God may have reasons tied to freedom, growth, future redemption.
Right. And that's why he would not do it. That's the not.
The fallacy is that you're limiting options to two extremes.
I'm just saying he either gives it to them or not. The reasons that he does it could be all like any number of reasons. I'm not saying there's only one possible reason.
Sure.
So there's no false dilemma here.
Sure.
It's a true dichotomy. He's either going to give it to them or not. There's a third option. He might not exist. Do you want to throw that one in the possibility?
Well, I think there's always, a possibility, but I don't believe that is one.
Okay. Well, maybe you caught me. So God could either give them the cure for some reason, not give them the cure for some reason, for any number of reasons, or he could not exist. It's a trichotomy.
And here's the false attribution is,
okay, what's that one? Yeah.
If suffering exists, God directly causes it.
I never said that.
That's what you're implying.
No, it's not. I'm like accepting the fall.
So then I don't see how your argument stands if it's not God that's causing these things.
Because he can still cure them. The doctor that I asked you about that you never responded to didn't give the kid leukemia, but he knows the cure to leukemia. And we would like shame the doctor and take away his license if he refused to cure the kid with leukemia.
Sure. Yeah.
Right? So God didn't give the kids leukemia. Right? I mean, maybe he did, but maybe he didn't. But if he didn't, he still knows the cure.
Sure.
And he could cure them. He's done it before, right? He cures some of them.
And then begging the question.
Sorry, just to be sure, does he cure some kids' diseases?
I'm not sure.
Like in the Bible or something, he never cures anyone's diseases.
He
Okay,
cures
so sometimes okay.
Yeah.
And so he's picking and choosing like who's worth curing and who's worth like keeping around for to be sick for this whatever this reason is that he has reasons for. And then what was the next one?
Begging the question. So this objection assumes God's goodness is never letting bad things happen.
Yeah, if he's all good, that's exactly what all would mean.
But that's already
Is he some good or all good?
That's already defining God in a way that rules out the Christian understanding.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to rule out the Christian understanding of God. That's perfect. I nailed it.
Yeah, but you're sneaking the conclusion into a premise. That's the fallacy.
That God is all good?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the fallacy is that you're sneaking the conclusion into a premise.
I think the begging the question is like you're begging the question that cancer is always bad.
No, it's assuming that God's goodness is never letting bad things happen.
Yeah, I'm accepting the idea that God is all good. Is that not true? Should I not like I'm trying to do an internal critique here.
Sure.
So in the internal critique, I go, okay, let's say there's a God. Let's say he's all good, and then sometimes he doesn't do good. Like that's the like thing I'm noticing that's weird. But you're saying that which one of those is not true? Like is God's real? You think God is all good, right?
Yeah.
And
all
then like
just and all loving and all holy.
Yeah. And then some of the times he does good for people, and then some of the times he doesn't.
Let me think about that, and because I don't have a direct answer to that. That's not something that you're pressing on the inconsistency angle, and
It just seems like you're saying he's semi-benevolent, which is fine. Justin Raid coming in. Hey, everybody. If you've been sucking down hot sauce all night, get yourself a glass of milk. Right off the tit if you can of a cow, and get consent first. Cow scent, maybe. But whatever it is, welcome in. I'm so glad you're here. You guys are the real heroes of the deconstruction community. Okay, so you were truly the heroes of the deconstruction
and also
community.
truly cosmic as well. Yeah.
Truly cosmic rated too.
No, just Truly is also a hero of the deconstruction community.
Yeah.
So I was just saying Truly as well.
She's
just
truly a cosmic of the deconstruction community.
Truly.
Yeah.
So I'd say that God's goodness, and let me just clarify the categories here, okay? It's not that God sometimes does good and sometimes doesn't. It's mainly that God always wills good, but in different ways. So sometimes the goodness is seen as immediate relief. Other times it's seen as allowing freedom, growth, and bigger purpose.
Hold on, let me write this down. So omnibenevolent means the being wants it to be good.
I don't see how that's a contradiction.
Okay. So if I really wanted to give all my money to charity, but I don't actually do it, would you say I've done a good, like a benevolent thing?
So,
I really want to give all my money to charity, but I'm not gonna. Is that good?
Cherry picking?
Hold on, maybe
Charity.
you can't.
Oh,
like maybe you can't, Mezzo. Like maybe you have some limits. Like you have a family, right? Or you maybe can't access all your money because it's locked up in some sort of retirement fund. and so you have to wait for another 20 years before you can get it or something like that, or 10 years.
Yeah, if I'm limited, for sure.
So
Yeah.
But I think even if I'm not, I think what he's saying is even if I'm not limited, but if I just have $1 in my hand and I see like an unhoused person who's like, hey, can I have $1? There's a food for sale here for exactly $1, and I go, oh, I really want to give you this. I'm not gonna though. That is good.
You're omnibenevolent.
if you kept your money but used it to feed your family, invest in your community, or pay off someone's debt, would it still be good?
I'm asking you.
Yeah. Would that not be good?
So it's good because I wanted to give it to the person but didn't. That still counts as good.
So, like I said, if you kept your money but used it to feed your family...
Let's say I throw it away. I say, oh, I really want to give this to you, but I throw it away.
Well, then, yeah, if you threw it away, then it would be less good than giving it to someone.
Okay, so wanting to do something but then not doing it is not as good as wanting to do something and then doing it.
Yeah, for me, it would be like if you wanted to give the dollar but you couldn't, you're still good. But if you wanted to give the money, but you could, you had the power, but you didn't, just for whatever reason, it would be bad.
What's better, guys? Intent or act? Action's better. Don't you think?
Action would be ideal.
We're not talking about intention versus action. We're talking about
100%. That's the conversation that you just brought
up. When you
up.
just simplify it and make it black and white, then 100%. If you don't do something good right now in this time, then it would be better.
Kyler, you spun yourself in a little circle there. You brought up the idea that willing to do good keeps you good. What I'm saying is, it seems to me like actually doing the action is better than just wanting to do the action. It's more gooder. You're
ignoring the whole Christian viewpoint, though, of the redemptive plan. Does that, yes, generally...
Do we need to... let me think about the redemptive plan. Okay. All right, now thinking back to the person, the situation where you're giving $1 to a homeless person, wanting to versus actually doing it, it seems like the value of the action is higher morally than the value of the thought. Do you agree or disagree?
And if you kept that money and gave it to your family, then that would not be good.
I'm not talking. I throw it away. The option is to throw it away. Right?
You see how you're not letting me work on these analogies?
We can do both. So start with one and say, if I just threw it away, then the thought, right? Then the thought is not as good as the action.
Then the thought is not as good as... Yeah, I'd agree that if you threw it away, then that would not be good.
Right. Okay. So, and the reason that we all
right, now bring up my side.
I'm going to, Kyler, the reason that just in philosophy, you want to cut down as many variables and narrow it down to a simple black and white thing is you get to the source of the question. Mm-hmm. Once, the more stuff that you bring in, it can convolute it and it can get really interesting for sure, and it might make some great points. But the real source, the one thing is intent versus action. You have to design an analogy that directly involves only those two things. So that's why I was doing that. Now, if you, instead of giving the money to someone who really needs it, you give it to your family who, I don't know, they probably would have been...
They need to eat.
They have their own money.
They need to survive.
Yeah. They needed $1 fed my whole family or something is what you're saying?
I never said any amount of money, but okay.
Okay, now let's do it one more time, and this time I'm God, and I can really want to give the $1, and I could, obviously just make $2 appear, give one to him and one to the family, or hundreds, whatever. Then in that case, he can, since he's unlimited, can do anything. If he just wants to, it doesn't seem like it's as good as if he actually does it. Do you know what I mean? That's what Joel was bringing up, kind of.
So let's say that, humans can intend good, but may fail to act due to limits, right? God, however, is unlimited. So his will and good always results in action. There's no gap between intention and effect. So his goodness...
Right. It happens. The best thing happens. He never does a lesser act. It's always the best act, right?
But that also means that I think what you're saying, Kyle, is that he never intends to heal babies of cancer.
Well, sometimes he does, but not all of them.
No, well, okay, if it happens, okay, yeah. But countless times, he doesn't intend to feed people or heal people or stop the natural disasters from killing all those people or what have you. There's literally no intention there. So that would take away his omnibenevolence there, right?
So it's a false dilemma, misunderstanding of omnipotence and moral goodness, hasty generalization, emotional appeal, equivocation. But I'd say
let me write those down. I don't think it's any of those things.
Say those again. Let me write them down.
I think it's a good question.
False dilemma / oversimplification, misunderstanding of omnipotence and moral goodness, hasty generalization, emotional appeal / appeal to consequences, equivocation, and I can respond as well.
Okay. False dilemma, oversimplification, misunderstanding of omnipotence, hasty generalization, emotional appeal, plus an appeal to consequences, which I think is okay to do.
That can't be a fallacy.
Yeah, I think it's good to appeal to consequences. Hey, if you murder that guy, you're going to go to jail. That's an appeal to consequences. I'm doing it. Equivocation.
And his family will be heartbroken. That's an appeal to
What's an appeal to consequences? Is that a real one?
I don't think I said emotional appeal /
appeal to consequence. Yeah. Did you? Where are you reading those from?
It's emotional appeal.
But where are you reading this off of?
Where am I reading this off of?
Yeah.
The fallacy website.
So you just have a fallacy website open, and then you're just picking random ones?
No. So how is that not an emotional appeal? You're relying heavily on the emotional impact of suffering babies.
That's what the conversation's about. Do you want to talk about something else?
You're assuming that emotional horror is proof of logical inconsistency.
We can talk about something else if you don't want to talk that. The world is emotional. I'm going to appeal to emotions when we're talking about suffering.
Sure. And
it's not a fallacy.
It's not a fallacy if it's just we're using it as part of the argument that just makes sense.
Also, sorry, I haven't been and those babies, when they get leukemia, I'm just saying yeah, and then they get it. I'm doing it as dry as I can. This is the least emotional conversation you can have about this. Yeah, a bunch of babies are going to die from leukemia. So that's a fact.
I'd say that.
How else do you want me to say it? That's the truth, right?
And it's not really a hasty conclusion or anything like that, because it took forever for us to travel through your benevolence nonsense and figure out what that looks like. And
so I'm going to cross that one off. I'm going to cross off emotional appeal and appeal to consequences. Those are fine. What about the misunderstanding of omnipotence? What's that?
You're implying that God's goodness is measured solely on immediate healing of specific individuals.
Yeah, only because he's all good. Then he should, yeah.
It's a narrow definition of goodness. You're ignoring the broader moral or spiritual goods like freedom.
Oh, sure, yeah. So do kids with leukemia have more freedom or less freedom than kids without? It's the answer's less. You can say less. Appeal to less.
All right. So I'd say that saying God sometimes heals and sometimes doesn't.
Sorry, I didn't hear an answer to the question. Do kids with leukemia have more or less freedom than kids without?
You got me, bro. You got me.
Yeah, they have less, right?
No.
They have less freedom because they have leukemia and then they die? Right?
Sure, if they
So
die,
if giving as many people as much freedom as he can
freedom
is part of the is part of the greater good, then curing leukemia is right in line with that, isn't it?
I don't understand what your claim is.
Really?
We're talking
Really?
about the ones he lets die, Kyler.
You're assuming that he lets people die, like
Does he not?
He has to be the one that's letting them die if he's able to not let them die, right?
So let's just make this really clear. So like this picture of this like sickly kid here has leukemia, let's say, and God knows it because he's all knowing. He can cure it because he's omnipotent, and he wills to cure it because, like you said, omnibenevolence means he wills it, right? So you're saying the reason that he doesn't and still remains good is because there's some greater good, like all of humanity's freedom or something, right?
leukemia fallacy.
Did I say that right? I'm trying to steel man your argument here.
Sure. So I'd say that
Were you not listening? You're looking at the chat or something?
no, a little bit of both. God's goodness isn't measured by instant relief for every individual.
Right. So that means that he can let, like, let's see how many, well, that would be an appeal to like data if I look up how many people die of leukemia or something like that, right? What a fallacy would that be? It's a bunch though, right? So he can let a whole bunch of people for years and years die of leukemia, but he's still good because there's a greater good where all of humanity needs to experience freedom, right?
I understand what you're saying.
I'm saying what I think you're saying. Am I right?
So
What do you mean I'm trying to recap your point and steelman it. If you don't understand it, like fix it or something. Like, are you not here? Are you not paying attention?
I've been doing this for a few hours. So
do you need a break?
no, I'm good. I don't let me. So basically, you're saying that my point is that he can let a whole bunch of people for years and years die of leukemia, but he's still good because there's a greater good.
Yeah. So what's the greater good? That we all get to experience freedom?
I'm just saying that, counting how many people suffer and die doesn't prove that God's goodness exists. You're saying that you're
Sure.
trying to.
Let's just say it's one. Let's say it's just this one kid. It's the only kid with a disease, and God is letting him stay sick. And what's the good? What's the like greater good that you're talking about? Is it that we all get to experience free will, or what are you referring to when you say this bigger freedom or this bigger good?
The real question is whether God's omnibenevolence can coexist with suffering.
Must be that there's some greater good, right?
The-
So what's the list of things in the greater good?
So
It's not healthiness, right? Because the kind of right. Is it for freedom?
think of it like teaching a child to swim. Okay, you can't keep them.
Have you been doing this bad in all the other lives you've been doing this in for 2 hours? Or is this the worst? Are you like kind of tanking out here?
I am tanking. I'll be honest.
Okay.
But
Because you're not focusing up or committing to anything, Kyler. You got to like commit to stuff and like stand on 10 toes with this stuff so that you can actually like feel this stuff out.
And if you run into a contradiction doing that, then you go, okay, let's back step and let's change the toes to fingers or whatever, right, Joel? Like, isn't that?
You just say like, this doesn't work. You go, okay, this line, you can't get, if you get trapped, that's good. It shows the worldview doesn't work. Okay.
Yeah. Well,
it's good for me too.
Yeah, we found something where it's like, okay, it's not that.
It's only good for you. We're already out of the cult, right? So it's not, it doesn't matter to us. But
we're
it's
here
good
to
for
help you.
It's good for you to learn which areas, which is going to be all of them, that the apologetics fail, right? So like really dig into them, like really try hard and like stay focused, and we'll like journey down those. But if you just like stay aloof and try not to be committal, then yeah, that's a great way to stay
Committal?
blind and deaf. That's a word.
So I'd say that the greater good is the creation of the world where
You rocked me, Joe.
Middle?
You say words that I don't know every fucking day, and I love it. I'm trying to spell it in my head and I can't. I don't know that word.
See, Kyler, you got a guy here that doesn't know the word committal.
Did you know that was a word,
smoke
Kyler?
him. Just
I
commit.
have no idea.
Committal? Is that how you spell it?
Committal. What is it?
I get it. It's like a commit mixed with brutal or rebuttal.
Oh, it's just its own word. It's committal. Like non-committal. Remember how you were in your 20s?
The reason why it was hard for me to answer that is because I don't believe that you guys believe that God created the world, right? So if I say that the greater good is the creation of the world where, freedom, love, virtue, and growth
That's what I'm looking for. Freedom, love, virtue. What else?
moral growth.
Moral growth. Anything else? We can start with those 4.
People can choose good, develop character,
Choose good,
meaningful relationships.
develop character. These seem like the same thing. Meaningful relationships. Okay, this is what I want to do. This is what meaning fun. Hold on. Can I do, instead of meaningful relationship, can I put committal relationships?
Go full.
Committal. Says this isn't a word. Oh, I just spelled it wrong. There's 2 M's and 2 T's for everyone who is wondering. Okay, so here's what like we're committing to then committally is if God were to cure leukemia or all children diseases, then we wouldn't have freedom, right? And we can do this then we wouldn't have love. Then we wouldn't have, we can do it with each one and see which one of these is really holding back the cure. You know what I mean?
I'd say that if God instantly cured all sickness, humans couldn't freely choose.
Okay, so it's the free choice one. Okay, so if I'm sitting here going like, I want to decide if I should have pie or cake. I want to decide if I should believe in God or not. I want to decide if I should murder my neighbor's dog or not. These are all these choices I'm wondering if I should do. And you're saying that the only way I can have those choices is if kids have disease. Doesn't that seem a little bit like unrelated? It seems like if they were all cured, in fact, I'd have more choices because then I could kill all of those kids. I'd have the choice to kill them.
It seems arbitrary for sure. I see
Yeah,
why
it doesn't seem connected there.
I see why it might seem unrelated.
Relate it.
What's that?
Relate it for us. So what's the connection that we're missing?
It's not that every decision depends on someone's suffering. It's that, real freedom and meaningful committal relationships require a world where risk and challenge, including suffering, exist. Without it, freedom would it wouldn't exist.
So I'm not talking about all suffering right now. I'm just talking about like disease. So there's different types of suffering, and I can fully concede, just for the sake of this conversation, although I think there are ways around it, but for the sake of this conversation, I can concede that like if God removed our ability to enact suffering on each other, that he would be like removing our free will, our ability to choose, right? Like if he made it where like, there's that old thing. I don't know who came up with it. Joel knows it probably. I'm sure it's like the thing where if you're like going with a knife towards someone and before you murder them, the knife gets floppy and flaccid like a weak old man's dick.
What? I thought we came up with that. That's not ours?
I think it's I don't think so.
That
Maybe.
feels like one of ours.
who came up with the flaccid knife? I feel like it's who's that one Christian writer who did Lord Liar, Lunatic, Loser, or Limp Dick?
Oh, C.S. Lewis?
C.K. Lewis.
Oh, C.K. Lewis. Yeah.
Lewis C.K. Yeah. I think maybe he's the one who came up with the Limp Dick knife. Hey, everyone who's giving in the tube stakes over there on YouTube, who are giving money to YouTube. I'm not on that YouTube. I don't get that money, so I'm not reading a fucking word of this. If you want me to read something, you got to do Cash App. Giving all my money to Ben. Benny gets the money, and I'm going to read it.
Benny.
That's crazy. I wonder. I actually do wonder how much like in the super chats do you think Benny's made off me? I think I mean, I know Benny doesn't cash out on it. He just like adds it to the like the deconstruction communities thing.
Support, yeah.
Yeah, which he just another fat cat lining his pockets off of super chats. But thank you for giving it. It did go by. I didn't read it.
Lining the pockets of those in need.
Lining the pockets of the needy. Fuck, that's really funny. Another fat cat lining the pockets of the needy. These needy fat cats. Hold on, I was in the middle of a joke. Hold on.
No problem.
Did we finish it? I guess we finished it.
I think we got
I do just kind of have a little bit of an off-topic question, just so I can kind of understand your guys' a little bit deeper. So you guys don't believe God exists, right?
Correct.
So why do you go to why do you try to prove that something
I don't.
doesn't?
Oh, never mind. Sorry.
You're good. You can. So why do you?
I answered for both of us, and that was rude. I'm sorry, Joel.
That's no problem.
I was actually guessing the rest of your question because it was taking 45 minutes. But yeah, no, never mind. Go ahead, Kyler, please.
No problem. Why do you try to prove something that isn't real?
Because people believe it's real, and we want to spread truth.
So let's look at this two ways. Spreading truth does what for people? Making them not believe in God. What does that do?
Yeah, I mean, I just think that we should like live in a world where we like know as many true things as possible. I'm a man of like truth and science and philosophy. I think it's valuable. I personally find the exercise of seeking truth to be quite valuable and enlightening. Do you not?
I find it very valuable as well. I'm confused on why specifically proving God doesn't exist where you could seek truths in many other places. Because, on one side... What's that?
Name one other truth. What else should I be looking into?
I don't know. I don't know what your interests are.
Well, like God and religion and atheism are definitely one of them. And like music, I like too. Sure. So art, like I used to carve a lot. I did a whole thing where I was like carving wax. That was pretty cool. So I'd like I actually just buy like candles and then crayons and melt them down, like in my stove. It was kind of like a fondue pot. You melt them down and then pour them into a styrofoam cup. And the crayons just color it. And then you put it in your fridge until it like chills out. And then you have like all of the candles have been now like turned into a cup shape, and then you can carve it away. And I made a whole chess set.
That's amazing. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, it was really cool.
I guess for me, like I understand that, some people don't live out the Christian faith. There's some, people that they claim to be believers, but they're mean and they're greedy, and that's obviously a part. But would you say that Christianity also changes lives as well?
I think so. Yeah, I think it changes some lives for the better and some for the worse. I think that we could be a better society without it, and so that's part of why. I also think like I'm obviously things like I'm in favor of giving equal rights to the LGBTQ plus community, things like that. Women. Fan of them having equal rights and care and stuff, and a lot of the things like the MAGA movement are, I think it's deep rooted in a religious undertone, and so trying to help unravel the deep depths of that. The other thing though is just that when I was young, back in my day, I got duped as Joel would say. Have you met my best friend Joel?
Yeah, I was duped.
Yeah, he told me that was like the first time he said he was duped. I was like, "Is duped a word?" And I was like, blew my mind. I had to look it up, and it is. It's like when you get tricked or something like that. And so just like I've also gotten like scam calls where people scam me, and I'm like, wait a minute, this is a scam call. And then I'll like if my mom is on the phone and she's like, oh, I just got a call from this tax relief fund. I'll be like, that's not real. Don't do it. That's not a real thing. Like, it's just, you've been duped before. I got tricked. I don't want other people to get tricked. Maybe I just have a big, like, triple size Grinch heart. You know, I just want to share the love and not let people get duped.
Well, speaking of that, I have a bit of a metaphor, or an analogy. Should I do this analogy? You know, imagine there's this couple. They're getting ready for Christmas, and
Christmas.
Yeah, Christmas.
I thought for sure you were going to say anal.
And I know, Kyler, you're probably like, hey, people believe in Santa Claus. What's the big deal? It's just innocent fun. No big whoop. What harm could it do? People really like that stuff. But they're putting out the cookies and the milk, you know, with the kids, and the kids go to bed. And then the wife says to the husband, hey, maybe we should run out and get some presents. And he goes, no, don't worry about it. Santa will bring them. She's like, what? No, what? Santa's not real. No, we need to actually go out and get the presents for the kids. Maybe because it's Christmas Eve, maybe she's like, you got the presents, right? And he's like, no, Santa will come with the presents. She's like, the kids aren't going to get any presents.
Sorry, Joel, real quick. There's just like a hypothetical about Santa not being real. You're not saying that's not like.
Anyway, so then, so now you get these stupid fucking parents who, like, the dad, he doesn't, he never got any presents for the kids. The kids are going to go without presents. Now, of course, the kids believe in Santa Claus, and you go, well, they love it. They behave because they think Santa's looking over their shoulder. It makes Santa Christmas so fun for them. They have this magic, all this stuff. It's really nice. But it's actually quite harmful that this fully grown adult believes in Santa Claus still, because it's going to disappoint the kids. Did you see how the analogy worked?
Yeah, I mean,
it's just an analogy. It's fine.
I guess it would work if
don't Google
Santa was the creator of the universe.
No, I'm just saying
that's
that,
what
like,
I believe.
This is from our perspective, where, like,
sure,
we don't believe in God. So there's people that are innocently believing it, and maybe it helps them out and they feel good about it. They're the kids, and they're not hurting anyone, maybe, although they're probably gonna, you know, perpetuate this cult, and it's gonna hurt people eventually. But the dad is going to hurt people. He is letting people down, even though the belief in Santa Claus is really innocent and stuff like that. So this is why we do it.
Yeah. There's a lot of reasons. I think, like,
one of the reasons why we do it.
Yeah.
Physicalists, or
I'll get
we
physical.
get physical from time to time, like, just like, you know,
It's nice.
Like second date, probably. I think that there's like and we're naturists, which is why you know, wait a little bit to get physical, because when you get physical as a naturist, it's in. Now the
I mean, it's right there. What are you going to do? You can't help it.
it's in.
It's in.
God damn it, I messed that up.
It almost starts in. It's crazy.
I love it when I can finish a thing like that dry, and I get so disappointed, but you can't tell I'm disappointed because I'm laughing, but I'm really, like, inside I'm fucking dying. God damn, that would have been good. And now I'm all red. Okay, here's the thing, Kyler. So, like, you know, there's like some parts of Christianity that I'm sure disagree with, that are like really problematic, right? Like, you know about that. But I think that you know, aligning yourself with something that might have dangerous ideas can be dangerous, right? And I think that a lot of people will go, well, yeah, I just am kind of in the nicer part of the religion over here, and I'm not even at church. I just kind of like read the Bible and stuff. But like that's where the ideas are. And so like you have to be, I think, a little bit careful. In fact, I would run a little bit of a experiment with you if you're willing real quick.
Oh boy. Go ahead.
I'm going to read some, and Joel, you have to do this too, and I'll do it as well. I'm going to read some, like, these are like the tenets of this organization. And so let's see which ones we agree with. There's 4. God, or the divine being, is majestic, supreme, and good. Do you agree, Joel?
No.
Okay. Kyler, do you agree?
I guess I don't know the actual definition of majestic.
Like his majesty? Just means he's kick-ass. I can look
All
at
right.
it.
I'm going to commit
Let's
to
see.
these.
Define majestic. You were about to commit. And I didn't. Having or showing impressive beauty or dignity.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd say that without, because I'm not saying that we can see him. I want to make that clear.
By the way, Kyler, for the rest of the conversation, like, you can say something, and if we feel like we got you, or you feel like you said it wrong or whatever, you can retract. We're not like, you said that, so you have to, like, we're not that type of guys. Like, you can be like,
we don't do like trick things.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay. So you agree with 1. So far, we agree with 0. The next one, and this is going to be hard for Joel. You might have to pretend it's Canada, but this one says, do you live in the U.S., Kyler?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recognize that the United States has a high-quality constitution?
No.
And that we should follow its excellent principles and ideals? This one I do agree with. I think we have a not perfect, but a pretty good constitution, and I think we should follow its like ideals and principles. Kyler, are you on board with that?
I actually, I don't know the Constitution.
That's a constitutional fallacy. You have to know it.
Too busy reading those apologetics book.
You know the Constitution, like we have the right to free speech. No one can own slaves. People can vote. Those kinds of things. We live in a democracy.
Constitution.
This isn't a political live, but like, okay.
Again, you can retract it if you find something in the Constitution that says God's dead and we hate him.
Amendment 19. I don't know how many amendments we're at. I don't know the whole Constitution. Do you guys have a Constitution, Joel?
We have a Charter of Rights and Charter of Rights and Freedoms or something.
Yeah, we have a Bill of Rights that's in the Constitution.
Okay, you guys have that. We have a something. We have something, and those letters.
You guys are delinquent citizens.
Things are fine. Like there's something. There's
a Constitution. The Constitution of Canada includes the Constitution Act 1867 and the Constitutional Act of
Charter of Rights and Freedoms. That's what it's called.
Okay.
For a perfect union establishes ensure domestic tranquility, provide for common defense, promote the general welfare and secure the blessings of liberty.
But I don't think the U.S. Constitution is like 100% perfect, but it's like one of the better ones, right? of the countries, like like we're like the free world.
I'm sure it's great. I think it's probably fantastic. People keep talking about it. Which one's the 5th? You don't have to talk if you don't want to.
Plead the 5th. Yeah, you don't have to speak if you don't want to incriminate yourself. You're allowed to just be quiet.
Yeah, I think we have one of those.
Yeah.
Ours is the 69th, so your face is full of puss instead.
Puss and dick.
So Article 3 allows states to enforce slavery laws without clear protection for human rights.
Yeah, that's been stricken. That's not there anymore.
The 19th Amendment corrected this. Well, fun fact, the Constitution originally excluded women from political participation. But
and now they're in.
Yeah.
That's actually like one of the best things about our Constitution and good constitutions like this is that they allow for updates. As we go, wait a minute, we fucked up. We didn't give rights to half of the population. Let's amend this now.
Yeah. So
and then now I don't know if you know, but women do have rights in the United States now. Not all the rights, but they have a lot.
How else am I going to find the Constitution?
I just have it in Washington D.C. You just go. You get your buddy Nick Cage, and you go on a bit of a like adventure, and you steal it. Right? I mean, that's how I got it.
Tyler, why don't you just say like America's pretty good, generally speaking, you probably support the Constitution.
Or you can say no to this one.
Or you can say you don't like it.
I'm just going to say no because I don't like where this is going.
Okay, this guy doesn't like the Constitution, so he's against free speech, freedom of religion. He's against the right to protect himself with guns. He's against women being able to vote. He's against slavery being outlawed, all that kind of stuff.
Okay, I retract it. Great.
Good, okay. So you like the Constitution? You think we should follow its principles?
And watch what happens. Yeah, I like the Constitution.
Okay, so do I. You're right. It's a good thing to have.
I'm indifferent.
Oh, God damn it. You're indifferent on... Okay, so Joel's indifferent on women voting, indifferent on slavery, indifferent on free speech.
I'm pleading the 69th because it's not my Constitution.
That's fair. That's fair. Now, this is an interesting one because we're kind of doing it. This is number 3, the tenet number 3. Do you appreciate the intrinsic value of a practical relationship among men of kindred thought and honor? And all that means is that, like, these kinds of, like, conversations where we're a bit broing out, but, it could be for all humans, but, we're thinking and we're speaking honorably, and I think that there's value in these kinds of conversations. Do you guys agree? I do.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Kyler, how do you feel about that one?
I was chatting, my bad.
I'll do it one more time. We have both agreed to this one. Do you appreciate the intrinsic value of a practical relationship among men of kindred thought and honor?
Yeah, I'd say I do.
I do too. I think that's a really good one. All right, so you're 3 for 3. I'm 2 for 3. Joel's indifferent on one and likes one of them.
Muting me, bro.
This is the last one. You make sure you listen close to this one, Kyler. Do you avow the distinction between the races of mankind and maintain white supremacy?
No, I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that one either. Joel?
I do not agree with that one.
Okay. Thanks for not taking the 69th on that. That would have been weird.
That would have been weird.
I'm not going to... No response. Well,
yeah,
that one's a clear note. So I'm in for half of them. Kyler, you're in for 75% of these you agree with. By the way, these I should have mentioned at the beginning. These are the 4 tenets of the Ku Klux Klan. This is their creed. So you agree with like the majority of the creed, right? And so that's something that you still even though you agree with most of it, you probably wouldn't like you're not going to go sheet shopping, right? Like you're still like, no, I don't. I'm not with them.
For everyone that said that they're not trying to trick me, like what? Like hello, are we in the same live?
Didn't I say that at the beginning though? That's what I was reading this creed.
No, you said the U.S. Constitution.
That's one of the parts of the creed. Let me play it back. I'm pretty sure I said this is the Ku Klux Creed. Let me play it back on YouTube.
It was a creed, I think.
I didn't mention which one.
So
these are the 4 creeds of the Ku Klux Klan. Now I am halfway in agreement with them, and I still I don't associate with them, right? And you're in more agreement with them, but do you? I don't like you probably aren't a Klan member, or anything. Like you're not going to sign up.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, so I think like even though there are some good things that we might agree with about Christianity, some of the stuff that the baggage that comes along with it has been detrimental to many, many, many people's well-being. And so I think we're better off just kind of not associating with it, dumping it, and inviting people to walk away from it. To answer your question.
Gotcha. And I understand where you're coming from. I guess for me, I'd like to get into the specifics. If you want to talk about, slavery in the Bible or whatever it is, I think it's...
Yeah, I mean, let's do that another time. I have some other guests and we've been talking for a while, but yeah, I would love to do that.
Okay, so I understand what you're doing, and I respect it. It's your own life. You're free to do it. But
and thank you for that.
I don't appreciate necessarily being painted in the really negative light, even if it was just a demonstration.
No, you said that you didn't agree with it. That was good. You're clean. You're clear.
Tyler, we both agreed with some of it, and Mezzo and I both knew that it was the Ku Klux Klan.
Yeah, we knew in advance and agreed with it. We're the ones that look fucking terrible.
We're showing you that.
Wait a minute, why did I do that?
There are some ideas
Gotcha.
that seem positive or seem good, but because of what they're associated with, and because you look at the thing holistically, you can reject the thing. Right? We can reject the whole thing, and we can keep good ideas if we want.
Yeah, and by the way, that's what happens with Christianity. People go to church and they hear all the good stuff, and they sign up and they let Jesus in their heart and they go spread the word. You read the rest of the Bible, you look at the Westboro Baptist Church, you realize what it actually, like, they're right about the Bible. They read it correctly, right? Like it is like that. So like, I think people do the same thing where they just read the first 3 tenets and sign up and don't realize that the 4th one is bad, right? And so that's why we're here kind of being like, hey, just so you guys know, there's some weird parts of this where the guy you pray to lets little sick kids die. Just keep that in mind. Like when you like get on your knees at night and say, thank you for not letting me die, that he did let other people die. So like, it's just something that we're just pointing out to people so that they can hopefully walk away from this religion. But Kyler, let's talk about slavery next time. All right.
All right. Sounds good. Hey, you want to just give me a quick overview of some things where I could improve my argument that I could bring up to some people? Because this whole thing has kind of just been a blaze for me. Kind of just got steamrolled, I'll be honest. And I admit that.
No, I think you did great. I think that was really good.
Is there any specific things where it's like I would bring this up? I would go in depth with this a little bit more.
I would not do the thing where you list off like 10 fallacies in a row. That just doesn't do anything. It just sounds it looks like you're reading a website and not paying attention to the conversation. But when you get like all your good like best points got steamrolled, I thought that was fantastic. I would keep doing that until you turn into an atheist, and then I'll say don't.
Yeah, the problem is we can't help you do better with the problem of suffering because there's not a good answer for it.
It's really bad. Yeah,
it's like you can't win with that one. There's no good, like the theodicies are not convincing.
The first guy who came up was just like, people have been answering this question for 2,000 years, right? I'm like, so yeah, okay.
What is it then?
And then he just got mad and left. Anyways, Kyle, well, you did great. Okay,
all right, appreciate it.
God bless you too.
Joel, you did really good too.
Thank you. I feel like I kind of shit the bed on the Santa analogy. Like I should really study that one more, but
I love you.
Distracted. Critical agent.
Well, I wasn't listening to that analogy because it hurts my personal feelings.
You've gone through because of the personal experience, right? Because what you've gone through. And
there were boot prints by the chimney place. Like that's too. No one would a critical welcome in. What's your age and what's your religion?
Just ruined your kid's Christmas.
My name is Anthony. I'm 18, and I don't know if I have a specific religion. I guess,
Okay.
For a long time, I've kind of struggled with what I believe.
A long time. You're 18 years old.
Well, I grew up in a Christian household, right?
Me too.
And
what kind of Christian was it? Like your household?
Like a non-denominational kind of
non-dom.
Me too.
Is Born Again Atheist in the chat? Because hi. Oh my gosh, hi.
Me too.
But the main thing that I've struggled with is exactly what you guys have up here. Is the question of suffering.
It sucks.
Because I've gone through a lot of my own troubles, and life isn't easy, and I try to explain it and come to a conclusion of why this happened or why that happened, and I'm not going to have all the answers at the end of the day, but I'm trying to think about what I want to say and how I want to get my point across. But
well, maybe let us start, and we'll propose a scenario, and we can talk about that specific scenario and see if it makes sense, right?
Sure. Sounds good.
In fact, before we do the scenario, even I feel like maybe we should go on a little boat ride.
What do you mean?
I would fucking love that.
Critical, will you just go on a quick boat ride with us?
Sir,
Yeah.
what all does this entail?
Rise the mainsail.
All right, so we're out at sea now, and we're making our way, and we're so far, the three of us together, we can't even see the coast anymore. We're into international waters, so we do some quick drugs, obviously, just like because we can now. And then, wait a minute.
Captain, would you like another one of these here bong hits?
Hold on a second. I think I see something. Yeah, there's land out there. Do you see that up there? Yeah, that's land. There's an island, Critical, that no one's ever seen. This isn't on the maps. This is an uncharted island, like from the video game Uncharted 2.
We're gonna run aground.
Wait, isn't it Talk Like a Pirate Day today? This is perfect.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah.
Can you do like a pirate, like saying, like, go, let's...
matey, we're gonna make some...
I know you can do a pirate.
Oh, sorry.
Critical, you'd be like, let's go to the island or something like that.
I can't do that. Nah, I'd be like, matey, and that's like my best.
Nice.
Hey, yeah, hell yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. So the mateys go to the island.
Hi, sounds like a landlubber to me.
and we go to the island, and wouldn't you know it, there's some people there. And they've
Hi,
never...
there's some people. How are you? Welcome to the island.
That's the name of their tribe, the Some People. And they've never met like modern civilization. This is like an own secluded thing. And they speak English though, which is just like super convenient because that'd be annoying.
We've been living here forever.
I'm gonna switch out my earbuds real quick. My AirPods are about to die. So
okay.
Oh, okay.
I might not be able to hear you for a second.
It has been a long story. Just
Maybe
let
get
us know
some
when you're
larger like Sennheisers. I have Sennheisers. They're going to get you better audio. Like you're going to get a fuller experience. Because I'm doing some pretty great sound effects.
Yeah.
Do I sound like shit? Do I sound like I'm under the water?
You sound like shit, but like
it does sound like you didn't make it
us?
ashore. It sounds like you kind of did.
All right, we're just gonna have to deal with this for a little bit. But
that's all right. You'll get our point. We'll talk long enough that your things can charge. Are they charging?
Okay. I'm literally about to plug them in right now. All right. They're
So you get out of the submarine.
Never mind our friend here. He didn't make it out of the. We had to have him walk the plank. So we found him stealing food from down underneath what's the bottom of a boat called? The hull in the
hull.
I don't know. So anyways, we go to the island and we say hi, and they're like, "Hey, welcome. We're so glad you're here.
We're so glad you're here.
You have to leave.
You have to leave, though."
And we're like, "Why? Wait, why? We just got here. Why do we have to leave?"
Why don't you do the Islanders?
Oh, you do the
I'll do the guy. Hey,
wait, before we continue, sorry. What's your name? I know Joel, but what's your name, sir?
Oh, I'm Mezzo.
Meat sauce, yeah.
Mezzo. Okay, nice to meet you, Mezzo.
Hi, nice to meet you. What's your name?
You, Joel. My name is Anthony.
Good to meet you.
You told us that.
Yeah.
Is Tony okay, or do you hate that?
I mean, if you want to call me Tony, I'm fine with that. I usually go by Anthony though. When I was a kid, I went by Tony, but
you're 18, so
I'm about to be 19.
Okay, well, in a few months we'll call you Anthony.
Yeah, but I'm like 6 years older than you, so whatever.
Yeah. His full name is Jolthany, so whatever you want to do.
You can call me Jolie.
I'll be the people on the island, the Some People, and you're the boat people. Okay, go.
Wow, look at this here new
Welcome
island.
to our island. I'm glad that you're here.
It's great to be here.
You have to leave.
Huh?
You have to leave. You have to leave right away. It's not safe here for you.
Go on.
This island is run by an all-powerful, all-knowing.
This is terrifying.
All-evil God.
Oh, close enough.
They know everything.
Mm-hmm.
They can do anything they want, and they want the worst for us. They want us all dead. You got to get out of here.
This sounds scary, guys. Maybe we should turn around. Wait a second. There's a guy laying in a hammock over there.
Yeah, he's fine. He's just taking a quick nap.
But he's drinking. He's napping while drinking something like coconut milk.
Yeah, he had like a virgin Mai Tai.
There's some people jumping on a trampoline over there, having a blast.
I know,
one of
that's
them
our
fell down
trampoline.
and hurt their ankle a little bit.
Yeah, his ankles. He'll be okay though.
This seems.
Anyways, you have to get out of here. It's super dangerous. This is the worst island in the world.
Are they doing Mai Tais?
Yeah, look, yeah. There's going to be something. They get the blenders running over there. Don't worry about it.
Wait, those guys are doing Muay Thai?
Muay Thai.
Yeah.
They're doing Muay Thai with Mai Tais.
With Mai Tais, that's
They're
crazy.
drunk and fighting. It's nuts. We have a lot of
There's
fun.
a guy over there doing Tai Chi with a chai tea. This is what's happening on
How
this
did we
island?
learn it? I know it's weird, but Critical, do you understand the point that we would not believe in their God? If there's an all-powerful, all-evil God that wants the worst for you and you're fine, then it's like that God's not real. That doesn't make sense. To Uno reverse card that, we take them back to our land. And we say, hey, come over here. And we go, by the way, over here, what we have is an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good God who wants the best for you. And he goes, oh, yeah, there's some cool stuff over there. And that kid just died. What the fuck? Why is that? What? Why is that happening? I don't believe in your God. So that's just a little example that we use to explain exactly why. Now, you've struggled with this before, so surely you've thought of that exact same analogy countless times in your head and journaled about it and everything. But just for the other people listening who are wondering about why our background is the way it is. But let's take the scenario of this particular child. We'll name him Jolfany. Gimbo. Okay, this is Gimbo. And Gimbo is he's 6. And he has Strom's disease.
Strom's disease.
He's not going to make it.
No.
So, but God knows the cure. So he should be fine, right? Yeah, you would think.
Well. So, I can definitely put myself in your guys' shoes and understand why you guys think, well, because, all these little kids in Gaza are dying and all these people with cancer are unjustly rotting in a hospital. And
Fucking rotting. Jesus. That's an appeal to emotions. Appeal to rot.
There's people in the streets starving, and there's mass
people are
genocide,
rotting all over the place. Yeah,
and,
I know, it's terrible.
I can definitely understand why a good majority of the population would say, "Yep, your God is not real. Your God is evil, and your God is cruel." But then you also have to ask yourself, okay, well, if there is no God, then my suffering is meaningless, right? That seems even more cruel to me. But if there is a God,
wait, hold on. Say that one more time. It is a little hard to hear you. I want to understand that. Say that one more time.
Sorry. So if there is no God, I feel as though my suffering and the suffering of the world in general, your suffering, every single person, it would be absolutely meaningless. It would be cruel, and there would be no reason for it, and it would just be like a clump of cells and somebody attacking the other cells.
I see what you mean. Yeah, that's an interesting point. That's a really interesting point, actually. So, but it wouldn't be cruel though, because
why not?
Because no one's doing it on purpose, and no one knows the cure, right?
Well, no. I'm talking about like suffering in general. So let's say I shoot you in your foot, and then I shoot your mom, right? And then you're suffering in the hospital, and your mom's not going to make it, and you're wondering why. And let's say
that would be cruel of you.
Yeah, and so that'd be on me 100%.
Right.
And the fact that I inflicted the suffering onto you. But if there is no God, then it's just pointless because you're all going to die anyway. The universe is going to end, and
but the suffering is the part we don't like.
Yeah, and
right?
I think there's a bit of a conflation of like two ideas here. So like the suffering is meaningless under our view. It's not cruel, but it's meaningless. The suffering is also meaningless under your view, but it's also cruel.
Well, it
And then
depends
if
on
you
what.
want to say that like life is meaningless under our view, but life isn't meaningless because of the afterlife under your view, we can talk about that. But we're talking about like if we just separate the suffering just for now,
Yeah.
I think they're equivalently unnecessary. Well, under our view, it's necessary because this is the way the world is. Under your view, it's unnecessary
Well, in
and
my
therefore
view,
also meaningless.
I would
What's
beg to
that?
differ because of the fact that I believe in God. I believe that free will exists, and because of that, love requires a choice, right? If
That's what
I
the last guy
didn't
said.
have free will, then I wouldn't have the ability to love you. I wouldn't have the ability to love my mom, my dad, my friends.
So
I wouldn't have
critical.
the
That's what the
ability to
last
love
guy said,
God,
but
right?
and it is hard to
I
hear
would.
you. So like,
Let me switch back to my AirPods real quick. So let me
yeah,
see
if
if
they
I
have
get a
anything, so or
decent
just do
charge.
one of them so the other one can keep charging. Sometimes I do that.
What was that?
Yeah, just do one of them so the other one can keep charging. That's how I do it.
Actually, I lost the left one, so I only have the right one.
Lost it
Yeah,
on the
it's a
boat
little
ride.
tough situation.
Well,
Yeah,
we'll do it as long as we can. But
unfortunately.
I just want to make sure that you understand, like what we're saying is like,
Yeah.
So the stuff about nihilism is interesting. We can talk about that a little later. But like,
Have you ever heard of optimistic nihilism?
no. But hold on, I want to make this point. So like,
Okay.
um, the thing where like you can only love someone if there are like sick, dying children doesn't make any fucking sense to me. People have this is
Wait,
like
say that one more time. I'm sorry.
it's like the third time today someone has already said it. I haven't been live very long, and we're saying how
Yeah.
come this kid isn't cured, and the answer is so that we can love each other. I don't see that connection. I feel like if
Mm,
God cured all of leukemia and all cancer and Parkinson's and Harlequin's disease, we would all love each other. In fact, those kids that lived because they didn't die from that could love us too, and we could love them too because they wouldn't be dead.
mm.
Like I don't know like what they're suffering. Like I love my wife very much. And if this kid dies, I'll still love my wife. And if he lives, I'll still love my wife. There's no like correlation between those two things at all.
Can I ask you a few questions just so I
Yeah.
can understand a little bit about you guys? Can you explain why some people believe in God even though you disagree with them? And what is the strongest argument, in
Yeah.
your own opinion, for the existence of God? And if you had to argue the other side, how would you do it?
Yeah, I think the main reason that there are people who believe is that they're gullible. And the way that I would argue it would be, fuck.
Gullible is probably true, but indoctrinated
Lying?
as young people, right? Like as
Yeah.
children.
Well, young people are gullible. So, I mean, yeah.
Yeah. It's just a form of child abuse or whatever.
So to answer my first question, to explain why some people believe it even though you don't is because they're gullible, correct?
Yeah. Or they were taught it.
Okay.
They're convinced of it.
Okay, and so for the second question, what is the strongest argument to prove the existence of God,
I don't know.
in your opinion?
Yeah, I don't know.
You know?
I haven't heard one where I'm like, maybe the impossible God does exist now.
Well,
You know?
can I give you a few reasons of why, I believe in the existence of a God, but not quite sure, uh,
Sure. Yeah.
which one. Hold on one second.
I'm
Sorry.
wondering before you pull up that apologetics website, I'm wondering what you were saying earlier on in this conversation that you were like questioning because of the problem of suffering.
Oh, well, I was saying, yeah. So I mean, like for a long time, especially these last couple of years, I was really questioning, like, how can you let my grandpa die? Why would you let my parents get
But
divorced?
you solved this problem, right?
Um, to a certain degree,
Because you sound like you're all in, like you're just about to read us apologetics. So
Well,
did we satisfyingly get an answer to the problem of suffering, Mezzo, or do we really want to hear his strong
I think what
answer?
he's saying is that it's not that God is all good or all powerful. It's some other thing. That's why. I think what we're doing is pivoting to a non-biblical God.
If we're talking about the topic of suffering, I don't believe suffering is necessarily random, and I believe that it occurs within a larger story of redemption, growth, and love, and that pain isn't the ultimate end all be all. It's just a temporary thing in the light of eternity. And the fact that evil is real, it's not an illusion, but it's going to be held accountable by divine justice. But also,
you just
I
said
believe
like
that
6 things really fast.
I said I believe that suffering isn't random, and that that
Yeah,
it occurs
can we
within a
talk
larger
about that
story.
for a second? Because are you saying that God is intentionally letting these children suffer?
So
Or even causing
this
it?
this is genuinely one of the hardest things to talk about, and I'm only 19. You know, I'm not like some super highly educated, informed
Yeah,
individual who
just
can.
before we wade into this Anthony, like just keep in mind that like
I like
I
critical. You can call me critical if you want.
know you were raised like in this cult. I was too. Like I genuinely empathize with you.
I wouldn't necessarily call it a cult. I mean,
I know you
unless
wouldn't.
we're
I know you wouldn't.
unless we're talking
You
about
will.
the
You will.
religious factor
You will
of
eventually. So,
Christianity
but
and
listen,
religion in
Anthony,
general.
don't get bogged down with the cult word. I know it's people hate
Well,
it, but listen, what's important here is that like you don't have to commit to it until you have the answers to the problem. So the fact that we're going
commit
to
to
wade
what?
into this problem of suffering and you're saying, well, this is one of the tough ones, that's why we're doing it. Because if we can't find an answer, then maybe we should suspend judgment and not go like, oh yeah, let's commit to the God that doesn't make sense right now, right? So don't be nervous to like wade in there with us and like let's look at it, even though it is hard.
I can't right now. Sorry.
With
Sorry,
this.
my brother came in.
Oh, okay. Do you have to go or something?
No, it's fine.
Okay. The thing like with this particular, I mean, there's a few problems, like God problems that I talk about this with, but with this one in particular, I think that until there is a like very clear, satisfying answer, I think you need to withhold belief because some of the potential answers are terrible. God exists and is evil and gives kids leukemia, right? Like that's crazy. Obviously, like the easier answer is just like, oh, there's not a God, just kids naturally get leukemia, and we're doing our best to deal with it because we like kids. Like that's like the easy, non-magical answer. But until this one has like a solution, I think we should be withholding our belief. And by the way, when I was 18, 19, that's when I started to think these exact same questions. It was like around this time where I was like, wait, I don't know how to answer this. I don't know. Like this is a little bit of a riddle that I feel like everyone in my church knows, but I can't figure out. And after a while, it kind of unravels for you.
So you believe in the natural laws of the world, correct? You said yourself you're a naturalist.
Yeah.
And because you don't believe in God, you believe these are just things that happen, right? So cancer happens when cells mutate uncontrollably, and those mutations come from DNA copying errors, radiation, chemicals, etc.
Yeah.
And for life to exist, we need a world of order and consistent physical laws such as gravity, chemistry, and biology. But those same laws that allow life also break down disease and death. So I don't feel as though it's entirely fair to say God is zapping kids with cancer. It's just the natural consequence of a physical world that is stable enough for life, yet broken enough to produce suffering.
Yeah.
And you know
that's fine, but in the story in the Bible, he cures people, right? He can just go up and go fixed.
So the thing with that is that I don't even, oh man, see, this is like genuinely one of the hardest freaking arguments that people make, and it's like you're right, you are so fucking right. It is hard to coincide the existence of God with kids dying in a hospital of cancer or in pointless wars, but at the same time, free will plus broken creation. I mean. it's just when people choose to, so like let's say hypothetically the Adam and Eve story is real, right? Just for a minute, I'm not entirely sure that I believe that God created two literal people and they made babies and those babies made babies, etc. I'm not too sure about how I believe in that. I think it's more of a metaphor for the actual creation of the world that scientists have presented.
Nobody's
But
serious, like no serious people like believe that.
yeah, but let's just say hypothetically Adam and Eve were in this garden, right? And then Eve was deceived, and they were in a perfect paradise where there was no sin, there was no suffering. And when she bit into this fruit of knowledge of good and evil, and then convinced her husband to do the same, instead of Adam saying no, and instead of denying his flesh, he entered into that. That therefore caused a broken world where the ground was cursed, where the generations of people were cursed, and where it allowed for things like disease and cancer to come about. And oh man, this is,
And he can still cure it.
yeah. And so
And he did.
and he does. And
Yeah.
if I mean, I've literally seen
Sometimes.
people in front of my eyes be healed in the name of Jesus. Like this lady, she had a disability in her arm. It's completely deformed, and these people were praying over her, and they just kept saying the name of Jesus, and her arm literally started to grow like right before my eyes. And I was just like, what the hell? I mean, like how is this possible
Was it
if there
like
is no God?
traveling
It was in Africa.
revival? Yeah, like
It was in Africa. Yeah,
you
and
were there?
Ethiopia. Yes, and
Yeah. There's a lot of people who do that. It's a trick.
and well, I mean, her arm was literally deformed. Like, I mean,
I've seen videos of it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. There's people they're like literally just double jointed, and they hire these people to come and like do this with their hand, and they go and like pull it out of a sleeve. It's a trick.
yeah, well, it wasn't a sleeve though. She had a short sleeve on, and her arm was literally bent in places that you can't actually bend an arm.
You can't, but she can.
No, like,
Did you like check afterwards and try to bend it back? Like, did they let you twist her arm around and see if it was
no.
Yeah, they don't let you test the stuff. There's a reason that that magicians don't let you check out their deck of cards. It's a trick deck, right?
But the thing is that like if God healed the one person, you know, in the one country, I forgot what country said, but like in that country, this doesn't solve the problem, right, of him not healing most people, I suppose. But also, like, you reading that, sort of like synopsis of the Eden myth, and just like as a grown man in 2025 saying that there's curses, and like without any sort of wavering in your voice, committing to the ground being cursed and humanity being cursed for a woman and her husband eating a piece of fruit is...
It wasn't necessarily an actual piece of fruit, but it's more symbolic of the fact that
made it. Hey, Anthony, whatever made them cursed, right? Like cursed, really. But either way, what you did in the previous thing that you read was you were saying that like this is a natural thing that happens. Like this is just like cancer is just natural. What's God's going to do about it? Mezzo's saying God could heal it. But I want to point out that it's not natural if God exists. It's his like specifically, deliberately created system where if somebody eats a metaphorical or figurative piece of fruit, then there will be cancer. There will be natural disasters. There will be all these things. All of these horrors, small arms. There will be all of these things because he made it to be that way. under our view, they naturally occur and they are unfortunate, but no one's like purposely making that happen. Under your view, you have to see it as deliberate because God
Well,
is a creator that knows what's going on.
can I bring up another argument? Because something that I've been
Just
diving deep
answer this
into.
one and then we'll go on to the other one. Like, I don't know why we have to just like move away from when I make a great point, all of a sudden we're not allowed to
I'm
talk
sorry.
about it
Can you?
anymore.
No,
It
just
doesn't-
be like, just say like
I'm so
Joel.
sorry.
It's okay to say Joel, you're right, and this idea doesn't.
Tony,
work.
were you even listening?
Yeah, a little bit. My brother came in. He was trying to tell me something. I couldn't really hear him.
Fuck.
I'm sorry. My bad about it.
And now Joel left.
Oh damn. Well, so Mezzo, I want to bring up something that I've been studying as of late, and this ties into quantum physics and it ties into consciousness as a whole. What if uh what if you were a conscious being, the essentially what you would call God, right? And you put yourself into infinite fractals of awareness across infinite possibilities within space and time, and you wanted to live out every single possible reality, right? Whether that be um and that means like every single end of the spectrum, good and bad. That means you get cancer, you are the richest man on the planet. That means you are Hitler. That means you're Abraham Lincoln. That means you are every single person who will ever live and who has ever lived, right? And um what if that is what the reality is to understand who you are as an individual, and when it comes to having the ability to choose? Because when you are a quote unquote God, right, an infinite energy field, and you don't have the ability to necessarily,
Yeah,
how do I put
sorry,
this?
is your question what if that's what it is? Like, what if that's
Well,
what God is?
yeah, and I mean, like,
No,
if you
it's not. That's something
if you
else.
if you look at
That's a different thing that you're talking about.
I mean, if you look at all of the religions, whether that's Christianity, whether that's Hinduism, Buddhism, they on some small level they all point to one similar truth. I mean, and Jesus says, uh, "Whatever you do to the least of these, you do to me." Right? He says that he is the vine and we are the branches. And then you have Buddhism and Hinduism, where it's about uh, karmic energies, good and bad, fluctuating.
Those are different
And
things.
well, on some small level, it's like a puzzle piece that you have to fit together, where you only have bits and pieces of little information.
Critical. You don't have to assemble this. Like, you don't have to try to solve this puzzle. The problem of evil is this big riddle. The thing that like all these different religions have like some similar ideas. Yeah, they all were like close to each other where they started. Like, and then the farther apart they are, the more different they are. That's how like the same like religion is just as different as like languages, right? So like it's just obviously geographic, the way that the things have changed. These are all these riddles. And every time you find like some little solution to suffering, like free will, you go, okay, maybe it's free will. And then you realize in doing that, you've messed up the other side of the Rubik's Cube. You know what I mean? You like put that little solution in place and it messed up this other thing. The only solution, there is one that like puts all the pieces together, is that it's made up. That solves all of the riddles instantly. All of the like things that you're struggling with, all of the things that you're looking at to other religions for to try to like get answers for because Christianity isn't solving this, is just that like, oh, a bunch of ancient guys made this up.
Well,
That's why God like just is so misogynistic in the Bible. It's just some guys made it up and they were misogynistic. That's why he was fine with
hold on.
slavery.
Wait, no. So I want to touch on this point first before I go to slavery.
No,
But
I'm
you
not
just said that
talking
he's
about
You just said he's misogynistic, correct?
yeah, because it
If
was
that
written
was
by
if
guys.
if that was the case, then if the New Testament was fabricated, they would not have said that women were the first to see Jesus resurrect from the dead. If that was the case, if they were misogynistic, they would not have mentioned the
Have
fact
you
that
read
it
the
was
rest of the
women.
Bible, or did you just read a website about apologetics? Have you read through it?
Well, I have read. Let's see. I read Matthew. I've read John. I've read a few bits and pieces out of
I gotta tell you,
most
Anthony,
of the books in the New Testament.
before
But
we
this,
before we move
but
on to this horrible apologetic, Anthony, I have a really cool, like a really good point that follows up on Mezzo's point, but like, should I even bother?
well, yeah, of course. I mean, I want to hear your opinion.
Just because you
Do
might
you?
not listen.
Because like last time I said a point, you like totally like.
Well, no, I
did
do
shade.
apologize about that. I'm
You
so
did
sorry,
shade on
Joel.
me.
My apologies, man.
All right. Well,
Log on, dude. Log
the
in.
thing, if you could log on here, this is the deal.
All right.
To follow up on what Mezzo was saying about like not committing or whatever, the thing is that like you could also do what I did, which is like try to be really practical or pragmatic with your world, with the way you view things. Like you're looking at all the different religions and trying to piece them all together, and of course Christianity is the foundation and the basis because that's what you were raised with. Maybe like leave them alone for a bit and just like go out and go, I'm going to wait to see if there's any sort of evidence, consistent evidence that leads me to some sort of God, right? I'm not going to assume any of the gods. I'm just going to live my life and see what kind of supernatural or spiritual realities present themselves to me, right? With
Like when you see a tree, it implies that there's a tree, and that's it.
That's it. And I learned how trees come here. There's an acorn, it falls and it grows from the acorn a tree. Okay, that's a natural process. Okay, cool. I know how trees work. Cool. I'm going to wait to see if there's like, oh, that hospital just was emptied because people prayed over those people. Okay, there's something real
That's interesting.
here,
Yeah.
right?
Oh,
Like
that
that's
didn't
evidence. Yeah, that's never happened. Okay,
That's interesting too.
But like, we don't have to presuppose any of this stuff is real unless we have some sort of reason to believe it.
Other than
So,
indoctrination,
if
of course.
Right.
if I'm wrong, I obviously want to be corrected. But where in the Bible was there like an incident where God was condoning the misogyny,
Not
demeaning
listening to
women?
Joel
You know what?
again.
Fuck this guy.
Just didn't listen to him
will
again.
not listen to a goddamn thing. I fucking.
Like, what?
Did it again. Well, look, I mean, that hurts my heart because he's my best friend and he makes really good points, but I heard it, Joel, and I think it was a really good point. But I will say this to you, Critical. If there was like a boss of a company and they said, and one of the like rules of the company was women can't talk at work. No talking at work. But also the boss like hired women. Would you think that they were misogynistic?
I'm sorry, you were cutting out. What did you say?
If there was a boss of a company and he hired women, but the rule was women aren't allowed to talk, would you say that he's misogynistic?
Yeah, I guess so.
But he hires them. He gives them jobs. Like a lot of
Well,
people
why would
don't
he hire
trust.
them
A
just
lot
for them
of
to not
bosses
to
don't
talk?
trust women. But he's saying, no, I trust you to work here. Just don't talk.
Just don't talk.
Yeah.
Just don't talk.
That to me, that seems a little bit misogynistic.
Yeah, I can understand your point, but I mean, back to what we were talking about earlier before.
So in
Joel
First
kinda-
Corinthians, verse or 14:34, it says, "Women should be silent in the churches, for they are not permitted to speak, but should be subordinate, as the law also says. If there's something they want to learn, let them ask their husbands at home, for it is shameful for women to speak in church."
Okay, so what was the verse? First Corinthians, what was that?
14:34. You can look it up on your apologetics website.
So let's see.
It says it again in Timothy and probably in Ephesians somewhere.
So from what I see right here, Corinth was a Greco-Roman city with a reputation for disorder and excess. In the early church gatherings, some people, men and women alike, were interrupting, speaking out of turn, or causing confusion. Paul's main point in the chapter is order and worship, not silencing women forever. He says in verse 40, let all things be done decently and in order. Apparent contradiction. Earlier in 1 Corinthians 11:5, Paul explicitly assumes women will pray and prophesy in church, which requires speaking aloud. That means
No, it doesn't.
1434
You can
can't
pray
mean
quietly
absolute
to yourself.
silence. Or, well,
They're not allowed to ask
no,
questions.
it says
Critical. Listen to the words the Bible says.
Pray and prophesy, though, in church.
Can you prophesy quietly to yourself?
Yeah, but that's
can you ask questions can you ask questions in church?
So when you're reading,
can women ask questions in church?
It's absolutely
according to the Bible.
Yes.
Okay. So is this verse is just this verse
specifically?
So
the
all-powerful God who inspired the book just got this verse wrong. This was he didn't mean to include this.
Well, so the thing is that when we are translating from Greek and Hebrew to English, there's going to be a lot of misunderstood words because
I'm not misunderstanding any of that. That's
well, no, you're reading
clear.
it in English though. But if you're not reading it within the context and you're not reading it within the
do you speak
original
Greek?
No, unfortunately, I do not. No,
so you don't know. So instead of trying to say this must be good, say I don't know. This might be bad. I don't know the original. This could be good. It could be bad. If you're going to say we have no idea, then don't pick a side. I'm reading it and I've picked a side. But if you're saying, well, we can't know what this really means, then don't assume it's good. It might be fucking terrible. Earlier in the book, God says it's okay to burn some women alive. It's not good. This is not a book for women. It's for men. It's written by men for men.
Mm. And most of your people in your comment section, they hate me, and I don't think we're going to get anywhere with this conversation.
That's okay. Critical. I kept you up here for a really long time, even though you offended my best friend, because I can hear that you're on the brink of rethinking this, and I appreciate that. And I know that during a call, no one's going to go, well, not a Christian anymore, and close the book and be done. It doesn't work like that. It takes a few years to change your mind. I understand that. But I want you to just think about these conversations. This is on YouTube, on the Deconstruction Junction YouTube account. You can play this very conversation back and re-listen to it. And then you can come back again sometime and we'll talk more about other things, okay?
Sure. Before I leave, though, I do want to bring up one point. So what do you think about the cosmological argument, the moral argument, the argument of fine-tuning and design, and the argument of existential human longing for meaning, the problem of evil? Let's just start with the cosmological argument.
I can do them all at once. They're all dog shit. They offer nothing, and they're easy to rebuttal, but I'll have to do that with you next time, okay?
Well, all right, man. You have a good day.
All right. That's pretty easy.
Yo, hello, Mezzo.
One second. Why isn't that?
I don't think that guy's rethinking anything. He's more like rereading the apologetics website over and over again.
He's just reading the wrong thing. I mean, I guess there's not a... I should have sent him to the lips pages, the Read Our Lips. Hey, Critical, if you're still here, go to my little face up here and read my lips. There's a thing in there that says lips, and click on that and read through those passages. That's worth going through. And you can do it with your little apologetics thing. We should I wish there was a an apologetics one, but I do think that he was like he came up right away and said, I don't like the problem of suffering is really difficult and I don't know how to do it, and it's something I struggle with. I don't think so.
No, he was relating with you like a fucking lying Christian. That wasn't genuine. Yeah, of course. If he's not going to listen and he's going to read websites, he's just doing what he's taught.
Maybe.
Yeah, I know. You always see the best in everyone, but I thought he was saying like an honest thing too, and then like fuck.
I just don't know how. At the very end,
he was dead in the head.
Real quick, before you go, what are your opinions on the 6 most beefiest, longest conversational arguments?
Real quick,
we'll do that next time.
Work these ones out real quick.
Yeah. Hey, Silvic. Real quick,
Hello.
What's your age and what's your religion?
I'm 20 years old and I'm Christian.
That's fucking
But
awesome. That's so
I don't
fucking
want
cool.
to answer about theological. I don't have a theological answer, but I have a question.
Sure. Well, the question is,
said-
suffering exists, so God doesn't?
Yeah, but why is always God? Like,
Oh, there's not.
we all suffer.
No,
And
there's not.
It's
Just
a
yeah.
global thing, but
Sorry.
why is
Like I
always
should
God?
clarify. There's not.
What? Sorry.
There's not a God. That's the point. Is like
Okay, but
God.
let's think.
So God doesn't exist, is what that means. There's not.
Yeah, but if so, I
Do you
want.
agree or disagree?
I disagree
Why?
because why is always God in the first place? Why is not the man? Why do men do evil?
Yeah. Like what? Name an evil.
Evil is like when you do an action that hurt another one.
Sure. Okay. So like if I like kick a little kid or something, that's evil.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yes, that's evil.
Why does God let me do that?
it's not God. It's your choice.
Sure, I chose to, but the kid chose to not be kicked. So God is there, and he has to choose, do I help the evil one or the kid? And he lets the evil happen, right?
I'm sorry. English is not my first language, so I'm struggling
What's-
about the words.
What's your first language?
Italian.
Oh, I don't know that one.
Yeah,
I
but
only know English.
yeah. I do my best to
All
speak.
right, I'll try it one more time. I'll do it a little slower, okay? There is a man and a kid.
Yes.
The man is going to kick the kid.
Yes.
God is there. He can help the choice of the man to kick, or he can help the choice of the child to not be kicked. The kid's trying to dodge, right? He's trying to not be kicked. So God can help the kid or help the guy.
Yeah, but the guy, if a guy kick a kid, the guy is stronger than the kid.
Right.
So when
But he's not
guy-
stronger than God.
But when the guy chose to kick the kid, he couldn't have a choice. He could have chosen not to. Look, you know the thing about the free will? Free will, if when we choose to do something to another person or another action.
Hold on, let me say something to hear real quick.
Yes.
It goes to Junior.
Okay.
I'll just say that. Tahir knows what I'm talking about.
Okay, I understand.
I don't want to dox my legal name or anything. But it goes,
no
it goes
problem, no problem.
to G Junior. We'll just say that much. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Confidentially.
How about
I
this
had,
question? Sylvek,
okay.
why the guy has this like crazy desire where he wants to kick children.
Yes.
Why doesn't God just turn that desire off?
He, if you agree, all humans have conscience, non-consciousness, conscience. Hold on, let me. Is an inner voice that I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, I know it. Like your inner thoughts.
The conscience.
Yeah. But I'm saying, why doesn't God make him not desire to kick children? Just turn that desire, like there's an on-off switch that God can go where desire to kick children on, desire to kick children off.
Yeah, but why the guy had to desire to kick a child in the first place?
Who cares? If God is all good and kids are getting kicked, you turn it off, right?
No, bro, I don't think it works like that. Because if it is, we are just like puppets.
No.
And we are not free beings.
Oh, that's not true. I don't think you need to have the desire to kick children in order to be free. Is that what you're saying? We all must have that desire?
No.
Okay. Do you have the desire? Do you have the desire to kick children?
No, bro. I'm not saying that. I'm saying.
Are you a puppet?
If, like you said, the God turn on and turn off the desire to kick a child.
Yeah.
That is like being a puppet because...
No, because you're not a puppet, right?
I'm not.
Yeah, and because and your dial is set to off, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the desire to kick children dial can be turned to off, and we still have choices and free will, and we're not like robotic puppets.
Yeah, okay, I understand what you mean.
Okay.
Every person can be better, like if he tries. I don't know if, like therapy. What I mean is that.
Yeah, I think maybe I'll try that. Let's do. Joel, do you want to do some therapy or something?
No, I'm not saying that you need to have therapy, but
I'm open to it.
The thing I'm saying is you know the difference about heaven and earth?
Yes, I do know. One is real.
Yeah. Other than that.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's the top of the hour. Take it away, Joel.
It's 12:16 a.m. in the morning on a Saturday morning. That's right, it's the top of the hour. This is BBD's Back Bible Debates featuring Meat Size hosting the fucking of the show. We got JRB in the hot seat and Sylvek. We got JRB in the sidecar and Sylvek in the hot seat. Nailing it. That's right, it's 12:16 a.m. And Mezzo, do you want to do me a quick little favor here?
Anything.
How about taking it the fuck away?
Yeah, we're back. Bad Bible Debates with Mezzo and Joel featuring Sylvek, crushing it right now in the hot seat, taking it all apart. And we're all up here just wondering, suffering exists so God doesn't?
Huh?
It's the question of the night, and so far the answer is no.
Fuck no.
It doesn't. Sylvek, so therapy doesn't make God exist. The thing about free will didn't make God exist. Happy Talk Like a Pirate Day, everybody. Yahardy hahar. Ye scallywags. Oh, do you speak pirate?
I don't know.
Hell yeah.
Shiver me
Am I on
silver.
podcast?
That was great. That was really funny.
This is like a podcast, yeah?
Yeah.
Yo,
We're
that's
also
cool.
we're live. This is on MSNBC. It streams live to TV.
That's so cool. Never been on podcast.
You're doing great. So we know it's not therapy. We know it's not free will. Is there any other reasons that you have that God doesn't exist?
Now I'm trying to say that God exists.
Oh, right. Sorry, I got it. Is that right?
But I wanted to say, why is always God and why is not the man? the question.
Yeah, I can explain that. Sure. So, let's say the three of us are on a podcast together, Joel, Sylvek, and Mezzo. And I just start ripping into Joel. Like I just start laying into him, being like, "You piece of dog shit.
Right.
You little fucking garbage man. You're a man of garbage. Now, I don't mean you pick up garbage in a truck, but you're made of garbage, like a scarecrow, just an old trash bag filled with trash. Garbage man."
Can't do too much more of that, but yeah, go on. Mm-hmm.
Well, just to make the point, like, it has to be really.
I know, but like, it's just too good. Go on.
Well,
I mean,
just
don't.
to make the point, I want to like. I'll just do like just one more little one, like. Oh, you're hot, wet trash on a stinky day full of dog shit. Like the neighbors picked up their dog's shit and put it in you. And after a while, Sylvek, you're here. And you could be like, Mezzo, shut the fuck up. That's a Joel. He's a human. What are you doing? Stop calling him a trash man, right?
Yeah.
Like it hurts his feelings, right? So it's not your fault. I'm the jerk. But like, you're here. You could do something, right?
To be honest, I laughed because it was ironical. But if you mean that if you insult Joel,
let's switch roles. It actually makes more sense if like you're insulting Joel, because I'm the like it's my show, so like I would be God in the scenario. So like I can mute you or not. And so, like, start just like insulting Joel a bit, and I'll be God.
Okay, Joel, you're not a good person. You make pasta very bad.
What?
You can't make lasagna.
That's true, but I don't know why you're attacking me for that. I mean, that's very difficult with all the layers.
Boom. Not to my buddy.
Relief.
I love this guy, so I muted you.
Mm-hmm.
See how I intervened, Sylvek? Right. See how I stepped in and was like, of course he can't make lasagna. Like, that's a difficult dish, but he can make like, can you do like...
Like a peanut butter Nutella sandwich.
I meant like, is there any pasta you can cook, or do you not?
Yeah, I can boil pasta probably. The problem is that
probably like you've never tried to boil. Like,
well, like I've done it, but like people are gonna. It's polarizing, but like I like it a little bit like extra soggy. Like a lot of people like al dente. Like this guy probably likes al dente. I like it kind of soggy.
I talked to you about this before, and you said that because you don't want the spaghetti sticking out, that you'll break it in half.
Yep. I do that.
And then once it's soggy, you'll tie them all back together.
Yep. Because I want it to be long, but I want them all to be boiled at the same time. So I don't want it to like half of them boiled and then it slips into the pan.
Oh, yeah.
So I have to break it up so that's all in there. And then I make it really sloppy and soggy. And then I tie them back together, the wet noodles. Yeah.
And do I understand this correctly that... Sorry.
You probably do.
Do I understand this correctly that you don't drain the water, you just add sauce ready?
Just add the sauce, yeah, because you want it to be like really nice and moist. Like that's what I like. Okay. And it gets progressively soggier as you do it. You got to put a lot of sauce because it gets diluted. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's basically it.
So he can make pasta.
So I know how to make pasta.
Let the water boil first.
Of course. And I put a little bit of salt in there.
And then you keep the water boiling as you eat it, right? Like you eat it off the stove.
Yep.
For maximum burn.
Yep. Okay. That makes perfect sense.
See, he can do it. So I intervened. You were making fun of him in a way that was not true, and I playing God was like, not to my buddy. I love this guy. I love his pasta ways.
He makes some of the sweetest wet spaghetti bolognese.
You add a lot of sugar. I did notice that.
It was sweet, but that helps with the and you have to keep it boiling because the ground beef is still cooking typically. So
yeah, I did notice that was like somehow still raw. Maybe add that earlier Like I felt like you just put a
Oh,
frozen block
interesting.
of ground beef in at the end.
Yeah, that is something
Yeah.
that people have mentioned before, but I'm just like, I'm so eager to get into this wet pasta.
Well, and it's boiling, so like the frozen beef kind of cools it down. But
I was like, what the fuck is spaghetti soup? And I'm just like, I'd never called it that because I
Can I
thought
give you an advice for
they're
the
like, is this
spaghetti?
Italian wedding spaghetti soup because it's got the ground beef in there? Soup because it's got the ground beef in there.
oh man, I fucking love Italian wedding soup. I love it. It has like 90 flavors happening. It's so good. I gotta make that again. I made my wife is sick. I made a tofu noodle soup today. It turned out really good. I didn't like mean to make it that good, but it turned out bomb. The way I do it is maybe a little different than Joel, but I like cook the onions and like garlic and some oil like in the pot, but just without water first. And I like sizzle that up. So they sizzle for a while, then the carrots and celery, and then tofu, and let that all sizzle up for a while.
Okay.
And then add like veggie broth and like salt, pepper, onion powder, garlic powder, and then eventually pasta.
Now, is this something? I don't know.
That's just like a better way to cook, I guess. Sorry.
Yeah.
Can I give you an advice for the spaghetti?
Well, hold on, Joel was going to say something.
Not really. I think I've got that settled. But this is like to go back to this scenario, Silvak, and I know that like it was hard for you.
Yeah, I understood what you are trying to say.
Sure, because it's almost like you don't think that God can do something. Like just picture, because I know that sometimes it's like stop the bad guy, but like picture a boy and he's eating some spaghetti, right? Just because I want you to relate to it, and he's just like, oh, I'm loving my spaghetti, but he's been so hungry all week long. So he's finally getting, and he only has 3 noodles of spaghetti. So he's like, oh, I'm going to savor each noodle of for the spaghetti with marinara, right? So he has the first noodle. He's eating the second noodle. This asshole comes over and he steals the 3rd noodle. Can you believe this guy? Now, the boy is not full. And he's like, I got the spaghetti. And so he runs away with the last noodle of spaghetti. Now, maybe God isn't going to infringe on this guy's free will to stop him from stealing the last noodle of spaghetti.
Yeah, maybe not at the time, but
could he not just like put another noodle of spaghetti on the boy's plate?
Poof.
Like, have we ever thought of that, Mezzo? Just like put another noodle there. I know it seems weird, but it's like, just give the boy another noodle of a spaghetti.
From God?
God just goes, whoop, there's another noodle of spaghetti.
He's omnoodle. He can do that.
Right.
yeah, I
We've been
understand.
saying that for years.
Maybe another guy, his brother, saw the scene and put the other noodle of spaghetti from his plate.
Okay, no, we're talking about God here. And by the way, it could be, I was talking about the spaghetti, but it could be like a penne, it could be a tortellini, it could be the round one. The round one that's stuffed. That's like a tortellini.
Is that not manicotti?
I think it starts with a C for some reason. The chat will know. It's like it's
Capitale.
round. It's like it's pushed together. Like it's, or how about just like a
Ravioli?
gnocchi? Not ravioli. Rigatoni, no. It's like something else.
Are you thinking of dumplings? Oh, calzone. That's it. Thanks, Peg.
No.
Yeah. But look, the point is, Silvek, God is everywhere. He's all good. He's watching people fucking kick kids, and he's not stopping it. So it's a disaster for his all goodness, because if he had even a single like Italian seasonings worth of like dropping off of his elbow into the spaghetti soup, then like I feel like he would stop the kids from getting kicked. It doesn't hurt anyone. Their free will still is intact. Also, who gives a fuck about free will? Puppets are dope. This is just not a good apologetic. And also, God's not real. But I also think that maybe we should go on to our next guest.
Can I say a last thing about
It
this
was,
topic?
by the way, just before you said it was tortellini.
Damn.
That's why I was confused. You said there's tortellini, and then you went to say another thing.
Yeah, I think I was like, it's not ravioli is what I meant.
Tortellini's my favorite one.
It's great.
It's so.
It's like on broth.
Why is it so much better than ravioli? It's the same shit. It's like a ravioli they just twisted. It tastes
Just a
100 times better.
nicer. Maybe it's just that like little loop in there that can get more flavor of sauce or something.
Yeah, there's something like that. Like
Just a little
the
hole,
all the stuff in the ravioli is protected from the sauce, but you want the sauce mixed in. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I wanted to say that God doesn't make rain ravioli in the plate of the other kid, but he there is charity, because in the Catholic we know that love is faith, love, and charity is that's the word of Saint Pier Giorgio Frassati. If you can, I suggest you to watch the movie If I Hadn't Love, Se non avessi l'amore. Is the story about Pier Giorgio Frassati, and he dedicated his life.
Did you say
on
Frascati?
charity. Frassati.
Do you know where Frascati is?
In it, Pier Giorgio Frassati, you mean?
Yeah, for like outskirts of Rome.
No.
Yeah.
Sylvek,
Because
I've been to Italy.
was
Can I
kind of
just say something, Sylvek?
recently.
I've been to Italy. Can you believe that?
Where'd you go in Italy?
Rome.
Wrong.
I went to Amalfi.
I was in
And-
Frascati.
You were in
because
Biscotti?
he was canonized saint
Frascati.
in the 7th of September. So it's very fresh news.
I went to
Pier Giorgio
Venice.
Frassati.
No, mine was in
dedicated
like
his life-
2017. I just missed you. But yeah, I was in Rome and Frascati. It was on like no joke, the best fucking food I've ever had in my life. It's great.
No,
like it
it's
actually
not
is
about
good.
that.
You don't think that was the best food I've ever had? What's the best food I've ever had, Sylvek?
I went to Pompeii.
Oh, that's
the best
dangerous.
food.
That I have ever had.
What's your favorite food?
Food from Rome.
Oh, carbonara or amatriciana.
Actually, yeah, that was good. All right, well, Sylvek, that's been lovely. We'll talk to you next time.
Well, thank you.
was nice.
Arrivederci.
That was nice, wasn't it? Was it nice?
Oh yeah, what a lovely conversation we had around
Joel,
him.
I'm worried that your spaghetti might be disgusting. Have you ever thought about that?
No, like because I eat it and I'll choke it down and it's fine. Like it.
More importantly, I don't think you're a trash man. I just want to make sure that that was just for like metaphor.
That was, I know, and that was just like it was fun, and it was hot, but it was just like one of those things that's like not typical of us, like because we're star-crossed buddies and we don't typically. Say
I would
those things.
never say
Very
that
much.
to people I like. I will not call them trash,
Mm-hmm.
dumb fucks,
Right.
hot dog. Dayquil, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Non-denomination Christian. A lot of Christians will tell me I'm not Christian. So,
And how old are you?
what to call myself? 24.
Okay. All right. Well, do you believe that God is like all powerful and all good?
Apparently, God, under the Christian ethic, is the creator of everything and is the logos. So, God would be logic, and therefore would be the ultimate good.
Like, yeah, maybe I can rephrase that question. Is God logic?
That's how I understand God. Yes.
Okay. And then second question would be, do you think God is all good? Like omnibenevolent?
Switch AirPods. I don't think my microphone's picking half this up. Hold on.
Maybe that's the thing. While he does that, Joel, I had gotten my cards out when that guy was talking about seeing those
saw
magic
that.
tricks. I was going to maybe do a magic trick for him, and maybe I'll save it for later. Maybe we'll do a challenge to the audience if they want to see a card trick. I also haven't done this in a really long time, and I don't know if I remember how to do it.
Better this time.
That's far worse. You're alternating left and right headphones. Did you hear that like that, Joel?
No, because I don't have headphones on.
It went like... dur, 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 dur.
All right, how are we doing now?
That's good.
All right, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know if I missed if you asked a follow-up question or not.
Yeah, do you think God is omnibenevolent?
Yes, all the omnis.
Okay. All right, so if
And
you...
omnipasta, as you said, which I loved.
Omnoodle is the technical way to say it.
Oh, sorry. Omnoodle.
Yeah. Okay. So if God knows the cure to like Harlequin's disease, since he's all knowing, and he has the ability to give that cure to humanity without interrupting their free will or anything, because he's all powerful, he can do anything, then that the conclusion, I guess, would be that there's something not good about curing it. Is that what you would say, or why wouldn't he do that?
Well, my understanding would be that humanity betrayed God, and it hence is why evil exists. Right. And that's kind of fundamental to the origins of the faith.
That's correct. But I'm talking about why he doesn't cure sick children.
Well, the idea would be that
he's evil now because
That's what I was going to say.
That's
yeah,
interesting.
Like, they ate the fruit and now God's evil.
No one's ever said that. I think he's going to say that's not it, but that would be a cool answer.
That's a great move. Yeah.
Wait, what was it? I missed this.
Don't eat the apple. It'll make me evil.
We made God evil.
No, God told us not to eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah, and then they ate the fruit, and it unleashed God's evilness, and that's why he's too evil now. He can't heal. He won't heal people because he's evil.
Oh my God, that's a really good.
It was because we betrayed His word.
Right,
that's why he got evil.
Yeah, that's why he doesn't cure people now, because evil has been released into the universe, and he's like taken away.
He's evil now.
He's wrapped up in it too.
We ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
So now he's like, fuck those kids. I'm evil now. Wow, that's actually a weird take.
No,
he used to be all good, but now he's not omnibenevolent anymore.
We made him evil. Damn it.
No, the idea would be that you would ascend to paradise through Christ, and that's the ultimate good. Life here, yes, there's suffering.
Doesn't matter.
Through faith. No, that's completely fair. I see where you're coming from.
Where
non sequitur.
Where am I coming from?
Well, just the fundamental idea of why would God allow this under the context of an all-powerful being. You wouldn't be able to understand the reasoning behind it, or sort of the reliance of the conclusion that we would all, through faith, be in paradise.
NyQuil, sometimes I say it this way, and maybe this will be like a little more clear as to like where our issue is, because you think he has all the omnis, and you joked about Omnoodle, right? We had fun with that, but let's pretend that was one of the real ones. It's not, but like let's pretend that was one of the actual, like the church father said, and he's completely noodle, right? Like he's all pasta. So we know that God is omnipresent, he's everywhere, and he's all pasta. What would we like when we look out of our window? What would the world look like?
It would look no different.
You don't think it would look like a bunch of pasta? God is everywhere, and God is all pasta?
Well, God is everywhere, and we don't
right, but he's not all pasta, so that's why we don't see pasta. But just pretend for a second, one of the attributes of God was he's all pasta. He's omnoodle. And so when you look out of your window, you would see a bunch of noodles, right? Like you just like it would look like spaghetti people everywhere, and spaghetti streets
No,
and spaghetti planets.
I don't think so.
How not?
Well, because he's all the omnis I don't see outside of time like he does. So why would I see all noodle?
So noodles are within time, right? So that's why it's not one of his attributes, but we're just pretending it is. Okay. If he was all noodle, noodles aren't spiritual, right?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm
Okay.
following.
The point is that
I don't know why we would see all noodle.
if God was everywhere and he was entirely noodle, then we would see noodle everywhere.
No, because, well, I would say to that, our understanding is that God is everywhere, but we don't see a physical being.
Right,
as
because he's
God.
not physical. If he was noodle, then he'd be physical and we'd see him everywhere. That's
Okay,
why that's
I mean, sure.
yeah, that's why that's not one of his attributes, because then we would see noodles everywhere. That'd be an
Okay.
easy debunk for us. We'd be like, what's your God like? And be like, well, he's everywhere and he's entirely noodle. So you're saying that he is everywhere and he's all noodle? Well, that's not a noodle. I'm not a noodle. Your God isn't real. And you'd be like, you're right. I'm cooked. I'm al dente. Or Sogtown. If you're like my good friend Joel here. But
yum.
But God is described as being everywhere and all good. And when we look around, we don't see all goodness. We see some people doing badness and some natural badness, like hurricanes, volcanoes, cancers, disease, things like that, right? Planets exploding at random, things like that. So
yeah, I would argue. Oh, sorry. Continue.
no, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. What's the argument?
Yeah, I was just gonna like kind of and basically say free will is again why said evil would exist, not natural evil as you describe it, but
Okay.
personal evil. Yeah, that's why.
That's what does hurricanes.
No, I'm not including naturally. That would be because
So you're
we're
not
in
answering
paradise.
the question that Mezzo's. You're just changing the question so you can.
Oh, okay.
answer
I'm
it.
sorry.
You have a second
say
to think
the
about it
again,
because I got $10 on Cash App to do this magic trick, so we're gonna try it. Okay, Dayquil, there's a deck of cards in here. Earlier there was a different guest up, and I was gonna do this trick for them, so I don't know if it'll work. But while he was up, I took one card out, I flipped it around, and I put it back in like upside down. You're gonna do the magic trick. Can you guess which card I was going to flip for that other person?
I'll just guess 6 of diamond.
6 of diamonds? Okay. I don't know if I remember how to do this, but we're going to try it, okay? Let me try and open this out. Hold on. Trying to keep it like on the screen. Okay, there's a card right here. You see it?
I see it. Yep.
Everything else is that way. I'm not going to look. Oh, 5 of diamonds?
No, so
You gotta be
close.
kidding me. Well, pretty close. Pretty close. Not great. Why was that wrong? Oh, man.
It looked like you had 2 turned around there. I don't know if that was a mistake or.
Yeah, maybe I did 2 on accident. Well, okay. Pretty close, though. Pretty close. For having not
Yeah, someone said
practiced it in a
close
long
enough,
time.
and I'd agree.
For having not practiced in a long time. Pretty close. All right. Yeah, I'll give you your money back, hot tub. All right, let me put my thing back on. It does that like sometimes they which one was it supposed to be?
If you turn your background back on and it's got a 6 of diamonds in the background.
I don't think I'm that good. Sometimes I can do this though. I don't know if I'll be able to. Sometimes you can do this thing where you put it back in the that's the 6 of spades, not diamonds. You put it back in the deck, and then you can like shake it like this. I don't know if it's gonna work. Oh, come on. No, it's not working. Yeah. Dang, man. I might. You know what happened was I taught a bunch of tricks to my son, and in doing so, I think he like messed with the deck a little bit. Let's try it out here. Wow, it's not going. Man, that's such a bummer. Such a good trick, just not happening. What a letdown. Try one more time here.
There it goes.
Hey.
There we go. Sometimes you can shake it out, but
Bravo.
not great. It's better when it's not in your hands, when it's because it'll do it in the case. The way I used to do it in in high school is you actually, when they're there, they pick a card. You can't do that right now, right? So they pick a card, any card, and you take it and you shuffle it back in, and then you put the whole deck of cards like in their locker and close the locker. And so you can actually do it and they don't touch it. And then like a minute later, they open the locker and it's like their card is out. It's a sick trick. And they're just like, how the fuck did you get in my locker? And they're like looking for strings and stuff. It's really cool. But we don't have a locker or people together here. So, okay, we tried. Pretty good. All right, let's get the thing back on here. What background was I running? Sick.
You were going to bring up a 6 of diamond background.
You had the...
Damn it.
Yep, that's it.
Is this your card? No. All right, so now you've had some time to think about why, I think the question is, why is God punishing us with sickness because of free will or something like that?
Well, because God specifically told us not to eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and we did. Hence the introduction of good and evil and free will, hence suffering.
Oh, they didn't have free will before?
No.
Joel, do you want to take that one?
They lived in paradise.
Well, what? They didn't have... How did they choose to eat the fruit then?
Because God, that's the introduction. God specifically saying not to eat from this tree.
That's when they started having the free will, you mean?
That was the introduction of the capacity of making their own decision.
They were in a perfect paradise, enjoying everything perfectly, and then God gave them free will.
Mistake.
Blunder.
Yeah, he gave them he specifically said not to eat from this tree.
Right, but do you understand what we're saying? That the introduction of free will to a perfect world, like if something's already perfect and you introduce something else to it, it means it wasn't perfect before or it's not perfect now.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. And I think I've heard kind of the perspective of people, and I don't even know if I necessarily agree with this, that God giving you the option to have, or giving you the ability to have free will and make your own choices is actually
terrible.
Sort of, well, not terrible, but again, it's they had the capacity to not eat from the tree because their all-powerful God in paradise told them not to, yet they did.
If he knows the result of that, then it would be irresponsible for him to give the free will to these particular people. Like, put Job there. Give him the free will. He won't eat the fruit.
Yeah, or Noah.
Well, the idea
was it
on
Noah
that would be that he knows the results, but it still was your choice.
Right, but they didn't have choice before. For a while,
Yep,
for a moment
he
of time,
introduced
they were in perfect paradise without choice, which means we can exist without free will and it's perfect.
Mhm.
So he should just go back to that right now. We all exist without free will and it's perfect.
Yeah, and he introduced again the option and
Dick, well, what I'm saying
man.
is, you're just saying like the story over and over again, but I'm saying respond to this problem. Why doesn't he snap his fingers and put us all back in the garden without free will?
Well, that's what having faith through Christ would bring you back to eternal paradise.
Right. That's us doing it. We can do good. The good thing for God to do is to snap his fingers and turn us all back into the garden, though.
Well, in the context as you're speaking, a hypothetical, all-powerful God. I mean, you wouldn't be the arbiter of what is good. So for you to say, well, it would be good for God to do this, on the face doesn't even make any sense.
But you said that Adam and Eve were in
context of hypothetical, all-powerful God, creator of the universe. You have no.
Do you?
Correct.
Like you understand what is good here?
Do I
There's
what?
a delay. There's a delay because you've got bars there. Can you get closer to some Wi-Fi or something like that, Dayquil?
Yeah.
I'm thinking if I can draw this in a fun way.
No, I wouldn't claim that I'm not the arbiter of truth or what is good.
That's a 45.
That's why
delay.
I'm saying you saying, well, God, this wouldn't be good. It's like, well, in context of this hypothetical God, creator of the universe, you saying that wouldn't be good wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, so we're challenging the storyline because we're not convinced that it's true. And so what we're doing is we're saying in the garden, it was allegedly perfect as the story goes, as Christians believe. So if there was no free will and it was perfect, it seems like the good thing to do would be to leave well enough alone and not introduce the free will which equals all the suffering. And I think that that's a pretty watertight critique.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I mean, again, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, that's why us disobeying his order to not eat from this tree.
Not getting it at all.
No, I don't think you guys are understanding it at all.
No, he shouldn't have given us the free will. That was his mistake.
Here's a chart that measures perfection.
Mistake. You're saying the hypothetical.
I'm gonna show it to you. I'm gonna show it to you.
Mistake.
The made-up character's mistake
whatsoever.
I got you, Dick. Let's draw this out. Here's a perfectly good universe. It's 100% perfect. It's only God. This is like before he made the universe. This down here would be a bad universe where there's no goodness at all. Here's one where it's about half good, half evil, right? And so as time goes this way, it'll go up or down, but we're starting at 100% perfect, right? Because it's only God and God's perfect, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then he makes the universe and it's good. So we stay up here. This is like the moment of universe. It's still good. He makes the trees and the earth and he saw that it was good. And he makes man and woman and he saw that it was good. And then he gives them free will, knowing it's going to dip down, right? This is him. This is not us saying, can we please have free will, Dad? It's God saying, without you choosing, I'm forcing free will on you. I'm telling you rules. We didn't ask for it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. God's choice was for us to have free will, not our free will to have it.
Yes,
and then things
my
got
point
worse.
is you then saying that is not good does not make sense in context of this all-powerful God. You wouldn't be the arbiter of what's good. He would be.
I'm not. I'm just looking at the chart. We're looking at the data. The universe.
The human understanding of what is good, it's still the same thing.
Okay. So tell me what I mean. The universe got a little bit worse when he made this choice, right? So what we're trying to see is why is why is God making a choice that makes things worse? Now,
Again,
maybe I'm
you're
wrong.
saying,
So you're saying
makes things worse to you. Like,
Yeah,
that's-
Dayquil,
that's why I'm
move past
asking
that
you.
point.
I'm asking you, why is it still good if it got
Because-
worse?
again, in context of I wouldn't be the arbiter of what's good. It
So
would
you don't
be
know?
Yeah, so you
God's
can say,
will.
I don't know. It probably makes sense to God, but that's a God that I believe knows
Yes,
everything. So I
that
can't
would
say
be
anything 'cause
inherent into an all-powerful creator.
Yeah, just say I've been lobotomized by a cult. Just say that.
Yeah.
Okay,
so like no,
so
I
that
have
seems
no
really-
clue.
That seems really genuine.
So I don't know. We don't know for sure. So since you don't know, maybe it is worse and maybe it's not. You don't have a clue, right?
No, in context of the creator of the universe, I couldn't call
Unless-
it good or bad.
Well, yeah, he could be bad though. You don't know. You don't understand his ways. He might be evil. His ways are higher than yours. Maybe the word that we use for evil, he like is into that. You have no idea.
Well, again, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, them disobeying God's word and
Okay.
taking from this tree introduces evil. So
Yeah.
that would be why I would be inclined to say,
Yeah, It gets worse and stuff like that. I don't know. There's some good stuff still. Now, here's my next question, because this was like, in my opinion, that this was a God's error to choose to give us free will, knowing that this was the future. Whereas
Again,
also
God's
knowing
error,
that, shut
like,
up, stop interrupting.
doesn't make
No,
any
we know.
sense.
Also knowing, I know it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. I know it
Yeah,
like
it
the whole
doesn't.
story
You
doesn't
saying
make
in
Well,
sense.
hold on. Can I
context of an
try to deal with
all-powerful
this
God,
real quick?
And then saying God's error
I don't
doesn't
know.
make any
Dayquil.
sense.
Dayquil, real quick. Do you know that there's part of the Quran, it might be a hadith, where...
Oh, this seems like a good argument. Yeah.
Hold on. Are you Muslim?
No.
Do you know there's part of the Quran where Allah, or maybe it's a hadith, Mezzo knows, where Allah actually tells Muhammad to marry Aisha, the minor, the 6-year-old, and like she's actually chosen for him.
Yeah.
Now, do you think that was bad that the character of Allah in Islam told Muhammad to marry a child?
Yeah, I mean, from my
But how are you
perspective,
questioning
religiously,
God
yes.
though? How
You
you
can't
you
know.
can't question God. He's so much higher
Well,
than you.
you're asking
questioning
me
the
on a
creator of
different
the universe
religion,
right now. What are
so
you
that
talking
doesn't
about?
make sense.
What? No, Dayquil. What are
From
you
my
talking about?
perspective as a Christian, why would I disagree with that? That's your question. That's your big
No,
argument.
you're questioning God, Dayquil. You're questioning the
No,
all-powerful creator of the
not in
universe.
my faith.
Exactly.
That's
Are you getting
So
make
we
sense.
are questioning your stupid God concept.
Yeah,
you can
you're
engage
talking
with
in
the question.
context of the Abrahamic tradition.
We're
So
not
when you say he
believers.
made a mistake,
Let's try this. I have an idea.
But
Okay,
that's,
Dayquil.
are you talking in context of this being
Yeah.
literal or no?
Yeah, I'm going to right now.
Okay,
So
then how could you possibly say that he made a mistake? It doesn't make sense.
No,
if
we're
you're talking
engaging
in
with the
you're right.
context
story.
No,
Obviously,
of this.
he's
not-
right. Dayquil's right. It doesn't make sense. That's the point. Absolutely.
No.
Let me ask you another way. Let me ask you another way. If instead of giving,
supposing that you know what is good in context of this all-powerful Abrahamic God existing.
Okay, I see what you're saying now. Okay, so now instead of giving them free will, if this choice right here had been, instead of giving them free will, God said, "I'm gonna hold you both down and just grape you 900 times until your butts are bleeding." Would that be good still? Or would you be like, well, no, that's bad?
God would not do that. That would be
Why
like
not?
saying
We're
a shark
asking
just
in
robbed
the
your house.
context
Wait,
of the Abrahamic
He's all
God.
good.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah, so
that would
you
be
can't-
impossible.
his ways are higher than yours, Dayquil.
Like, in the context of the Abrahamic faith, Dayquil, he does
all
this.
good.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he exactly in the context of the Christian ethic that would
Still be
not
good.
happen. That would literally be impossible.
Why not though? Why wouldn't it?
Literally Christian ethics. Where in Christian ethics is a point where this would be a moral virtue? I mean, I guess I know you can play this hypothetical. It's the same thing as someone
Dayquil.
asking,
The reason
what
is
if your
because
God
that's
came
bad,
down
right?
and asked you to commit this atrocity. That's
Dayquil.
literally like saying, what if a shark?
Why are
showed
you
up at
calling
your
it an
house and robbed your
atrocity?
house?
Why are you calling it an atrocity?
Because it's bad, right?
Yeah, to the Christian ethic.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the thing is, God doesn't do bad things, right?
No.
Okay, so this thing which resulted in badness, he still did. That's what we're saying is confusing. You just saying, yeah, he did it, doesn't fix it. The universe got worse, and he was the cause of it. So you can say again and again on repeat, he's good, he's good, he's good, he's good, I'm brainwashed, I have a lobotomy, he's good, but it doesn't solve the problem that we're down here. Furthermore,
that's usually what people who are intellectually sound
he's good.
and want to have a genuine conversation say. But
He's good, right?
continue.
He's good,
Sure.
right? He's good. He's good.
He's mindlessly good, right, Dave?
He's good. He's mindlessly good.
Yes,
He's
but
good.
apparently hosts
rocking
can be
back
like,
and
well,
forth.
he
He's
made a
good.
mistake here
He's
in
good.
context of this all-powerful.
I'm just looking
But
at the outcome. I see a choice,
No, you're being
and then I see an
completely-
outcome.
You're being completely disingenuous.
Like, Dake, well,
obviously. Again, as I've explained, this is the introduction of free will. We betrayed
Yeah.
God, hence the introduction of evil since we
big
betrayed
mistake.
God.
Yeah.
Okay,
He did a bad thing.
who chose for humans to have free will?
Adam and Eve denied God's word, his commandment to not eat from the tree, and we did.
Who chose that? That was a dodge. Who chose?
No one chose. God did not write this script.
God didn't choose for us to have free will.
No, God gave us the capacity to choose wrong, which happened.
He gave
And
us the capacity to choose, like he gave us free will.
Yes,
Why-
as
why-
I already
why are you
explained
dodging
to you,
saying that?
God didn't write the script. God knows the outcome.
For himself, though, he chose he makes his own choices. I'm saying. Does God have free will in your view?
God is the logos. God is the word. Like
Well,
that in the
let's
Christian
hey, Dave,
context.
sorry. Let's look at a different option. So God could have created us, or with free will, or imbued us with free will, or He created us, and free will was somehow just like an emergent property of accidental emergent property of His creation. Which one is it?
Now, as I've already said, like I feel like 5 times at this point, He gave a commandment. Adam and Eve disobeyed this commandment, ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, hence the existence of evil and the introduction of human consciousness.
Okay, let me ask it
full
this
extent
way.
with free will.
Let me ask you the question that you're answering. Did God give a commandment to Adam and Eve?
Yes, he said not to eat from the tree of good.
Did they
of knowledge
obey
of good
him?
and evil. No, they did not obey his word.
Okay, that's interesting. Did God choose to give free will to humans?
God introduced the capacity and the potential for free will by giving them this commandment.
So did God
This isn't that
choose?
complicated. I don't understand how.
Then why aren't you answering it with a simple yes or no? If it's not complicated, why do you have to add so much to it? With did God give them a commandment? You went yes. Did they obey? You went no. With did he choose to give them free will? You went, well, the capacity to blah, blah, blah. Like you're doing the whole thing because you are trying to avoid answering the question because you know the implications of it. You're protecting the cult.
Did God create a couple of robots who could only choose what He wanted them to choose?
Sorry, re-ask that question. I'm not sure I understand.
Did God create a couple of robots, a couple of meat bag robots who had to choose what He wanted them to choose?
No, which is why they didn't obey his word, and they.
But he created them with the ability to choose.
He introduced the ability to choose by giving said commandment.
Okay, so here's the question. Prior to the commandment, were they robots?
No, they were living in eternal paradise and peace.
Did they have free will before he gave that commandment?
Not based on my understanding, no. I'd say no.
Okay. That's why they were free will-less, determined robots living in paradise on their way. In fact, let me do this.
So, like, if there were like 3 different kinds of fruit on the allowable trees, God chose which fruit they would eat on any particular day at any particular time?
No, he didn't choose what fruit they would eat. He told them.
Did they have?
not
So
to
they
eat
had
from this tree,
I'm
and
not
they
talking
did.
about the magical trees. I'm talking about just the regular trees before the magical tree dichotomy. Could they just like I'm going to have a plum. I'm going to have a peach. Or did God predestine or predetermine which fruits they were going to eat?
I've explained this twice. God did not write a script. He gave us the ability to choose, and he knows the outcome.
All right,
That
sounds like
does
he
not
always
mean we didn't make a
sounds like
choice.
he gave them free will from the beginning.
He's explained it twice, but one time he did it one way and another time he did it another way. That's why we're confused, Dayquil, because you keep switching back and
same
forth.
thing verbatim.
No, you
In
haven't.
regards to the script, yes.
Dayquil,
I literally said
I know, but
he
listen
didn't
to.
write your
Okay, let me tell you what I'm
script. He
stuck
gave you
on.
the
So maybe
ability
you can
to
help me with what I'm
choose.
stuck on.
It's not difficult.
Right. Maybe that's what I'm saying. He gave them the ability to choose, Joel. So now he's saying they were robots and then he gave them the ability to choose. And then sometimes he's saying they always could choose. That's why it's confusing.
I didn't say they always could choose. He introduced the potential to choose by telling them not to eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Right. Before that,
I mean, we're going in
they were
circles. I've said
automatons.
this
I got it.
multiple times.
All right. So let's move past it. So they are automatons, and then God says a commandment. And that commandment gives them the ability, the potential to choose. And they fuck up, right? And he knew they would. If he hadn't have done that, would Adam and Eve and all their offspring just continue on in robotic paradise forever?
Would they deserve to live in robotic paradise forever?
No, I didn't ask if they deserve it. I didn't.
Word?
Why are you answering questions I'm not asking?
Because the answer would be no. That's the reason
They
God
wouldn't
would
keep.
hypothetically have
Okay.
given them the choice if they were going to disobey his word.
Did they deserve free will?
Did they deserve free will?
Yeah.
I don't even know how I'd answer that. I mean,
No.
Try with
under
another
paradise,
question.
no, it would be no.
Maybe just like rephrase. Okay, okay, no. So they don't deserve this. Do they deserve to live forever in paradise as robots?
No, not if they disobeyed God's word. Hence why
No,
probably
sorry.
the all-powerful hypothetical
Dickwell,
God would have
Dickwell.
given them this choice if he knew that they would.
Dickwell, that's
They
not
would
on the
disobey his
disobeying
word.
timeline. Are you understanding what I'm showing you here?
Yeah, and it doesn't
Okay.
make sense. If
Let
God,
me
again,
clarify.
an
Let me clarify
all-powerful
because you're
being
talking about
knew-
something that is so unrelated to what this is showing here. The blue timeline is reality. In reality, God gave them choice, they disobeyed, and then all of the universe had more evil in it than it did before. In this alternate reality that God could see, this alternate potential future where he doesn't give them free will, he doesn't give them the commandment, he doesn't even put the tree in there. He just doesn't do any of that. Would these robotic Adam and Eve just continue on with God in paradise forever?
Yes, if there is no command. Yes, if there
Okay.
is no commandment given.
Got it.
Yep.
So God looked at these two different possibilities, one this way and one that way, and he made a choice knowing which outcome would happen. Things would either be perfect or less perfect. And the perfect God chose the less perfect path.
Yep, because his creation in paradise
Okay.
would choose to disobey, and they did.
Yeah, that's and he chose for that option for them to disobey. Yeah, that's
No,
all.
he
That's
did
all
not
that was.
choose. He gave.
He could have
them
not
the
given them a
choice.
commandment, and he gave them the choice. He didn't have to do that. He has free
Yes,
will, right?
and the, and the
Okay. That's all I was trying to get at.
all-powerful, all-knowing God. Yeah, you could argue knew.
I don't know why you were pulling,
they would
like making us
disobey.
pull
I think
teeth
it's-
with that for so long. We're in agreement. He could have let them go on for eternity in
No,
perfectness,
you think that it was
or he
his
could have
choice,
not.
though.
No, it obviously was. You already said that, but I think what the next step would be, Dayquil, is just to say like, yeah, but if he hadn't done the choice thing, then he wouldn't have gotten to kill himself as his son, and he really wanted to do that. So, like, those are the types of things. Like, there were some upswings to the whole everything, everyone
No,
suffers,
he
and
clearly wanted
billions
to
of
test his
souls go to hell.
creation, and his creation disobeyed his word.
What a riot! Yeah, like he nailed that. But yeah, okay, cool.
Okay. Well, Dayquil, thank you so much for clearing that up with us. That makes a lot of sense. God could have let things be perfect, and there was he had a choice to make, and he didn't.
Listening
And
to what I'm saying.
Mezzo, I
at
will
all.
say though, listening to
Just, like,
Dayquil, I said to
brutally
myself, honestly, I said to myself,
disingenuous.
I go, Are we sure he didn't create a bunch of robots? Because he sounds kind of robotic.
That's interesting. He made free will. We have.
Yeah,
would you want to be
just
robots?
kept on kind of like robotically saying the same thing
This
over.
is what
and
people who
Malfunction.
won the debate sound like.
There we go.
Malfunction.
This is
They
more
go
of that.
towards
This
this
is what they
stuff.
do.
Yeah.
Rhetoric. It's so robotic. It's hilarious.
It
Well,
is
Dave,
interesting.
what I would do, like next time, just put a little bit more like personality in your voice. You know what I mean? Like use some dynamics and some range.
Is there an
This-
update that you're
this
missing?
is-
Maybe did you get the latest update or something?
This is the sound of an intellectually honest group.
This
of
is the
people,
sound
for
of an
sure.
intellectually honest.
Yeah,
This is
see,
amazing.
I host TikTok lives and I just gaslight people. And
That's
you
make
really
just
people
your
host?
think
voice.
that's
What are you
valid.
doing in imitation of your own voice for?
Do you really host?
No, I'm talking about you.
Oh, you were doing my voice, doing your voice.
Sure, yeah.
Do my real voice.
I'm all good. I don't participate in
Like God.
this complete disingenuous BS.
Maybe you
Sounds
should
like you
set
guys
some
are
traps
insecure
up
in your
for
own
people that you love.
arguments.
And
Yeah,
see if
if you're all
they'll
good,
fall for it.
do
You
some
should
tests.
probably
Do some
delve
all
into
good, do some
everything
all good
just
tests that you
saying
know
chaos.
people will fail.
Complete arrogant fools.
Hey,
But
can
yeah,
I tell you something honestly though, Dayquil? This is a real thing
Sure.
that's happening, and it's a little bit personal. One of my kids is struggling in school. When he takes tests, he has a hard time with them. So we know that with the next test that it's going to be a challenge for him. So instead of just like run the test anyways, we take a meeting with the teacher and the principal, and we talk about all these things, and we say like, how can we like make sure that he's really understanding the stuff? How can we like modify the test in ways to help him succeed?
why doesn't God do
not
it the
just,
way I think he should do it?
Dayquil, I'm talking about something personal. You interrupted. It was rude.
Yeah, I know where it's going, and it doesn't make any sense in this context. So,
The context of my personal situation.
yep. Were you just going to tell me a personal situation and not
Yeah, I'm just telling you something about tests because
apply it to this
you brought up
conversation?
tests. This is just something that's happening in my life. I was trying to like relate. Are you like unable to relate with humans?
Okay.
He doesn't like people.
Kill all humans.
The cult killed the empathy again.
Yeah. Anyways, so what we do with people with like when someone's like we know in the future that they're going to struggle with a test, we like find a way to help them. You know, rather than just be like they're going to fuck this up, and but that's only because like out of love, like in compassion, like we love people, so we do it like that. You know.
Yep. Yeah. You're God. You are the all-knowing of what is good and what is evil.
Well, you wouldn't know if I was because you said you don't know anything about it. So maybe, yeah, you have no idea.
I wonder.
Anyways, good stuff.
I don't know if we want to talk to this guy anymore, but I've been thinking this question. No, not really. There's a pile of people in the box. So.
Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah, Dayquil, we're going to talk to someone more fun. Okay. Go ahead and jump down.
All right. Try to be genuine next time.
No, thanks. The robot said, try to be genuine. That's
What
fun
it
stuff.
do, fly crew?
Hey, how are you? Welcome in. What's your age and religion?
It's Beavis and Doofus again. What's good? Nash, 23.
Your name is Nash?
Yes, sir.
I can see it.
Damn, I got a booing chat. Fuck. You said you can see it?
Yeah, it's just like that kind of name. Like I could like you could be a Nash or a Chad or something like that.
Or
A
Chash.
Chad, bro. A Chad and Nash.
Let's call you
is different
Chash.
names. Trash? Damn.
Chash. There's a mix
Oh.
of Chad and Nash. Would you rather be Nad? Anyways, Chash.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'd rather be Nad, to be honest.
Okay, Nad. Well, why does suffering exist if God doesn't?
Well, you said God caused all this stuff, but I would say humans caused all this stuff too, though, no?
Like volcanoes?
What?
Like Harlequin's disease, volcanoes?
Volcano? No, I don't think humans created volcanoes, no.
Who did?
Definitely not a human, right?
Like a bears or like camels or something?
Wasps. What about wasps?
Wasps could have created volcanoes.
No, I think humans have a more better chance than a wasp. But definitely not a human, though, either.
Well, who do you
What
think
is
could
this sound? Like, are you
Oh,
sleeping?
that's my dog. No, my dog is my dog's passed out next to me. My fault.
1 second. Joel, is this guy too annoying or is it okay?
You know what? I think, look, this is going to be a little bit. There's this person, I think it's Max Mulroy, has been waiting for an hour or something. Maybe bring them both up. Maybe having a twofer might make things more bearable.
Yeah.
I think we could do it.
Hello?
Hey, Max, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
I'm 18 and I'm a Christian.
Yeah, all right. Well, welcome in. Why do you think suffering exists since God doesn't?
Perfect. See, so he's left the app, and then Siege can come off mute if you want, Siege, and bug us with some other nonsense.
I don't know if your experiment went very well, Joel.
He just came off to laugh. See, so he's performative. Maybe
You're
Max has something to offer, right?
You're right. This is going. Honestly, it's better than the last guy. At least they're not robots.
That's true.
They're programmed too terribly to be robots. Mm-hmm. Max, why do you think God doesn't exist since they're suffering?
I do think God exists, as I'm a Christian.
But the suffering.
Yeah. But like I'll try to put it like this. So God created me, and He gave me a hand, right? And the purpose of my hand is to love and respect you. And if I were to take my hand and ball it up into a fist and throw it at your face.
Before you do the second part, can you describe how you love someone with your hand?
It's like
or respect. You can do love or respect.
That was respect.
I mean, I could make you some spaghetti, like you were talking about.
Some spaghetti. Yeah.
I can make you some spaghetti, you know?
Yeah.
But
stirring the pot up.
Mm-hmm.
With having free will, I have the ability to take my hand, ball it up into a fist, and throw it crashing at your face. Mm-hmm. And that would not be using it to love and respect you, and therefore using my free will the wrong way. And so if I were to say, oh, God made me do that, God made me take my hand, ball it up into a fist, throw it in your face, right, I would be a liar and a con artist. And so that's not the truth.
My question, I guess, would be like, sometimes God makes people born without hands. Why is that?
Well, God didn't necessarily make them born without a hand. So, like you were saying earlier, when we used our free will...
He just forgot or something?
No, but when we used our free will and we ate from the tree, let sin and evil into the world, all the sin and evil and imperfections in the world are a cause of that. So actually, could you do me a favor and pull out that chart that you had earlier?
No, I have a question though. Like, so you're saying that when somebody ate of fruit, an apple fruit, mm-hmm. that's why some people are born without hands?
Well, no, it's not a direct.
Okay. So then why are some people born without hands?
Well, it's the imperfection and evil in the world, and
doesn't God knit us in the womb though? What's that verse, Joel? What's the?
Oh yeah,
he's like sewing, or is it knitting, or it's like a crochet thing?
Yeah, they say knit, but I think it like the actual translation would be like a crochet. Is
knitting the
you're doing spaghetti again? Something with.
Wait, I got a question.
No. Is knitting with like chopsticks ones, or what's the hook one? That's crochet.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, so what's wrong with without having hands? Who says that person can't be more happy than me or you?
Max was saying you need hands to love somebody.
I don't think so.
No, I'm just saying that I was created with a hand, and if I were to use it
just one
to harm you, then I would be misusing my hand. And if I were to say that's God's fault, then I'm a liar and a con artist.
Oh, okay. See, I have to mute you just because your dog is so loud. Okay, yeah. Well, let me ask you this: Can your hand do Hadoken fireballs like Ken and Ryu from Street Fighter 2 Turbo?
No, it cannot.
Okay. So God has limited our hands in some ways where they can't hurt people from a distance, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Do you think he could have found a way to limit us in a way where like we can't also like scratch people's eyes out?
I'm confused on the correlation of this and suffering.
Yeah, like instead of having these like sharp nails, could have like dulled our fingers or something.
I'm confused on how that correlates.
Yeah, I'm just saying he can make it so that we can't hurt each other with our hands, right?
Yeah, he could.
Yeah.
But
but he's all good, so why wouldn't he?
yeah, well, he gave us free will, right? So when God created us, he didn't want to create us as robots that are just created and automatically love him mindlessly, right?
Right, but he didn't he gave us free will, but he didn't give us fireballs, right?
Yeah, but he created us with free will. Didn't want to make us mindless robots that love him without reason, without cause, without anything.
People keep saying that. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's unrelated entirely.
Free will, we had the option to either go with God or do what we want and sin. So we chose sin.
Max,
and
that's
now
unrelated.
I have the ability to go scratch
Joel,
your
you're
eyes
right.
out.
These are robots. We are not robots. We are not robots. Everyone just come and saying the same thing. It's unrelated to what we're talking about.
Okay. Say what you were saying, and I'll try to answer a different way.
Let's go back to the main topic, because I don't know why you're talking about hands. There is a sick and terminally ill child who is 1 year old right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They have Harlequin's disease. They're going to die. Maybe it's syndrome. Is it Harlequin syndrome or disease? I think it's syndrome. They're going to die next week. They spent their entire 1 year of life in pain and in misery, suffering, never really knowing what it feels like to be comfortable. Now they're going to die. That is not good, right?
That is correct. That is not good.
I disagree. I think that is good.
Okay. Christians, right? Right, Max?
Hey, Max.
What I'm talking about. I think Harlequin syndrome is good. That suffering baby dying is good. This is a real situation, by the way. This isn't like a hypothetical that guy was talking to. Hey, Saul, you okay? My dog was sick all last night. You okay? No, he's all right. I don't talk about my other dog that much. He's kind of a dud. Saul, yeah. not much of a dog. Just kind of like there.
Just walks around, exists.
He just like he hates like going on walks, and he hates being home. And he doesn't like going outside or being inside. And he doesn't like when people come over or when he's alone. Like he just is constantly always uncomfortable. Yeah, it's just
I'm not really into this.
Yeah, it's just like his whole thing. He's just like, can we wrap this up? So he tries to eat toxic things. He's Here he is. He's a good boy. I don't know if you can kind of see his nose peeking through over here. There he is. There you go. Kind of see that. He's blind and deaf. Sweet boy. Okay. So Max, this child, they're going to die within the next week or so, and they're suffering. And the other thing of it, the other component of it that must be true if God is real, is that God knows the cure. Right?
That is true.
Okay. Not just that God could snap his fingers and cure them, but he could give the cure to their doctor or something. Right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Okay. If you knew the cure, would you give it to the doctor, or would you do it?
Me personally, if I knew the cure?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would.
Would God?
Well, I don't think it's that simple of a question to say, oh, well, God.
Yeah, it is. No, the answer is no. He wouldn't. The baby dies. Yeah. No, God. I mean, God doesn't give them the cure.
Yeah.
Yeah. That part's the simple part. The hard part is, why the fucking hell not? Right? That's when it's like, can't figure it out. So why the fucking hell not?
I'm not going to sit up here and try to answer something that I don't know the answer to, and I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know the answer to that. And I'm sure that there are some people that you could talk to and they could give you a good answer and reason to that, but I happen to not be one of them.
I appreciate that. I really do. It's okay to say I don't know. I mean, the weird thing is to keep worshiping the guy who is letting all these babies die in pain and suffering. That's a little bit weird. But saying I don't know is good. Look at people like honestly in chat. And by the way, my chat is brutal and they're stupid. Like they're like barely in kindergarten like level mentality people. But even these idiots are like, that's some honesty and it's refreshing. I respect that. They're saying. You know, like even these dumb fucks think that's cool. So
this is a good I don't know to like jot down somewhere for yourself. To just be like, okay, this is what is the answer to this? And if you can't find it, a lot of the times the reason why we can't find answers for these types of, you know, weird worldviews is because there is no good answer because it's incoherent, right? And if you continue to like think about these things and allow yourself to be challenged in, you know, the belief system of Christianity, you'll find a lot of them. And it's good to write them down and go like, okay, when I have a list of like 20 or 30 of these types of problems and I don't know the answers to them, it might not be that there's a great answer somewhere. It might be that, again, it just doesn't make sense, you know?
Yeah, we've like told people this before, and I think like some people even do this, but like write it down, get a little notebook, get a God journal, and you know, you can just write down, why doesn't God give the cure for Harlequin syndrome? And then, you know, ask around, I don't know if you go to church or something, and see if they like not just give you an answer, but an answer that genuinely makes you go, okay, that's a good answer. That solves it. And then write that answer down. And then like as other questions come up, you know, just like kind of write these other questions down. And how many did you say, Joel, to get to?
I mean, I just said 20 to 30, but like, you know, it's whatever the threshold. I mean, you could get to 50. Like there's so many. Right?
The thing is like, if there was some where it was like, why did he like
kill the cattle 2 or 3 times?
Yeah, it's like, okay, that's kind of weird, but not a big, like that's weird, but not a huge deal. But the ones of like, why doesn't he heal these currently dying sick children? Like these ones that are big ones, I feel like you only need one of these. And I'm like, I'm going to wait until this is answered to believe in this again.
Yeah.
What do you think, Max?
Sorry, I zoned out for the last 20 seconds of that. I'm going to be honest. I was there, I was tracking, and then I don't know.
Well, just talk about anything then. It doesn't fucking matter.
Mezzo is basically saying that, now you know how I feel. Mezzo is basically saying that like, oh, when you see in the Bible that God said burn women alive, that's enough to say that I'm not going to worship this God and he's probably not an all good God or a just God or anything like that. So we don't really need much more than that. But if you need to, you know, jot down a dozen, and when you hit a dozen, finally say it's incoherent and drop the cult.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that the questioning is a bad idea at all. I think it's always good to go seek knowledge and seek the truth. But I also understand that with Christian theology and God being all-knowing, all-powerful, and not comprehensible, there are some things that humans can just not comprehend to begin with. And I'm not just going to say that as a scapegoat just to say,
yeah, you are.
Oh, yeah, I don't have an answer to this, so I'm just going to say that. Like, no. But there are certain things that people cannot comprehend.
Do you think God could make himself comprehensible to us?
I don't think it's a matter of can he. I think it's a matter of will he. And I don't think that God would do that because, I mean, in the Bible,
up, right? Yeah,
in the Bible, it talks about God not wanting to reveal his face to people because it would literally kill them. So I think
no. I'm not saying does he have to show himself? Can he just like write it down in a way where we go, oh, now I get it?
I mean, I think it would be a similar concept, not like him showing himself.
We'd read it and go,
but I mean, the knowledge of because it's not like something you can just write down.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, look, this is a kind of fun question I've been thinking about recently, where it's like people say his ways are higher a lot, and Okay, hold on. Jots and Titties is saying it is Tiger Uppercut. See, I thought it was Hyper Uppercut, but thanks for looking into that for what I think his name was Bob Saget. That's the guy from Street Fighter. Anyways, sorry, we're having a different conversation on YouTube, and so I'm also zoning out a little bit.
But this is the thing, Max. It's like we are just saying that he could write down or put in the book somewhere coherent answers to the tough questions, right? So, like, why are there these diseases that are killing infants and in absolute agony? Why? And he could be like, well, this is my equation. This is the math behind it. Don't worry. It's all going to work out for the best. I have to do it this way because of X, Y, Z. Whatever I can't imagine what the answer could be, but whatever the answer is, he could write that down and it wouldn't burn our faces off.
Yeah.
Right.
In order to maintain free will for all humanity, I must torture these children.
Yeah, you'd be surprised, but courage is worth more to me than an infant's life.
Yeah. But he doesn't write any of that shit down. All of that stuff was written down by humans later, trying to figure out what the fuck was going on in the Bible because it's so horrible. It's so horrendous. Have you read the Bible, Max?
I have read the Bible, yes.
I had to have women burned alive because X, Y, Z, and you read it and you go, oh yeah, totally. Like that's the other part of it. Like they're great answers. They're like,
well, because it does have an answer to that. It's like because the priest gives the food
to be good, and they have
the
to
priest gives
nice,
the food.
And, yeah, they're my guys, so I have to burn their daughters. You know, not a good answer.
It's not a good answer. And all of the not of good answers, people like you have just said, we can't know. But the thing of whether or not God could make us know is so interesting to me because either he could and he's keeping it a secret, which is like weird and also not good because it's making people atheist, right? Mm-hmm. These kinds of questions are making people into unbelievers. It worked for me, and I'm not just a member, I'm the president. Right?
I'm going to hell right beside this guy because he's made it so confusing.
Yeah.
Not Mezzo, but God.
Yeah, God. And so that was a bad move for the all good guy to do, or he can't make it. It's impossible for us to ever comprehend him. He can't make us understand him, which means that's something he can't do. He's not omnipotent. It's just a beautiful little, another omni conundrum.
Yeah. So I'm just curious because you guys have your takes, I guess. What is your take on creation and the world and how everything got here?
For Earth or like the whole universe?
Just start with Earth. We'll work our way out.
Earth was some star exploded 5 billion, probably 6 billion years ago, and the like stardust that ejected out from that nova into different directions, coagulated into another area, and like gravity pulled the shit together, and it formed into a star, which had this like protoplanetary disk going around it. That's how just solar systems form. Planets gather up all the stuff in their orbital area, and it makes planets. And the stuff like water is easy, like hydrogen and oxygen are like super low level basic elements. The more complicated ones like nitrogen and stuff like that, all of those just form in stars. There's a synthesis where like stars are these like fusion reactors basically that like take elements and turn them into your elements and stuff like that. So they come out of that, and so they're also part of that blast out. And so those things kind of gather around and they end up in our solar system. And so we got some water and some other things, a bunch of carbon, things like that, and other stuff's kind of like floating around on comets and things like that. And so we start to get planets. That's where ours came from.
All right. So you don't think that it's weird that our planet is the only one that we know of that has life, and that if we were just a little closer, just a little farther away from the sun, we'd not exist?
Well, there was was it this week or last week? I think it was just last week. There was that huge announcement from NASA that they have really good evidence that there was ancient, like, bacteria-sized microbial life on Mars. And there's like these leopard spots that they found, and they're like, we've been looking and searching and testing and experimenting and trying to find other explanations for this that are non-life, like non-biological explanations, and we can't find one. So it's probably not the case. Mars is in the habitable zone. So is Venus. So like this thing where like, if Earth was a little closer, a little farther away, it's like a lot fucking closer we could be and a lot fucking farther away, and you can still have life. In fact, there's like lots of people who think there could be life on Europa. You know where Europa is? It's out by Jupiter. Right? So like this thing where like we're just in this perfect spot is not really known, and like literally all astrobiologists in the field don't think that that's the case. They're like, we think there's probably life out there, so we're looking. That's why we look for life. If it was the case where it was like, man, if it was only an inch closer to the sun, we'd melt, and an inch farther away we'd freeze, then and like so the science was settled on that, then we wouldn't be looking for life elsewhere. We'd be like, okay, so then that's it. But we are actively, like, constantly searching for life in so many different ways in so many different places because we think that it's so abundant, right? And we just haven't looked very much yet. We've only been doing it for a little while.
All right, yeah. Alrighty, well, I have to leave, but thank you for this conversation, and
Christianity?
I will be... What? No, I have to leave the...
Oh, the live.
Yeah.
Thought that was about to be a tally.
Hey, but definitely leave Christianity too, because
think about doing both.
Yeah, it's not really worth anything. There's no explanatory power, and it offers nothing. It's very vapid. But it was nice chatting to you, Max.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will be praying that someone more knowledgeable than me will be able to come on here and answer some of y'all's questions, because I clearly don't know what I'm talking about as much as some other
Come
people.
back either way. Let's talk some more. Let's chat some more.
Yeah. I'll join up some point and we can have another conversation.
I love that. That's awesome. Thanks, man.
All right, thank you guys.
Man, every now and then you just get like a guest who's like a little bit honest, just a little bit honest, and it's like it brings you back in.
Should we say this? Like, leave first, ask questions later. Like, if you don't know the answers, just like leave first and then ask questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think like you were saying, oh God, there's so many guest requests. Okay, I'm gonna just kind of start making my way down. Pat was here recently, so I'll probably like not take Pat. This person, I don't know if they're real. Let's take two here and see how it goes. I think what you were saying, where it's like, if it was just the cows thing, right? Then it's like, okay, I'll stay Christian.
Well, it's just a little contradiction.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll get to it. And Pat, I will get to it. Just you were here just like really recently, I think. And so try a few other people first. But yeah, when it's like, oh, this is just a little thing where God lets 1 million babies die a day, like or like like what's the number for sexual assaults that you say? Like
600,000 a year.
600,000 a year. Yeah. That's
almost
like
more than that.
That's almost like 1,200,000 every 2 years. Can you say 1,200,000? Is that?
Wait, a million.
That's a million.
And 200,000 of them.
1.2.
1.2 million.
I also have to like go pee. Do you have to pee, Joel?
Right. No,
we could both go at the same time and just let Ken run the show.
Oh, that's interesting. I think I'm gonna make a peanut butter sandwich like in a bit. But like, why don't you pee? I'll ask Ken his age and religion.
Just make sure you say age and religion.
Religion, both of them, right?
If he tells you his age, then it could be.
Oh, then
don't mess this up. That's all I'm saying. Okay. But Joel, I trust you, and I know you'll do great. I'll be right back.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm 33. A believer.
Okay, Ken, what's your age? Okay, you already said that. All right, sorry. Can you give me a chance to say the thing that I have to say first? Because if you're just like going to jump in, I'm going to fuck it up.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Hi, Ken. What's your... I don't know if I should do the age thing again because you already said it. It was 33, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's your age. And what is your religion?
A believer.
What's your religion?
And Jesus, yeah.
In
Christian.
Jesus. Okay, so you're Christian. Okay. So I hate that because you didn't make it easy on me, and I'm not holding that against you. But the thing is that you know that I'm not doing good here, and you still didn't just say the religion. You go believer. You made it vague. So it's like the thing where it's like you knew I was struggling. Why did you fuck with me like that?
No, it wasn't on purpose.
Well, it seemed a little bit on purpose. I know it probably wasn't, but it seemed directed because I'm sitting here and like I feel like you knew that I wasn't like nailing it out of the park. And which how'd you nail something out of the park? Hitting it out of the park. Like fuck. Hitting it out of the park. Obviously.
It's been a long night.
Yeah, tell me about it. And okay, sorry. Can we start it from the top because does get recorded as a podcast too. So can I just like start from the beginning before Mezzo gets back, and then we'll just like get your age and religion, and then we won't, and then Mezzo will be back and it'll be fine. Okay. Do you mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Hey Kent, what's your name? What's your age and religion?
33.
Sorry, I said Kent. Sorry. Let me do it one more time, and then we'll do this. Okay.
Is this part of the jokes?
Well, fuck. Oh, what's your age and religion? It's quick. Say the age and religion.
Yeah, but actually, sorry. I just realized I forgot to wash my hands. One second.
Oh, shh. I'm not going to ask it. Just say it, and then we'll just get that clean, and I'll just like record my part later, okay?
All right. I'm enjoying your jokes, by the way.
Can you just say the two things real quick?
Okay, the joke's over. So let's get into it, man.
All right, let's get into it. But if you could just say the two things real quick, and then Mezzo should be back, and we'll get going. Just because I want to make sure that I have it clean, okay? Because I was talking.
Your teammate's coming back.
Can you just say the things, Ken? 33 Christian.
Okay, sorry.
There he is.
They turned the water
now
off.
you feel comfortable.
We're just going to tough it out. Okay, and sorry about that, everyone. Sorry to interrupt. I'm sure you're halfway through it. Joel, did you get the information good?
Not really. He's refusing to give the two main things.
But did you ask him for his age and religion?
Yeah, I asked him like 3 times, and he kind of gave it, but like I need it clean. He's not saying it clean.
Ken, what's going on?
I have no idea what's going on. I thought you guys wanted a discussion, but I guess
we will. Can you say the two things real quick for me?
We're not talking to people who are under 18 or over 80. So we just have to check your age.
Okay. So I guess I'm disqualified because I'm over 80.
Oh, okay. Well, go ahead and
he's lying. He's 33.
Ken, are you lying?
Nah, I was joking.
When you said you were 33 or when you were 80?
Which one's 80? The lie?
I'm actually 33.
And your religion?
A Christian.
All right, finally we got it.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. It does mention up here that the host might do jokes. Joel isn't going to, and I'd appreciate it if you also wouldn't, because if you guys do jokes and they're better than mine, it's going to make like my average jokes look worse.
First of all, that's impossible. Secondly, I would never do jokes on this show. And I was trying really hard to do my job properly, and Ken was making it more difficult. I asked him his religion, and he said believer. Now, if that's not obfuscating, I don't know what is.
Believer in what?
Well, later on, he mentioned Jesus, but like he said believer. Like as if that's a...
Oh, like that band Imagine Dragons, like that song?
Exactly.
Believer. I don't like that song.
And then when the monkeys saw her face... Also, yeah. I think Neil Diamond wrote it, but yeah.
Yeah. All right, Ken. Well, look, we're talking about why suffering exists so God doesn't. I was thinking about changing backgrounds, but did you want to talk about this one?
Yeah, that's what actually came up.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I heard like a couple of things that you said also. So you said suffering exists so God doesn't. In this case, I would say God actually allows suffering because humans are, sinful, God actually allows and judges humans for their actions. So in this case, you're saying why doesn't God heal certain people or children as well, because they should be considered innocent? That's what I believe your point of view is.
So like this guy's name is Jeff, Jeffrey, and so he's 5.5. I don't know if you can see him there. He's sick. He's going to die next week, and God could cure him, but he doesn't. But are you saying that just like Jeffrey deserves it or something?
No, from an eternal point of view, from the biblical point of view, you see it gets kind of dicey in that situation, because God is always looking from the eternal point of view, right? So when you say a child passes at a young age, often, they do suffer. I'm not denying the suffering that they're going through right now, but it has they oftentimes will go to heaven. So
that's why I have up in heaven. We have this is like Jesus shrugging with Jeffrey Dahmer. They're just having a party. They're like, oh, we don't care what's going on down there. We're in heaven. This is better, and so it doesn't matter really, right? Like you're kind of saying, it just doesn't matter what goes on earth.
No, we don't say it doesn't matter. We don't deny it. No, because what is bad is if a kid grows up without God in their life, right, without Jesus as their Lord and Savior, and they end up unaliving for whatever reason or passing away, and they go to hell for all of eternity. That's worse than actually.
Right. That's interesting.
From an point of view.
So you're saying it's worse for people to stay alive because they might go to hell. So it's better for children to die.
No,
before they, because do children go to hell?
No, until the age of accountability, whatever that age is.
I think it's like 56 or something. Let me see in the Bible, or it's 33. When Jesus died, he was 33. So anything before 33, it says that.
So
Ephesians.
So this is the difference between godly point of view and a worldly point of view.
Ken or Kevin, what is it? Ken? Hold on, what's the age? I'm trying to figure that out.
Yeah, it doesn't say exactly what age.
Oh, so it might be 33, or it could be 6 months.
No, when they know when the person or the child knows right from wrong, or
where does it say that? Yeah.
I would actually have to go look it up on my phone right now, but
and we should know, like we should know before we start killing all of the kids and people that are under that age, right?
You don't want to accidentally doing it. Like say it's age 20, and then like someone is 19 and a half. We want to make sure to take care of them before they turn 20, so that we know for sure they go to heaven.
Or you can just serve God. How about that? You can do that part too,
that's
right?
Risky.
People might go to hell. Yeah.
I mean, that's your choice for choosing not to commit.
Age is like 7, 8, 12, 13. It's kind of confusing. Yeah, it doesn't really say.
Ken, we're going for 100% here, right? Did you want some people to go to hell?
It says here there is no age of accountability.
Fuck.
So then that just means kids can go to hell, right? Or no one can.
So this is why the question that you had, as far as why did children, end up suffering? It's because ultimately it's God's will. God's will. He oversees everything. He understands, the past, present, and future. So he's going to actually be making decisions based on eternity first, not this world. Okay,
so this is interesting. So let's say, so this kid is under the age of accountability because he's under 33, and then what's weird is God knows in advance that he's never going to get to the age of accountability. He's never going to be old enough. He's just going to suffer for a while and then die and then be in heaven. Why not just start him in heaven? Why bother with all the suffering? It seems like such a bother. Originally this said bothering exists, so God doesn't what a bother,
I mean, it takes two to tango, right? People actually have to have the desire to have children, right? God just doesn't make children. The only two people he created.
That's such a good point. That's actually a really good point.
So
you're saying the reason God lets little children suffer for no apparent reason is because it takes two people to dance and what you mean by dance, of course, is fuck.
Yeah, and have children, and then
That's so interesting.
A parent reason. It's a parent reason.
What do you mean? Like their parents?
The parents that are doing it, so it's parent reason.
But,
so yeah, and also
their parents. But hold on, Ken. What do you mean? It's like their parents.
He was saying because they want to become parents, so that's the reason. So, and then you said for no parent reason, but it was like the parent reason. I'm trying to make a sandwich.
I fucking just got that. Holy shit! I feel like an idiot. You said that like 9 times. Ken, did you hear that?
Just sort of making a sandwich here, and I'm not doing a joke, but I'm just saying, like, you said...
I said the joke. I get
the parent thing, and I thought I was pointing it out, but it turns out, like, you didn't mean to say it or something.
This is for me. Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, so in this case, like for children especially, parents are the covering, right? So if the parents, have access to God, they can cover their children. But if they choose to live the lives they want to live, based on what they want to do, then even the children are not protected as far as from sickness.
Yeah, atheist children go to hell. Did you know that?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, like if both of your parents are atheists, you're not covered. You go to hell.
Well,
you're only made clean. Children are only made clean if at least one of their parents is a Christian. That's biblical.
Not necessarily.
I'll read it to you.
Okay.
In 1 Corinthians, to the married I give this command, not I, but the Lord. This is the Lord's command, that the wife should not separate from her husband. But if she does separate, let her remain unmarried or else be reconciled to her husband, and that the husband should not divorce his wife. To the rest I say, I and not the Lord, that if any brother has a wife who is an unbeliever, and she consents to live with him, he should not divorce her. I wonder why. And if any woman has a husband who's an unbeliever, and he consents to live with her, she should not divorce the husband. For the unbelieving husband is made holy through his wife. Right? So if I'm an atheist and my wife is a believer, I'm made holy through her. Do you understand that? So far?
Which scripture is that? What?
7:12. 1 Corinthians 7:12 is where it starts. If any woman has a husband who's an unbeliever and he consents to live with her, she should not divorce him. For the unbelieving husband is made holy through his wife, and the unbelieving wife is made holy through the brother. Okay? So one person's holiness can make another person holy, clean enough for heaven. Otherwise, your children would be unclean. Uh-oh. But as it is, they are holy. It's saying your children will be unclean if you're both atheists. As long as one of you is there, then your holiness covers the spouse, and your shared holiness covers the children.
Okay, so yeah, I can also find scriptures about children being under a certain whether they know good from evil, and that ultimately what God decides from a young age.
Yeah, do that. Find a scripture that contradicts this. I would love that. I guess it's just a waiting time. How's your sandwich, Joel?
What must church be like these days? Like, hey, could we just get to the point? Like, what kind of boring, fucking humorless drag must it be to attend a fucking church?
Everyone that comes up is just so brain dead and like humorless and unenjoyable.
Well, they ask their little questions. Why do you think God wrote on a wall for David, and not just like Jesus wrote in the sand, but then like God wrote on a wall?
I have to think like maybe I'm giving the benefit of the doubt that we're getting the bad ones, because like the ones who are like interesting in church are just hanging out in church, talking to each other, having like riveting conversations. They're not on TikTok. You know what I mean? Like they're just like, this is fine. We don't need TikTok. I don't care about those atheists. We're over here just having some, day old donuts and some coffee by the thing over here in church. Hey, how'd your baptism go? Did you get wet? Sweet. And then like everyone else is like so fucking boring that then they just like come here.
TikTok.
Good. Get the fuck out of here. You're boring. None of us like you. Well, that was the one. That was the church guy saying it.
That's the fun one. That's the good one.
Well, get the fuck out of here. Well, maybe church isn't for you. Go to hell. Well,
we're going to worship God and read the Bible. Oh, look, it says to burn women alive. That's when they start.
Love it. Love it. The one guy knows it's coming. He just laughs over that part, like as they get to. And if the priest's daughter,
holy shit! I mean, I didn't say shit.
That's so funny. Just laughing over the. Isn't church fun? Still reading it. Anyways, Ken, it's the top of the hour. Oh, sorry. Are you eating your sandwich right now?
Ken, you're not gonna. Ken, you're not gonna like this. Go ahead.
Okay.
Ken, you're not gonna like this, but it is the top of the hour. That's right. It's 1:54 a.m. in the morning, and we're doing Bad Bible Debates. This is a cast of the pod type of variety, and we've got Mezzo hosting the shit out of this fuck show. I'm JRB in the sidecar, and we got Ken in the hot seat. That's right. It's BBDs at 1:54 a.m. Mezzo.
Yeah.
Let's take this fucker away, shall we?
Woo! Woo! Yeah, I like that. Even though everyone's called the freaks here, which, by the way, I set the thing back up so it says freak again and there's stickers again. It was annoying. But instead of calling it a freak show, you called it a fuck show. Did you notice that?
Oops.
It's like a slightly different implication of what we do here.
Say this fuck show's the shit, or what did I say?
I don't know. I just noticed that you called it. We're here on Mezzo's fuck show. It just sounds like people might be seeing a different kind of show. Yeah. Which,
I didn't think of that.
Do whatever you want.
I thought the show was just like fucking just like great, and it's just like we're totally fucking it in a good way.
I want to put up either this one for the or it's Friday. It's Friday, right? Let's do a little of this one. Hey, Ken's back. Hey, Ken, how are you? Welcome in. What's your age and religion? Damn it.
That's a good one.
Oh, jeez.
So yeah, I looked it up a little bit. I saw I looked into Isaiah 7:16.
Okay, Isaiah 7:16. Let's give it a ready. A ready Rudy. Let's see here. Okay, Isaiah. What page does Isaiah start at? Is that before Ezekiel 7? Okay, and it's 7:13. Is that what you said?
7:16.
Oh, 7:6:7. It's a thing that everyone's kids are saying. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. Well, what are we talking about here?
So there is an age. We still don't know what it is, but there is an age.
He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. This is about, this isn't about, like, children. This is about one specific child. It's about, I mean, it's about Israel or something. No, it's about a Messiah. This is like a prophecy. Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and name him Emmanuel. That's like the Messiah who's coming, right, Ken? Ken's gone. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. Do you know what's fun about this, Jolie, my good boy, my good fellow Joel? I'm on to something here.
Good man.
For those
Tell me, my
idiots
good
who
man.
come down around here and they say that this is some
I know the
prophecy
idiots.
for the Jesus Christ Messiah man,
We've got
there's a
one here now,
time
right now.
here where Jesus is not knowing evil and good.
Oh, very interesting indeed. There is a time when the man doesn't know, but he's a son of God, even as a child. Hey, isn't that fascinating? Absolutely fascinating. I dare say that we have another chink in the armor.
Yes.
So in this case, children, depending, on whether they know good from, evil, that's how, according to the Bible, they will be judged. So,
right, and that's the
what
verse we're
age-
looking. What verse does it say that?
No, but what I'm saying is God will not judge you if you do not know good from evil. It's the same thing that you were discussing earlier with Adam and Eve, right? They didn't know good from evil. They didn't know good from evil, so God didn't judge them once they, once they ate the fruit. They eventually, knew good from evil. So.
Sorry, just real quick for people that wonder like what I am laughing at. I'm looking at the Discord and there's someone, I missed who it was, but somebody is like unable to watch but can read, and so they asked for like a play-by-play, and so everyone is describing everything that we're doing. And I think this is going to be funny because now they're going to have to describe that, like Mezzo's talking about this thing that we're doing right now, and he's describing that we're describing the description to you. But it's really funny, like reading what we're actually doing. They're nailing it too. It's really
Are they
good.
playing it straight, or are they being goofballs? Because last time I was in there, they were being crazy goofballs, and they were making fun of my nom de plume.
The Discord is a bit of a fuck show. Let's just say that. Hey, if you want to get in our fuck show, join up by subscribing to Joel here or Mezzo here, and then send us a DM, and we'll set you a link to that. No believers, though. We're keeping it as a dangerous space where no one who knows right and wrong can be there. Okay, so you're saying that no one will be judged who just doesn't know, right? So it says somewhere like for example, like when someone's going to go do missionary work to some like North Sentinel Island type place where it's like they've never heard about the Bible, they don't know about it, so they all get to go to heaven, even as grown-ups, right?
No, because it's a difference. They have a conscience, so they know they have their own moral principle, and God will judge them according to that. So if they're doing wrong, they would know because they would have their own
like
conscience.
their conscience, for example, says to be like cannibals, but they think that's good, so they think that they're acting good, so they still get to go to heaven. But
go ahead.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like there are some people who don't from wrong. Like they never learn that. Like no one ever tells them, right? So they get to go to heaven.
Sorry, you kind of lagged there for me. Can you repeat that part?
Are you saying that people who don't know right from wrong just get to go to heaven?
No, I'm saying that children that don't know right from wrong get to go to heaven, not adults.
Yeah, the Bible just says the only way is to get to heaven is through Jesus. So like this is just like super sacrilegious, I think. I'm just worried about your eternal soul here.
So in this case, you do not believe in Jesus is the only way to get to heaven. You believe there's no life after unalive or passing away.
Yeah, I don't believe in God at all. What I'm just saying is your Christian belief doesn't say anything about an age of accountability, so I don't know why you brought it up. You guys just made that up to make it seem like it's okay that kids die or something?
No, it's part of, like I said earlier, the protection of their parents. So whether the parents are followers or believers of Christ, you have access to God. So if you have access to God, your prayers are more likely to be heard, and God will be more responsive. If you don't believe in God of the Bible and His Son Jesus, then your prayers are likely not to be answered. So in that case, that's the only way you cover your children. Is
And I have
through
no idea what you're talking about at this point. I'm sorry. I just want to be honest with you. You're droning off in a way that seems irrelevant to the conversation.
No, I just perfectly explained it. Your parents are covering your children. So
What about orphans?
Okay, so in that case, if it's a situation that's an orphan, that child would have probably an opportunity to get to learn about God.
All right, let me just real quick. I just have to say something to the chat here. Sorry, this is unrelated. Chat. What the guest is doing here is they're just making things up on the spot.
I'm not.
They're moving. So I'm just talking to the chat. So they don't always follow the conversation. So I like just to keep up with them. They're just like inventing things as they go along, and what's going to happen is they're going to kind of like tangle themselves up in bits of pretzels and stuff. It's just a classic Christian move to be like when you're like addressed a question that you haven't considered before, to just make up the answer on the spot and then go like later look up for if there's like, is there a verse about this or something like that, and there's not, right? And so that's just kind of
that's fair. I don't know if that's fair. Like, Ken, what if there were a couple parents that had some children? The mother was a Christian. The father was not a Christian. Before the age of accountability, the mother passes away. The father remarries somebody who's an unbeliever. They have a mixed family of like different children. None of them are believers, but the mother that died was a believer. Are those children still saved, or are they not?
So does the child pass away while the
no, the children, they are like, I'm saying, if
say
those
one
kids
does.
had died,
Like there's
before
two
the age
kids, and one of them
Okay.
passes away and the other one doesn't. Which
there's
one?
actually 4 children, 2 from the new marriage and then the 2 from the old marriage.
Oh, okay.
One of
Yeah,
each
they're
passes away.
half siblings.
Yeah.
Okay.
So one of each passes away. The mother of the one was Christian. She's dead.
Right.
But now the new mom, the stepmom, is not a believer. They live in the same household. Is the one that died on the with the Christian mom, is that one going to heaven and the other one going to hell? Do they both go to heaven? Do they both go to hell?
So when you ask that question, I understand what you're trying to do and what the tactic is. It's kind of you're trying to be funny a little bit, but if the child gets to the age of accountability,
This is the exact thing that we're talking about. What do you mean?
This is pre-age of accountability that they die.
oh, the children, all one of the children pass away, or all of them?
Their children. Are some children old enough to go to hell, or are they children?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's different for each child. Maybe one child.
So wait, so some children go to hell?
I don't know what the age is. Like I don't know.
You
the
said it's
exact
different
age.
for each child, which implies some kids go to hell. Is that what you're saying?
If the Bible says, if you know right from wrong, and God is holding you accountable, I don't know what that age is, whether it's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, whatever that age is for God, He doesn't give an exact age. So that's what I can't speak on that. That's not for me to say.
I don't know why you brought it up. So in Joel's situation, who goes to heaven, who goes to hell?
So in that situation, a younger child, right? I'm looking at his age as well. Like he's probably not going to be mature enough to fully grasp everything that God is teaching through the Bible. So that's why I'm saying it's more likely for a younger child to go to heaven.
Right.
Like
So the one who had the
Christianity of the mom matter.
Yeah.
So when you talked about the one with the mom, if a child gets to the age of accountability, whatever the age that is, we right from wrong.
I already said it's pre-accountability.
So what do you mean exactly by that?
It's pre the age of accountability. They have a dead Christian mom, and the current mom is a non-believer, and the current dad is a non-believer. Do they go to heaven or hell, even though their mom was a Christian that used to live with them?
So yes, so that child will most likely, I don't want to state it as fact, but from what I understand, is going to be going to heaven.
Okay, and then the other one that is just like has the two unbelieving parents. The other one's dad was an unbeliever too. He's still alive, but he just doesn't live with them. And then the stepdad's an unbeliever, and the mom. That one is also under the age of accountability. Do they go to hell?
So again, if it depends on the child's ability to know good.
They're under the age of accountability, Ken.
Okay, so if they're under, then from my belief, I believe they go to heaven.
Okay, so the parent
even
thing
though they
doesn't matter.
sinned.
No, again, the parent thing matters when you were talking about healing, right? You were talking about access to healing. So if your parents are Christians or believers, when they pray,
I
they
don't
have
care about
access.
the healing anymore. This is more interesting. Sorry. So, do you think that like it's impossible to sin if you don't know like what's right and wrong yet?
You can sin.
Like if a baby steals, like, takes a toy from their brother, that's stealing. Does it count as a sin, or does it not a sin because they don't know right from wrong?
Yeah, so God may be giving them grace during that time period before the age of accountability for the actions that they have done.
So it is a sin.
Yeah, it could be counted. Like if we're talking about, there's children who are 4 or 5 years old who do bad things, right?
Right. Yeah. So what this is interesting because what the implications of this are fantastic for everybody, because that means that it's possible for God to forgive. Wait, was this true before Jesus came too? Did those babies, were they given grace also?
Well, the Isaiah verse exists before.
Right. So so yes, Ken, you would say yes. So that means that even before Jesus came, God could forgive sinners without them even knowing God existed, without them even like knowing right and wrong. He could just like say, I know you did bad, but I forgive you with no sacrifice needed. Welcome to heaven.
P.S. I hate to make it simpler than that. All have sinned. Like you're born into sin.
Yep.
Like our hearts are wicked from childhood. So
I was thinking about that, but I was curious if he would say, but he was even saying like with particular sins, like if you steal as a child or something like that. So that means God has the ability to forgive and let people into heaven without any sacrifice, no Jesus needed, no sheep's blood needed. I guess the follow-up question would be, why does anyone go to hell? Why doesn't he forgive everyone? Why doesn't he give grace to all?
Because as an adult, you know right from wrong. And you live the life that you want to live. First of all, you break God's commandments, and then there's a time and but yeah, they're children, so they haven't fully understand. They don't fully understand what they're doing completely. So in this
do you
case,
think we have the ability to fully understand God's ways and preferences?
I mean, he has commandments. That's clearly that you can like literally see what his expectation is.
But this is another thing that like there are commandments in Leviticus for people to do sacrifices for iniquities that they don't know they've committed. Like they don't know they did the thing, but they still have to do the sacrifice for
just
it.
in cases?
Just in case. Yeah, they're catch-alls. And Job did that for his sons as well. So
Ken, you're fucked.
Yeah.
In what way? As long as we pray as Christians.
In what way? Didn't you hear what he just said? Why aren't people listening to Joel tonight? He's my best friend. Listen
about me. It's like I'm not even that interesting or something. Like
I did hear you, but you're saying something that's you're saying something that as far as like sacrifices.
So if you need atonement for things that you did not know you did,
then that
you didn't
would
have
mean
the knowledge.
That would mean that God is like requiring your atonement for things that you don't know about, but he doesn't have to, right?
In that case, you can actually say that when people looking for atonement for things that they don't know, and you're using whether it's a sacrifice, you can pray about that as a Christian right now. There's things that you can simply just say, God, I don't know if I'm doing something wrong in this department. I can and just pray for forgiveness, and say, please cover me for my sins.
Can you do it for other people too?
Sorry?
Can you like pray for other people for their forgiveness for their sins?
Yeah, you can pray and lead people to Christ.
No, I
You're
just mean
saying
like
you're accountable.
I just mean like, can you be like, God forgive everybody, please, and then everyone from now on gets to go to heaven?
No, you can influence people. You can definitely influence people to lead them to Christ, but at the same time, they have to want to, and have to be open to God as well.
It's the dumbest shit I ever heard. All right, Ken. Well, you've offered nothing intelligent. Did you want to talk about how God is make believe now, or are we done with you for today?
I think I got my point across. If you want to, become a Christian.
Your point was we don't know the age of accountability, but we made it up anyways. Some people go to heaven and some people go to hell, and whether or not they've sinned or not isn't the thing. Whether or not they believe in Jesus or not isn't the thing that gets them in. It's just kind of all up to God's decisions and discretions. And so some people, like we're all just kind of winging it, and we don't know if you can pray for other people or not. It depends. It's unclear.
You can.
Okay, can you right now pray that nobody else goes to hell ever again?
You can pray, but like I said earlier,
it doesn't work. You can, sorry, we know you can pray and have it not work.
No,
that's obvious.
You have to be willing. So, do you have a free choice?
No.
So you don't make any decisions.
I'm a robot.
Okay, so in that case, if you don't have any free choice and you're programmed by God, why would He send you to hell? Why would He have Judgment Day?
Great question. Ken.
Ask a Calvinist that.
Good question.
It's just a random chance. He just, the same thing that you were conversating with the other person about, Adam and Eve being robots, right? The actual reason God doesn't, force people to become Christians, it's because He wants genuine love. He wants people to choose for themselves daily, and He doesn't.
Do you think you have free will?
Absolutely.
Does God know?
A free choice.
Does God know, like what you're gonna have for breakfast tomorrow?
Yes, He does.
With 100% certainty?
Yes, He does.
Can you choose something else?
As far as like, if I choose whatever I choose, He'll always know.
Right. Can you choose something different than what He thinks you're going to choose?
No.
Okay. So you have one choice to choose. You have free will. You can pick the one thing that He knows you're already going to get.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So I can change my mind, but God already knows what I'm going to do.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's
how's that not? How's that not a free choice?
You only have one choice. There's only one thing that you can get. It's just that it's like one of the some people say it like it's the entailment of future knowledge. If like not even God, but like a psychic knows the future with 100% certainty, then it means the future's settled. It's already locked in. Otherwise, they would. Yeah.
So you're telling me the person that's making the decision never had a choice. It was, and that reason is because God foreknew what they would choose.
Well, so in the case of God, it's a little bit different. So like with the psychic, the people make the choices and the psychic just knows the future. It's locked in. So they just can't change their choice. It's their choice, but they can't change it. With God, though, He made you the way you are. He made the universe the way it is. He was the person who decided to make the universe it is. Like we were saying with the other guy, He chose to give you free will. Did you choose to have free will?
No.
Yeah. No. So before He chose to give you free will, He knew all of the choices you would make. So He could see that and go, I can give him free will or not, and know that he would do this. So He chose for you to make that choice down the line. He's the original choice maker. So just like, yeah, it all kind of like falls on Him. It's like his design.
So it all falls back on Him when
He's God. Yeah.
So in this universe that we live in, you're telling me is strictly because God chose every decision that you wanted to make.
Yeah, so He should let everyone to heaven. Yeah.
So you're the unlucky one, and I'm the lucky one. It has nothing to do with your choices today or tomorrow. It's completely on God because you don't want to. You don't want to repent or change.
Yeah, I can't just like wait about what? What are you talking about?
So what I'm saying is, you're
Like, could I
saying you
choose
don't
to
have
believe in God?
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't know how to do that.
Okay, so that's a
Do you
choice.
think I could?
Absolutely.
Can you choose to believe in unicorns right now?
Okay, so yeah, all right.
You believe in unicorns right now?
No, I don't. But I'm saying,
do it.
if I
No,
want
choose to believe in unicorns right now.
for what? What
Just
do
to-
I gain
just
from
to-
that?
You would prove that it's possible to choose your beliefs in a way that no human has ever been able to before. That would be a fantastic breakthrough. We'd probably win an award.
So you're telling me when you read the Bible, you can't read through the Bible and apply the things that God asks you to apply and see change in your life? You can't do that?
I absolutely can do that. That's not what the fuck we're talking about. Try to log on here. Ken, we are talking about whether or not you can choose your belief. I don't think that's how it works. Can you choose to believe in unicorns? Like sincerely believe in them?
I mean, you can, but it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so go ahead then. Prove that, because I don't think you can. I would love to see that. Go ahead.
so no, I actually don't want to. I can, but I don't want to. I know what you're doing.
Coward.
Fucking unicorn coward. Why not?
Do something simple.
Why
Do
wouldn't you
something
want
simple.
to?
Choose to believe that Mezzo's wearing pink frames.
Yeah. Instead of, these are gray. Just imagine and actually believe.
I get what you guys are trying to do. I get what you guys are trying to say. You guys
We're showing you that you can't choose your beliefs, Ken.
Yeah,
I know.
We're not trying to do anything. We are.
I get what you're trying to do, Ken. You're trying to say that you can and then not prove it. And then change the topic so you don't look like an idiot. Go ahead.
No, because I understand what you guys are doing, but it has the fact that you guys say that, but have you ever tried to apply what God says? Have you tried it?
Yes. I was a Christian
Ken,
for a long time.
This is the deal.
So what happened?
If I read in the Bible that Jesus said, wash your hands every day and you won't be as sick as often, okay? And I did that, that might convince me that Jesus was a wise man or even God. Like that, maybe I'd be naive enough to think that just because he said some things that are nice and they work, that he's God, right? But that would be something that is convincing me. Mm-hmm. I still wouldn't be choosing to believe that Jesus is God or that washing my hands didn't make me sick. I would be convinced that those things were true. There's not a choice there. It's being persuaded by data.
I could convince you my frames are pink if I was like, just so you know, Ken, I have a TikTok filter on right now that turns pink things gray. I didn't mention that before, but it's just like one of those cool filters. Everything that's pink just turns gray. These are pink. My shirt is kind of like purplish. That's why it looks sort of grayish. Then you might be convinced of that if you're like a little bit gullible or something. You might be convinced of that and go, okay, now that I'm convinced, I do believe. The belief has been formed. But you can't just believe without being convinced, right? Like,
okay. Yeah. I see what you're saying. I understand where you're coming from. But, there's also, and you're saying this because you read the Bible.
That was a good concession, by the way. I appreciate that.
Yeah. So in that case, so when you, from your point of view, you were a Christian, right? So what caused you not to believe anymore?
I became unconvinced.
Okay, and that's reading the scripture, or like, is it like prayer life, or what?
It was a mixture of real life and scripture. Yeah, just all of the experiences that I was like intaking, whether through the Bible or through church or just through the real world or what I like thought was God, were all like happening and coming in and like being resolved in my brain in a way that like I became unconvinced. My brain assembled those things together and was like, this doesn't make any sense. I don't believe this anymore. It was slower than that, but that's how it worked. So for me to be convinced again, all of the problems that I have with God being like impossible would have to be solved. And then some evidence would have to be provided. Because all the problems could be solved and be like, okay, there's no contradictions in it, but is it still true? right? There's a bunch of contradictions. So those would have to be solved first, and then some evidence that would have to be like, oh yeah, this is actually convincing. And then I'd be convinced and I could believe. The only other thing, though, would maybe be hypnosis. I think it's possible that you could like force yourself to believe something via hypnosis. I don't know how that works.
The thing that really got me during my deconstruction, which was fairly recent compared to like Mezzo here, is that I did realize that you can't choose your belief. And I also know that it is belief that hangs in the balance of whether or not you go to heaven or hell. Believe on the Lord Jesus Christ and you will be saved.
Yeah.
God so loved the world, whoever believes in me, him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. So I was like, well, if belief isn't a choice, then this is not just or loving or good or any of those descriptions. This is a horrific, horrific thing. And that really, did push me to abandon and be unconvinced that this could possibly be true, because it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, great point.
Got you. So, and I understand that point as well. Like, but have you guys ever had any of your prayers answered? I don't want to get too personal, but your own personal life, like any prayers have been answered?
No, there's this like thing I've been doing lately here to kind of just like challenge the idea of prayer and miracles, because I'm in my garage, and it's like an electric garage door. It's really like loud and the light turns on. It's a whole thing. Like it would be noticeable if the garage opened up. And so I've been asking people for them to pray, and I've tried praying to just have it like open, like as a sign of God's existence and stuff like that, to help not just me believe, but there's like, how many people are on the tube stakes? 250 over there, 580 or so here people to see a real miracle happen. And a lot of times people turn the opportunity down because like, we can't test God or something like that. And I get that, I do. But like just think about this, Ken. Like if you prayed right now and said, "Dear King Jesus, please open this man's on TikTok's garage door," he might not do it. It might not open. And all the people who are atheist will stay atheist, and all the people who are Christian will stay Christian. No one's faith is going to be broken because the garage door didn't open, right? So there's no loss possible. But if you pray and it did happen, a lot of people would be like, holy shit. I'd probably go to church on Sunday. I'd look around. I'd be like, did my wife just open the garage or something like that? Or like, is the clicker... somewhere like I'd actually stepped on it, something like that. But like, it would be pretty cool. And I've asked a bunch of times, and usually people don't even try it. But when they do try it, like nothing happens. Maybe they're not like believers or anything like that, or like not true believers. But I would definitely find it really interesting. I don't know if I would be like instantly convinced fully, but it would like mess with me for sure. And I would look at this in a very different way. Do you want to try?
So you're asking, you said you wanted to turn on the light in the garage? Did you say?
The garage door, it's an electric door, so it takes like 60 watts and it triggers and the whole thing opens. Okay. So it's a little like, it's like a spark of electricity, which was why I think it's kind of a good ask, because obviously he can like make electricity happen, right? And if he's real. So it's not like, I could do it where it's like, make my pen levitate, and that would be like neat and stuff. But I know that that's not really possible. Like he can't do impossible miracles, but like maybe my garage door could just malfunction. And so that would be like great timing. And like, it still could be that God is fake and it was a crazy coincidence, but I'd go to church. So,
okay.
You want to try?
How about if we pray for you directly? Instead of asking for that, would that be considered a miracle?
This is for me.
I've had countless Christians. Well, they're probably countable, maybe 20 so far. Pray that God will more than that. You think? Yeah,
because they do it a lot. Do it like not live,
right? Not even publicly. But these ones have prayed publicly on my lives before I have conversations with them. I'll have them pray to open my heart. And so far, I still don't believe, because it just like doesn't make any sense.
His heart is just like fucking tight.
But that's kind of the long game, you know, like if the garage door opened, like that would be a quick one. You know what I mean? Like that'd be like, whoa.
Yeah, because if you said, hey God, open this guy's heart, even if it did open, I might say to my live, like, no, I'm fine. That nothing happened. But if that thing opens up, I can't deny that.
But it's also like if I were to convert back to Christianity, people would just be like, oh man, they got Joel again. You know, like he's been deceived by the cult again, you know? Whereas if a door opens, it's like...
Who cares what they think?
No, that's fine. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is like...
You do.
It wouldn't be a miracle for anybody. It would just be one person that was getting saved. But if the garage door opens, there's a pile of people that are going to be like rocked by that, right?
I guess do either one, Ken. If you want to try for the garage door and get like 600 people to see a miracle or something, 700 people to see a miracle right now, that's cool. Or if you want to try to do it for me right now, we can try that. It's up to you.
So when Jesus did his miracles when he was here on earth, did that convert everybody? Absolutely not. So
I don't think.
But he really shouldn't have done them.
Yeah, he didn't really.
So I don't think miracles are enough to change someone's mind. It actually needs to be from the inside.
Okay.
God has to reach in.
Do that then. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll definitely pray for you right now. But at the same time, it might not. It may take time. In this type of situations,
I know you can't do it without a bunch of excuses. We've heard all these before.
No, I am going to do it for you.
No, but Ken,
maybe you should.
We've heard all these. Yeah.
When you're before you do the excuses, maybe when you say the prayer, you should give a timeline. You should be like, in the next year or in the next 3 months, Mezzo will have a paradigm shift, and he'll start to understand these passages and who God is and the problem of suffering and things. This way, we can actually see that the prayer has been answered rather than it never is answered and Mezzo dies an unbeliever. And that'd be good for you because then you can check in later, right? And if it doesn't work, then you'll know, oh, okay, prayers don't work, right?
Well, and I mean, just so you know, like if it happens right now, you'll know because I will and I got to be careful saying this on TikTok, but I will right away take my, finish living.
Okay.
You'll be done living?
Right away. I'd be like, heaven's real? Bye. What would I want to be doing?
Dedicated.
I would be like, if I'm convinced right away, that's the first thing I'm doing. I'm not saying that Christians should don't do that because it's not real. But if I was convinced it was, that's I would, at the very least, I'd just start driving around without a seatbelt or something.
I'm going to the better place. Thanks.
Yeah. I'll definitely pray for both of you guys. And also, you guys are former Christians, so you guys were believers, right? So at the end of the day, eternity is real. No matter what any atheists say, you guys atheists believe in science and facts.
Eternity is real. I agree. Now go.
Now. So, but the eternity is real. Being honest, and people live on forever. So after this life, atheists cannot help you.
Don't.
Oh, sorry. I was going to do my.
Can I help you?
Sorry, I was going to do
scare tactics.
I did the wrong.
It's not scare tactics
because you don't have any evidence, or you obviously know that prayer doesn't work. Doesn't mean you have to do scare tactics. And
atheists don't believe in the afterlife, right?
No, yeah, of course. So you don't have to be like, nobody can help you after you die. That's not.
That's a biblical point of view.
Is this helping you, Ken?
That's just cult rhetoric, buddy.
It's actually not. It's a fact of life.
No, it's not.
No matter what song you play,
Ken, are you going to pray or not?
I definitely am. Are you
going to do it right now?
After I get off this live.
You're not going to do it on the air?
No, after this live, and I'll do it continuously. So anyways, thank you guys for having me on. I appreciate it.
I don't think he's really going to do it. Get out of here, Ken. Liar.
He won't remember our names in 2 seconds.
That's crazy just to lie about that. Sorry about that, Ash. That guy was just full of shit.
That's all right, man.
Ash, welcome in. How old are you?
I am 38 years old.
See how easy that is to ask that. What's your religion?
So I hope I'm not misstepping here. So like I
That's a
am a
harder one.
recovering Christian. That's what I call it. Yeah. So, but I found a different kind of spirituality, and you changed the background right since I queued up. So I wanted to ask a little a question about suffering, or speak to a little suffering, because coming from a Christian background, right? I had a lot of questions. A lot of the questions became taboo to even ask. Things like, what about the canonization of the Bible? What about the translations? And they came. Yep.
I think he might be waiting for you to drop because he only wants to talk to believers, but
Oh, it could be.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, so
He
yeah,
throws
so I
he
wasn't
throws
sure.
a moody once in a while where he's like, if the guy's not a believer, then like it says believers right up there, and we're talking Christian God. It's like he just
Well, it didn't. So that's why I was confused. I was in. I
it
was in
said
the queue
believers
higher.
before, and I didn't know that.
Well, I'm a
you're-
believer in God, just not the anthropomorphic Christian God, and that's why I wasn't sure
Which
whether that was
one?
a.
Which one?
So that's just it. It would be more like in the Taoism, like the not the anthropomorphic one. That
Like you're talking about
biblically
like a God, just a misnomer for God.
Well, I believe that God is everything everywhere. Like if you
Yeah,
if you
so
want to
like
consolidate what the
not
yeah
God.
what the
Yeah.
big prior to Big Bang, right? That perfection that was hosted, that was itself, that is God looking to have an experience. And so what happened, in my opinion, is that we created a duality of that suffering, and thus it burst out into the duality that we're experiencing.
We've heard that one before. Yeah, there's all sorts of things people make up, but I think that we were looking to speak to somebody that thought about believed in a triomni God, and that's I think why he's like throwing a fit right now. So I would just drop, and then I'll find a Christian to talk to because he's not going to come back.
Cool.
While you're still up here, yeah, this is his. Just like MO, and I'm sorry, it's immature, but he does that.
Cool.
All right, thanks.
Sorry, my dog shat in the house.
I think he knows. I think he heard you that you were going to drop. So, thanks, Ash. Bye.
See you later, Ash.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Snowman, what's your age and religion?
Well, I'm 15, but don't kick me. I'm just here to talk.
Whoa, no.
Yeah, I would. You're not old enough to be here. I mean, but don't kick me.
It's like, has he ever been on a live where they've been like, "Yeah, sure, no problem, youngin"?
Yeah.
You don't.
What did a snow guy or what did the other guy talk about?
Well, Ash just believed in one of those gods that was like everything, kind of a Brahmin sort of like, we are experiencing, God is experiencing himself through us, and all those things. And I said that you were throwing a fit, and that's why you stood and walked away, because you want to talk to actual Christians.
Well, I might be a bad person then. I'm also not a Christian, but I have I have a question about
quote unquote shit in the house again.
Yeah, I know. I have one question about a specific verse that I was wondering if I could ask you guys.
I'll let you ask it, but I might not answer it.
Okay. I am an atheist. This is a verse that
All right, I'm not going to let you ask it, but Mezzo's going to let you ask it, and I probably will answer it. Go on.
Okay.
I might not let Joel answer it, though, because if he asks it and then I say don't answer it, but Joel does answer it, then it looks like it's not my show.
Fair enough.
But Mezzo's not the boss of me, so I might still answer it, even though he tries to make it so that I don't answer it. So we'll see.
Okay, fair enough.
But certainly go ahead and don't ask it.
Go ahead and ask it.
Log on.
Okay, I'm going to ask you. But drop me if you don't want me to ask you. Okay. Oh, man, I'm so confused. It's John 10, 28 through 30. And this kind of relates to what Ken was saying in your conversation with him. It says that, like, nothing can snatch me from the right hand of God. And I don't know what that means. Does that mean that once I'm saved, I'm going to heaven for sure? If it doesn't mean that, I don't know what else it could mean.
Yeah, it's one of the. I'll let Mezzo maybe answer it or
They will
not.
never perish. No one will snatch them out of my hand. My sheep hear my voice. I know them, and they follow me. I give them eternal life. They will never perish. No one will snatch them out of my hand. My Father, in regard to what he has given me, is greater than all, and no one can snatch them out of the Father's hand. The Father and I are one. It just sounds like the ramblings of a drunk lunatic.
I mean, I agree.
JB, do you know the verse in Hebrews, it might be 4 or 6 or something like that, that says like, even like those who have tasted the gifts and the Holy Spirit and blah, 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 once they leave, they can never come back?
I don't know that verse.
It's in Hebrews 4 or 6 or something. Anyway, that seems to be saying that like you can be a Christian, you can taste the heavenly gifts, I think is how they say it, or something like that. And then you can leave. So that does seem to indicate that you can lose your salvation. Okay. But this verse is certainly something that we would use to indicate eternal security, like when I was a Christian. And the answer to kind of deal with the tension there between, well, the obvious contradiction between those two passages, and there's other ones, is that you can pluck yourself out of God's hand. So no one else can pluck you, but you can snatch yourself. Yeah. So that's the kind of wordplay that a Christian might use. Yeah. But we believe, I believed once saved, always saved when I was a Christian, so I leaned into that one. And I didn't know about the Hebrews one.
That's kind of the reason that I never really, I guess, constructed in the first place. Is I remember one morning we were doing like kids Bible study upstairs, and they were talking that like blasphemy is the one unforgivable sin, and you can't come back from that. But then we went downstairs to the adult church group time, and the message was about that verse about nobody can snatch you from the right hand of God. So I was really confused. It was like, am I eternally saved or not? I don't know.
That's fun. A contradiction in one Sunday. That's great.
Exactly.
It was a good time. Anyway, that's all I had for you guys. Thanks.
Well, we didn't answer your question if anyone asked, okay? All right. It's also interesting, Joel, like a second later is this part where Jesus is like about to get, like they're going to throw rocks at him. Mm-hmm. And he's like, but didn't you see all the miracles I did? Before you do that, remember I did miracles to prove I am God? Which is funny because he's terrified. When he should be like, this is it. This is the moment of death. Like,
this is what I came for.
Yeah. But he's like, oh, that up. But also he's saying here, like, the works and magic that I did prove like who I am. That's what they were for.
Yeah.
I did the works.
John 14, same thing. Like he's like, you believe because I did this. Believe because I do shows.
With the garage thing, that's what it's like. He says that's the point of miracles is to show off so that we believe. Yeah,
they know it's not true, so they will not listen to that. But it's so obvious. It's like that's what the tricks are for.
Yeah. Well, Fanatic, welcome in. You're our next guest here on Bad Bible Debates. We're talking about how the Christian God is make-believe. Do you believe in the Christian God is make-believe?
Yes, I do. Yeah, yes, sir.
Good. And how old are you? You sound like 11.
Oh, I'm 30. And we've had discussions before. Yeah, I just changed the name, yeah.
We talked before, you and I? Or you and Joel?
Yeah.
Or Joel and I?
Yeah, no, you specifically, and also in another stream, you and Joel. So we had like two conversations before.
It's probably, I know Joel and I have talked before, but all right, cool. Well, the God that you believe in and worship turns out to be make-believe. So that's fun for you. How are you doing with that?
Oh, if that were true, I would be very, very sad.
Oh.
Well, it was still fun, right? You got to play make-believe. You had to have your fantasy, and it must have been a fun time.
Joel, you have a delightful and positive outlook on stuff, and I
try to keep up the energy. You know,
it warms my heart.
The cockles.
Can we like work off of that, like to the chat too? can we all be a little bit more like Joel during this conversation?
Please.
Just be like, bring some brightness and encouragement to the world here. Not you.
About everyone, us, the hosts, me, right, the chat.
So perfect.
Come on, why bring this negativity, Mezzo? Right? Yeah, come on, let's be all playful, right?
Well, this is gonna go great. This is gonna go really good. Yeah, WWJD indeed. Okay, well, why do you think that you don't make believe this God up?
So I think we actually need to presuppose this God, the Christian God, for us to have knowledge.
All right, let's do that for a second. Okay, now I've presupposed God. I don't know if I know anything more than I did before. I feel like I know the same stuff. I know one more fake thing. Does that count?
No, because so if we presuppose God, then you can know. If you don't presuppose God, for example, let's say you presuppose naturalism, you will end up in global skepticism.
Oh no! You know what? This is the problem, fam. I just presupposed God, and I realized, because it's the Abrahamic Bible God, that I can't have knowledge because His ways are higher. I've been told that I can't rely on my own understanding. So it seems like the God itself is telling me you can't know things.
Can I just say the obvious, though, of like, to come into a live where it says the Christian God is make-believe, to say, no, he's not. You just have to pre-believe yourself into believing he's real. And then he becomes like, that's what, like of all the arguments to use on this background.
Silly and fun.
It's so silly and fun.
The thing is, Mezzo, we all have presuppositions, right? So I'm saying, like, if we presuppose naturalism, right, you end up in global, and I can offer.
Let's try that. Let's presuppose naturalism.
Okay. Well, the problem
I feel like I still know the same stuff. Am I wrong?
Yeah, but the problem is that you will end up not knowing the stuff that you think you know, right? Because with the evolutionary argument against naturalism, so if we presuppose naturalism,
let's pick a thing. Let's pick a thing. Let's look at this.
Okay.
Okay. I think this pen is red. I'm justified in thinking that because I'm looking at it, I'm experiencing it. Maybe I'm not fully justified. What do you guys see this pen as a color?
I think it's a red pen.
You wouldn't be justified in believing in that.
I'm not justified. I'm not justified yet. I'm asking you. What color do you see?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I see red.
In chat, can you just like, if you see red, just say red, or say someone said it over in the YouTube. The pen is red,
and not in the angry way, just the pen.
So much fun. So I feel like now that I've experienced it, my senses have worked fairly consistently in the past, but not 100%. But then I double checked with other people, and they're all seeing red too. The chances that all of us are getting it wrong is probably pretty low. So I feel justified in believing this now. Is it true? It might not be. I guess you're right. Like, we could all be wrong.
You might be hallucinating, right? Yeah, you might be hallucinating.
We would all be hallucinating, right?
That's good. Oh, yeah. You maybe solipsism. Yeah. Maybe I don't even exist. Maybe I'm just your illusion in your mind. Right?
Maybe,
so
but
you're not even talking.
So is that what you want to argue? Is that with naturalism we don't know if something is true?
Anything. Yeah, you wouldn't know anything. Like, maybe you're hallucinating. Maybe all of this is an illusion, right? You wouldn't know anything.
Okay.
You would be in global skepticism.
So you're right. So we're kind of stuck on the like certainty of truth. Now, I do think we're justified in believing this. If it is actually red, then we have knowledge. We have a justified true belief. We've attained knowledge. If it's not and we're wrong, then we think we have knowledge, but we don't, right? However, though, if someone came up to me and said, hey, can you hand me that red pen? They'd be talking about this one. I'd be talking about this one. I'd hand them this one. And practically it would still work. So even if we don't have knowledge, it wouldn't really like matter. Like like even if we were wrong, like we'd still all be talking. In fact, in that case, red would mean this thing that we're seeing. So it actually becomes true, just like analytically. So that's fine. So now let's do it with God. So now let's presuppose God. How do you know the pen is red with God?
Yeah, so if we presuppose that God created us in His image and that He has reliable faculties, then we can know that we have reliable faculties. And from there, we can know everything that we experience.
So everyone who sees red here, you just think that what about colorblind people? They don't have reliable faculties.
Oh no, so colorblind people. Yeah, so it doesn't mean that they can.
But they weren't
know
made in
everything,
God's.
right?
Oh.
No, so they could still have errors, false beliefs, right? But the majority of their beliefs is still.
So how do you know
right?
you're not colorblind?
Oh, because I presuppose that because once I know that
You
I have reliable
presuppose
faculties, I can know.
you're not one of the people who have false faculties.
Yeah, you also have to remember that, like Plantinga, he's an externalist about knowledge, where he would say you need to also have externally functioning faculties,
Actually,
right?
by the
So
way,
your faculties have to be functioning externally from your
But
mental states, right? So,
Pan, what it sounds like is like your argument is saying that if God were real and God did exist, we would all have knowledge and truth and like reliable faculties. We don't.
Yeah.
So it proves that God doesn't exist.
Yeah,
I
you
think
kind of
just
did.
want
the majority of
you,
people-
you did a modus tollens, or is that penance?
Bonus.
I don't. It was a dick move, so maybe it's the penis one.
Modus penance.
But I mean, the majority of people would have reliable faculties, right? These
Oh, it's a
minority,
majority.
right? Yeah, because the minority would
The majority of
saying,
people
like,
were made in God's image, but not all.
Under
yeah.
God,
We
it
all
should
would
be everyone.
Yeah, it would
Yeah.
be everybody.
No, but remember, we would. I
That's
would
a
say,
great
like,
point,
we were
Joel.
all,
I think that kind of crushes this.
No, but Mezzo, I would say we were all born with reliable faculties, but some have malfunctioned, right? Because of
Right, but
because of the
some
problem of
people are
evil,
just born
because of satanic theology.
Right.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Some people are born blind, right?
Wait, some people are born blind?
Yeah.
This is the first time I hear this. I didn't know this.
You've never heard people are born blind?
No, I thought people get blind
Jesus
after.
said that.
Okay, so maybe in the womb they get blind, right? So, but they were born. So they the first cell had the reliable faculties, right? But then maybe afterwards, eventually, it gets like.
I see what you're saying. This is interesting. So what you're saying is that since if we presuppose we were made in God's image, and now that we've ruined that, we can we can assume that we don't have knowledge correctly because we've all been like. Our knowledge has been spoiled with sin. Not spoiled like giving gifts, but because the majority of people are sinners, right?
No. So if the majority of people, we can know that the majority of people have reliable faculties.
Yeah,
right?
but the
It's only
majority
these
of people are
minorities,
sinners, right?
That's fine, yeah.
I mean, isn't that true?
We're still created in God's image, though, in terms of having reliable faculties.
Well, that
for the majority of people.
You're just making that up, though. It might be the case that the majority of people are wrong. This isn't red, and we're all incorrect. We have no idea if we're one of the people, if the majority are the people who have the faculties or not. We don't know, right?
I mean, that's literally Thomas Aquinas' whole thing, right? Like, he's saying that we are flawed creatures, so we can't know things.
Yeah.
Because of
no,
sin.
but what I'm saying is if you can know, right, that you're not part of the minority, because if you have knowledge, you can do science, and from science we can know that these are mental illnesses. For example, if someone is like
you did that, you did that backwards. If you do science, then you get knowledge, not just you know the fact, and so then you do science. That's not how it goes the other way around. So it sounds like with yours, you're stuck at the same thing. You do the same thing we do. You look around and you see red. If you have eyes, you see red, and then you assume that you're right. You check around with other people. You do science, right, and you see they're all saying red. And then there's this one thing where at the end you feel like it's true because you checked and you feel justified. But it's possible that you were made in God's image, but you're part of the group that isn't getting it right. You might even think that you're getting right and that everyone's agreeing with you, but that awareness of that agreement could be false. You could be hallucinating that because of your sin, right? So you're stuck at the same part that we are. Neither of us have 100% true beliefs. So this argument offers nothing.
But Mezzo, let me say that, right? So because what you guys are positing is a form of the problem of evil, right? Why did God permit certain people not to have reliable faculties, right? And here I'm just going to be a skeptical theist, where I would say I don't know all of God's reasons. He might have some reason for permitting.
You don't have knowledge of that, right? Yeah. So you can't have knowledge as a theist. Yeah.
But
knowledge of all of God's reasons, right?
But if he had made you in his image and your faculties were in order, you would have that knowledge.
I would have knowledge of all of God's reasons. No, I would still not have knowledge of.
Oh, so your faculties aren't in order. So we should actually assume that you're wrong. So what color is this pen? I mean, it's probably something else, because his faculties aren't matching God's. God's the only sole truth arbiter, and his are off. He doesn't know. So fuck. Now we don't know what color this pen is.
But only if we presuppose a God, Mezzo. We can know it under naturalism.
No, but what I'm saying,
Don't
Mezzo,
listen
right?
to him.
Sorry, go ahead.
Let's just do the test one more time, real quick. Fantastic. Just like 1, 2, 3. What color is the pen? Go.
Red.
The fuck?
Oh, blue.
Now I don't know what to think.
It is blue. I thought it was going to be
But I want to say something. If we presuppose, right, that God created us in his image having reliable faculties, you're right, there are a minority of people that wouldn't fall under that. And we could still know that I'm not part of the minority because of skeptical theism, where I don't know why God permitted certain individuals not to have reliable faculties.
Well, then let's just presuppose that through naturalism, some people just get survival instincts and don't necessarily like gain this like perfect sense of knowledge. And some people do. And so we presuppose that, and that explains why some people have it and some people don't. In our view, both of us are still equal. You still offered nothing.
But Mezzo, there's going to be a problem there, because if you presuppose naturalism, you wouldn't have reliable.
Hold on, Joel's talking.
I just want to say, fan, like, you realize that like under Mezzo's description, it makes sense. Like the way things work and what we see lines up. Under your description, without the like adding to the story of the fall and all that nonsense, the claim you're making doesn't work. The claim you're making is an utter failure on many levels. We've showed you like 5 levels. But if you change the story, you add in this other piece, then all of a sudden you can try to like scrape together some sort of like, and that's why it doesn't actually work. You know, that sucks, man. Like that's a bad way to presuppose things.
It's also interesting to like the entire fall of humanity is what made us be like, have not perfect faculties, but it hit everyone differently. You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't what's happening where like genetically some people are closer to God and some people are less close to God? Is it like, does he choose that?
Be closer to God.
Why?
The majority would be closer to God.
Why?
Oh, because we can see around us that only a minority have mental illnesses, right? Like not the
that's
majority.
You using
right?
your seeing as your human faculty that might be wrong though. So you don't know that you're actually seeing that around you.
So I agree with you. You're not going to have absolute certainty, but you can still have knowledge without absolute certainty.
It could actually be that like
that's the whole idea of presuppositions. That's the whole idea of presuppositions.
It could be that everybody that you meet, that you would say, oh, that person's, let's say, crazy. Like they have a totally different view of the world that is not comporting with reality. It could be that God is just like augmenting their reality and they're actually experiencing a true reality for them, but it's just a different reality from us. And we all experience slightly different realities, and that's the way God orchestrates it, just to keep us confused, like in the Tower of Babel.
Okay, so maybe I should have rephrased this, right? What I want to say is, when you asked Joel, right, when you asked how do you know that I'm not a part of the minority, right, that has the unreliable faculties, right, I would just presuppose that I'm not part of the minority, right, until I get a defeater for that.
Romans 3:23.
What's that?
For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. The idea is not just that the majority are messed up, all are messed up. All have some faculty error. All have something wrong with them. The idea that you would say like, everyone has something wrong with them, but most of us have our mental faculty. Like, no, you don't. You don't have any way to claim that if the Bible's true.
Yeah, but the way I would interpret these verses, right, I would just say all are fallen in the sense that we've committed sin. That doesn't mean anything about knowledge, right? That we can still acquire knowledge.
That's what makes you just be different than God. That's the thing that you're saying, right? The sin is
well, no, you could. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry for interrupting you.
Why is it that some people are born blind?
Oh, I'll just say, this is going to be a problem of you. I'll just say natural evil. Like this is why does God permit natural evil? Oh, I'll just say like he might have some reason that we're not aware of, right? For these minority of people, right?
It's not. It's not because of like the fall of man and sin entered the world.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Like, there's
Or
no.
maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Maybe why evil exists is going to be because of that, right? Evil exists because of this fallen state, right? The fallen world we live in, right? Yeah.
There's no knowledge. There's no explanatory power. It's all maybe we'll just say this, maybe we'll just say that. Like, that sucks, fan. You got to see that. This reminds me of like the the design argument or the fine tuning argument when it's like, look at how perfectly tuned the world is. It's so obviously designed, and you're like, well, what about all this cancer, or what about the throat thing? And they're like, well, the fall. Like, our argument
The fall,
worked.
what?
Like it all went bad. So
Yeah.
like, you know, we have only under God can we have knowledge, but we can't because the fall, right? Only with a God can we have such a finely tuned universe, but we don't because like God, except we do, but we don't.
You know what's fun? The only two people who would have perfect knowledge were the people who existed prior to the fall. And they, with their perfect knowledge, fucked up.
Right.
So even they didn't get it right. And they were made in perfect God's image. What a disaster of an argument that's been for you.
Mezzo, I think there's like a confusion between like evil actions and having knowledge, right? I think that's the confusion, because I could say like humanity has knowledge, right? But can still commit bad acts because of the fallen world. I don't see the correlation between the fallen nature and lack of knowledge, right? That's the part I still don't see from what you guys are claiming, right? So you can be a sinful person while still having knowledge, right, of things.
It's just really for context here. Joel, did you want to?
Don't you know?
Thank you. In Exodus 4:11, the Lord says to Moses, "Who gives speech to the mortals? Who makes them mute or deaf, seeing or blind? Is it not I, the Lord?" So here he is saying that, like, I am the one who decides if people are blind or deaf or something like that, right? Which, although, you know, those types of disabilities, people of course now get along just fine with and live perfectly fulfilling, wonderful lives. But one of their faculties is different, right? So the idea that we are not all the same in our faculties, you're claiming, is because of part of the fall. But what we're seeing here is God is saying, I'm the one who did this. I messed up some people's faculties and I gave other people different faculties. I choose this. It's not that we were made in his image and through sin we like departed from it. He's choosing who has access to different types of knowledge.
No, I concede to you. I agree with you. But I said, but then the question becomes, how do you know that you're not a part of the people that don't have reliable faculties, right? And I said we can presuppose that I'm not part of the people that don't have reliable faculties, because we all have presuppositions. And until I have positive evidence against these presuppositions, I can still know, right, that I'm not part of the minority, right? But the problem with naturalism is your presuppositions are going to ultimately have a defeater for. Because I don't know if I
presuppose that naturalism gives me proper knowledge.
Well, no, because if we presuppose naturalism, then the reliability of your faculties being true is going to be very, very low, which means you.
No, I presuppose I presuppose that my faculties are true, just like you did. Until I'm given evidence that my faculties aren't, just like you, I can keep on accepting my naturalism presupposition.
But the problem is with naturalism, you're committed to certain views like natural selection and evolutionary theory, right? And natural selection will not select.
So prove to me that my faculties are incorrect.
Sure, yeah. So if you believe in natural selection, right, as a selection force, it's going to select for beliefs that are not for truth, but for survivability. And you can have false beliefs that can...
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm presupposing that just me, not humanity, just me, that I have true beliefs. They came about by evolution, and here I am with just like a natural true belief.
But the problem with evolution is it's not gonna get you reliable faculties.
It did. I'm presupposing that it did.
Yeah, but you can have defeaters for these presuppositions, and I'm saying that evolutionary theory is.
This is what we had with your God shit.
Well, there wasn't really a
Okay,
defeater.
go ahead and give one. Yeah, go ahead and give one, and I'll do the same thing you did. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So for evolutionary theory, the reason why it's going to defeat your presupposition that you have reliable faculties is because evolutionary theory says it selects beliefs not based on truth, but for survivability. So from there, it doesn't matter if your beliefs are true.
Knowing the truth helps some people survive. So some of that got passed down. It got to me. My beliefs are true.
But you can also have false beliefs that helps you survive, right?
Yeah, but that didn't happen with me. I presuppose that I'm the one who got the true ones. Some people do have false beliefs. You're here, right? But I got the true ones. I presuppose that.
But that's going to be like a 1 in a million chance, right? Of that happening. The majority.
Yeah,
of your
but guess
beliefs
how
are
many
true.
people there are? More than 1 million. Easy. Next.
But so you're going to be part of the 1 in a million?
Yeah.
Also, I don't think we need to presuppose that it's 1 in a million. I don't know where you're getting that number.
Yeah, it just means that all it is, fanatic. What it really is that like certain animals earlier on, there was more than 1 million, and one or multiple out of 1 million and more than 1 million got that ability, and those were our early ancestors. So all humans have that ability. So I'm not the only 1 in 1 million human, but humans are rare among the species that can do that. Yeah, that does make sense.
You can do this idea of saying that naturalism has. You can presuppose it, and you can say it has this intrinsic fear. It can never really be defeated in this way.
Just did it.
But at this. Yeah, but then at this point, you and I aren't going to be really doing philosophy. Then that's it. Yeah, then you have.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that you didn't do philosophy this whole time. You came up and you said the stuff you already believed. We showed you how it didn't really offer that much. You had to make stuff up. We had to make stuff up. Neither of us know for sure if the pen is red or not. But we were both pretty convinced. And the way that we are convinced isn't because you don't ask God, and I don't ask evolution. We just trust our senses. So we might be wrong, but we're doing our best.
Then I guess that's true. Then I guess there could be another argument, right? But I don't know if you guys have the time, or if there are people in line.
I appreciated that one because, to have actually absolutely slammed that. I believe that was a Plantinga's argument. Like, that is absolute horseshit, and I never realized how bad it is. So this has actually been a very fruitful conversation for me. I don't know if you noticed that, Mezzo.
Yeah, I liked this.
But that was a good one.
I think it was good. I think it was good for both sides because you got to see that, like, we can do it too. We can do like the exact same kind of thing. And we end up sort of at the same spot where everybody, no matter what your beliefs or no matter what's true even, we're all kind of stuck with a little bit of like, but is solipsism... hopefully not, and we're just doing our best. And I think that, like, to be justified, you don't have to completely eliminate solipsism as an option in order to be justified. I think that justification takes less evidence than that. So I think we're all still justified. I just think that, and I think we all have beliefs. I just think yours aren't true. You think mine aren't true. And so I think the next thing to do would be to bring about like some sort of like physical evidence or something. But let's do that next time.
Thank you for this.
Yeah, I agree, Joel. I think that was actually like normally that conversation is not fun, but that was kind of interesting, and I think he fucking spanked him.
I think we found some new angle. At least I feel like I have a new
spanking angles, like you're coming from below.
Yeah, just to get the under cheek. That wonderful under cheek.
It goes on spanked so often. Sometimes you got to lift it with one hand and then get
under that cheek.
Sometimes what you do, you get the legs apart a little bit in between the thighs and just go dig 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 dig.
Yeah. It's called the reverse twerk. I think it's the reverse twerk.
I'm going to get in trouble from TikTok for that look. JP, sorry for J and O in front of you. Welcome into Bad Bible DeBees. You're our next guest here. We're getting kind of late into the hours. I don't know how much longer we'll go. So really quickly, JP, the Christian God is make-believe. Go.
All right, I just want to give you said you need some evidence, and I just want to give you some evidence to back the Bible for just a second.
Hell yeah.
And then, all right, so there is physical evidence that Solomon's temple existed. There's physical evidence.
Solomon's temple. Where is it that? Israel?
1 Kings chapter 6.
No, I mean, where was the temple? I mean,
on the Temple Mount. The Western Wall's still there. That's the Wailing Wall.
Okay. Oh, that's
That's
the
the
way.
only
Okay.
thing left. All right. Then there's physical evidence that Herod's temple existed, and Jesus said in AD or said it would be destroyed, and we know it was in AD 70 because of Roman history.
JP,
right.
I hate to interrupt you, but one of the just before you do a whole bunch of these, I've been to Saturn's temple.
Okay, but that's fine. I got some for now too, though. Just give me 1 second.
Right. Do you understand the point, though?
I get you. I get you. And I agree with you. All right, but then
hold on. I don't think you do, because if this temple's real, it means Solomon is real. But if Saturn's temple is real, and it is, I've been there, does that mean Saturn is real?
And there was a belief in Saturn as a god at that time. There sure was. But then
but it's his temple.
Yeah, but here's some prophecy that kept going. It didn't stop there. The Jews were exiled, just as Jesus said they would be, and the Bible said they would be. And then in 1948, just like Ezekiel 37 says, they came back to be a nation. The only people in the history of the world has done that. The Bible also says...
Wait, the only people who have what?
44, the only nation in history that has reclaimed their land, especially after 2,000 years. Okay, then...
Well, hold on.
The Bible says...
Have any nations ever reclaimed their land? I've never heard that before. That's cool. Let's see. It says, yes, many nations and people have reclaimed land. Let's see.
Okay.
Poland, France, the Soviet Union, Egypt, Mexico, and the United States. There was that territorial war there. Some indigenous people. The Netherlands, Singapore, China, United Arab Emirates. There's a few more.
Sounds like everyone.
Here's a whole land reclamation Wikipedia page.
Okay, that's fine. And then...
But wait, it's not just fine, JP. What you say is, oh, I'll never bring that up again. Good point.
No, I will, because the Bible predicted it, and then it did happen. I'm just giving you evidence. You wanted evidence.
You can bring up the prediction, but don't ever say they're the only people to...
Oh, I'm sorry if I did say that. You're right. Okay, you're right. I'm sorry.
Just say, okay. That's all. If you say something wrong, I'm going to call you out on it. It's kind of
you're
what
cool.
we do.
That's right. I don't blame you. All right. Then the next one, the Bible says in Ezekiel 44, verse 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, let me find that.
Oh, I'm late.
Ezekiel 44,
verse 1, 2, and 3.
Uh-huh.
That the eastern gate will be shut in Jerusalem.
The closed gate. Then he brought me back to the outer gate of the sanctuary that faces east, and it was shut. The Lord said to me, this gate shall remain shut. It shall not be opened, and no one shall enter it. For the Lord, the God of Israel, has entered by it. Therefore it shall remain shut. Only the prince, because he's a prince, may sit in it to eat food before the Lord. He shall enter by way of the vestibule of the gate, and shall go out by the same way. And they kept that closed because they read this and they're like, let's keep it closed.
And by 1500, it was shut, and as of today, it is still shut, just like the Bible said it would be.
Do they read Do they read this there?
Yes. Well, the Christians do, not the Jews, but the Christians do. The reason
they keep it shut.
Well, no, the reason it's shut is because they don't believe the Messiah will come back through it, but Zechariah 14 explains how he will. But let me give you one more last one.
No, but why don't they just open it?
Because they can't. The Bible says they can't pretty much. And
no, but I mean, have they been they've been trying to, and it's stuck?
It's rock walled up, shut, closed. Like it'd take dynamite to open it.
Oh, and they sealed it shut?
Sealed it shut. And you can
who
pull
sealed
up
it shut?
Suleiman of the Ottoman Empire in 1500s.
Why did they seal
he closed it?
Why?
Because he knew of that prophecy, and he didn't want the Messiah to come back. But it has remained.
So he knew about this, so he sealed the thing shut.
But it has remained shut 500 years, and it's changed hands three times in the 500 years. But
you said that it was right. And you said it was unopenable.
It's yes.
They walled
it will not
it up.
Be open. Yep.
Right, but it's not like
Eastern
God
Gate.
is holding it closed. It was sealed by the Ottoman Empire.
Eastern Gate. Yeah, you can look at it. But then let me give you one last one. Let's go one last one. All right. The Bible also says in the
Hey,
Revelation
here's a
chapter
question
11.
I have though.
Okay.
It was sealed in the 1500s.
Yes.
So before that, was it open?
Yes.
So when he said it shall remain shut, it didn't. It opened and then closed and opened and closed, and then for a while it's been shut.
Once it was permanently shut, it has not been reopened.
Right, but he's saying like starting now, right?
From the time it becomes shut,
Hold on,
it will not be reopened.
Let's read this real quick and make sure, because this is interesting. I've never seen this. Okay, so this is the second day. He said to me, mortal, Lord God, this is God. I will accept you, says the Lord. Then he brought me back to the outer gate of the sanctuary that faces east, and it was shut. So it was shut already.
No, in the vision it's shut.
This is just a dream he's having?
Yeah, he's having a dream of a future vision of
Okay,
when
and
it
the
will
Lord
be
said,
shut.
this gate shall remain shut, shall not be opened.
Shall remain shut, and it is.
Only the prince, because the prince may sit in it. But who's the prince?
Jesus. When Jesus returns back, Zechariah chapter 14
Right, but
explains
Jesus came. Did he
as
go?
the Lamb of God when he comes
Right.
back.
JP,
as the
stop
king.
interrupting me. Jesus came after this. Did he walk through that gate?
No. He didn't come after this. This was a future prophecy
I
past,
know.
way past Jesus' life.
Ezekiel had a dream,
Mm-hmm.
and then later Jesus came. Did Jesus go through that gate?
Yes, he did during his life. Matter of fact, when he entered on the donkey, that's the gate he came in.
How do you know that's the gate he went through? Does it say he came through that gate?
Oh, you got me on that one. I can't answer that. I'm almost positive
Just
that's
lie.
the gate he entered in.
Okay.
He did come in from the Mount of
That's like
Olives
a
through that
classic
gate.
pastor move. Are you a pastor?
No. Yes, I am. But no, listen.
That's a
time
classic.
out.
Yes, I
He did.
know it was the gate that he came through. And then
No,
when you
he
go
come
like,
in
how do
through
you
the
know?
Mount
They
of
go,
Olives through
well, I
it.
made it up.
No,
that's
I
a
didn't
classic
make it up.
pastor move.
I
Well,
didn't make it up. I just
it's
can't
not.
prove it
It's
at
not.
this second.
Let's look. Let's find it. What verse does he start getting on the donkeys? The coming of the kingdom. Would it be in Luke? I mean, it might be. Let's find it.
And let me look. Hold on a second. I'm trying to look with you.
Okay.
Hey, while we wait for that, do you want to look up Deuteronomy 18:5?
Yeah. But only because I'm super fast at finding verses. For the Lord your God has chosen Levi out of all your tribes to stand and minister in the name of the Lord, him and his sons, for all time.
So that's a prophecy that the Levitical priesthood would do the Levitical priesthood stuff forever.
Holy shit.
It's another prophecy. But I don't know if you've looked into it lately.
They're not doing that now.
They're not doing that now.
They're doing this thing where they just make up stuff that isn't in the Bible now.
They're nowhere to be found, actually.
There's also, speaking of nowhere to be found, no verse stating Jesus entered through the east gate. Just looked it up. That's such a classic pastor move. Yes, he did. How do you know that? Well, I mean,
you caught me.
Let's try Mark.
Try Mark.
Mark, what? He left again. Maybe he was going to say Malachi.
Mark 11.
I love this. This is such a common TikTok thing, cutting in and out, trying to use TikTok stuff. Mark 11. Jesus' triumphal entry into Jerusalem. When they were approaching Jerusalem at Bethphage and Bethany near the Mount of Olives, he sent two of his disciples and said to them, "Go into the village ahead of you, and immediately as you enter it, you will find tied there a colt."
From the Mount of Olives. You know where the Mount of Olives are?
No.
On the Mount of Olives, right? So the Mount of Olives, the Kidron
I have
Valley.
maps back here. Hold on, I'll look at the maps.
Yeah, Mount of Olives.
Okay, there's here's the east gate. Jesus was arrested outside of the gate. The Golden Gate, is that the east gate?
That's it. That's it. That's
the
the one.
Temple Mount, Mount of Olives. So they went in. Hold on. He sends them through. Why are you doing this? To say the Lords need this. Then they went and found the colt. As they were untying it, the people see him. This is where he tells them to steal. This is a great verse. We use this sometimes, JP, when we're like, here's Jesus telling people to steal donkeys or horses, I guess.
All right.
They brought the colt to Jesus, threw the cloaks on it, and he sat on it. Many people spread the cloaks on the road, and others spread leafy branches that lay the field. Then those went ahead. Those who followed were shouting, Hosanna. Then he entered Jerusalem and went into the temple. And when he looked around everything, it was already late. He went out to Bethany at 12. Okay, so let's see where the temple is. Where's the temple?
The temple faces east to the Mount of Olives. The Mount of Olives is also where he ascended up in Acts chapter 1.
The court of women. Oh, there's the Temple Mount. Yeah, that's pretty likely that he would have gone through that one. I mean, not necessarily. He could have gone through the Sheep Gate or the Huldah gates. There's like a bunch of gates on that side. There's Gate Beautiful, the Golden Gate, and the Huldah gates, and the Valley Gate, and the Water Gate. But I mean, the closest one, probably the Golden Gate. There's a bunch of gates on that side.
All right, so one final one, though. So we have evidence.
Wait, are these supposed to be convincing me that the Bible's true or something?
I was giving you some evidence of the Bible. So I'm giving you one more.
Oh, I know the Bible exists.
Chapter 11.
I already know about the Bible.
Go to Revelation chapter 11 for a second.
Sorry,
just Revelation
JP,
chapter,
we're looking for evidence of God.
I am. I'm trying to give you that.
I know the Bible. I have a Bible.
Give me one more, please. Pretty please.
Are you just here to preach your pastory preacher ways?
No, I'm not preaching at
JP,
all.
then let me tell you what I'm stuck on. I don't believe in prophecy.
All right, I want to just help me for 1 second. I just gotta
preach. I can't not do.
I'm not preaching. I'm not preaching.
I don't. Are you going to say another prophecy?
Pitiful. No, not at all. Promise.
What is it, like a threat?
No, I promise.
Tell me the purpose of it before you read the verse.
All right, John is on the Isle of Patmos when the book of Revelation was written. Jesus comes to him in the cave, and then he takes him to heaven, and he shows him a couple things. But one thing that he showed him was when the two witnesses die, when the Antichrist kills the two witnesses. And then here's the part that's fascinating to me that was strange. It says that every tongue and every nation will see these men dead in the street for 3 days, and they will party and exchange gifts for 3 days. Now, here's what's so weird. How do they see them? And when in the history of the world